$1,000 a Plate by Jack McKenty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Amato. $1,000 a Plate by Jack McKenty. Sunset on Mars is a pale, washed-out, watery sort of procedure that is hardly worth looking at. The shadows of the cactus lengthen, the sun goes down without the slightest hint of color or display, and everything is dark. About once a year there is one cloud that turns pink briefly. But even the travel books devote more space describing the new sign adorning the Canal Casino than they do on the sunset. The night sky is something else again. Each new crop of tourists goes to bed at sunrise the day after arrival with stiff necks from looking up all night. The craters of the moons are visible to the naked eye, and even a cheap pair of opera glasses can pick out the buildings of the Deimos space station. A typical comment from a sightseer is, "Just think, Fred, we were way up there only 12 hours ago." At fairly frequent intervals, the moons eclipse. The local Chamber of Commerce joins with the gambling casinos to use these occasions as excuses for a celebration. The Mardi Gras includes floats, costumes, liquor, women, gambling, and finishes off with a display of fireworks and a stiff note of protest from the nearby Mars Observatory. The day after a particularly noisy, glaring fireworks display, the top brass of the observatory called an emergency meeting. The topic was not a new one, but fresh evidence, in the form of several still-wet photographic plates showing out-of-focus skyrocket trails, and a galaxy of first-magnitude aerial cracker explosions was presented. "I maintain they fire them in our direction on purpose," one scientist declared. This was considered to be correct, because the other directions around town were oil refineries and the homes of the casino owners. "Why don't we just move the observatory way out in the desert?" a technician demanded. "It wouldn't be much of a job." "It would be a tremendous job," said Dr. Morton, the physicist. "If not for the glare of city lights on Earth, we wouldn't have had to move our telescopes to the moon. If not for the gravel falling out of the sky on the moon, making it necessary to resurface the reflectors every week, we wouldn't have had to move to Mars. Viewing conditions here are just about perfect, except for the immense cost of transporting the equipment, building materials, workmen, and paying us triple time for working so far from home. Why, did you ever figure the cost of a single photographic plate? What with salaries, freight to and from Earth, maintenance, and all the rest? It's enormous." "Then why don't we cut down the cost of ruined exposures," asked the technician, "by moving the observatory away from town?" "Because," Dr. Morton explained, "we'd have to bring in crews to tear the place down, other crews to move it, still more crews to rebuild it, not to mention unavoidable breakage and replacement, which involve more freight than Earth. At $7.97 per pound deadweight, well, you figure it out. So we can't move, and we can't afford ruined $1,000 plates," said the scientist, who had considered himself a target for the fireworks. "Then what's the answer?" The usual suggestion was proposed, that a delegation approach the town council to follow up the letter of protest. A search through the past meeting's minutes showed that this had never accomplished anything up to date. A recent arrival to the observatory mentioned that their combined brain power should be enough to beat the games, and thus force the casino owners, who were the real offenders, out of business. One of the scientists, who had already tried that very scheme on a small scale, reported his results. He proved that with his tabulations that, in this instance, science, in the guise of the law of averages, was unfortunately against them. Dr. Morton rose to his feet. The other men listened to his plan, at first with shocked horror, then with deep interest, and finally with wild exultation. The meeting broke up with most of the members grinning from ear to ear. "It's lucky Dr. Morton is a physicist," said one of the directors. "No astronomer would ever have thought of that." A few days later, a modest little ad appeared in the weekly publication What to Do in Marsport. It did not try to compete with any of the casino ads, all of which featured pretty girls, but it had a unique heading. "Free, for the first time ever, your horoscope, scientifically cast by the staff of the famous Mars Observatory. Learn your luck, your fortune. Write or call Mars Observatory. No charge, no obligation." Since the horoscopes being offered were about the only things on Mars that didn't cost the tourists any money, the response was great. A recipient of a horoscope found a mimeographed folder which contained 3 pages describing the present positions of the planets, where to look for Earth in the sky, and what science hoped to learn the next time Mercury was in transit. The fourth page held the kicker. It said that while the tourist's luck would be better than average at most of the gambling houses, he would lose consistently if he played at Harvey's club. Within 2 days, the only people at Harvey's were the shills. The following day, the visitors to the observatory included Harvey. The gambler was welcomed with mingled respect for his money and contempt for his occupation. He was taken immediately to see Dr. Morton, who greeted him with a sly smile. Harvey's conversation was brief and to the point. "How much?" he asked, waving a horoscope under Dr. Morton's nose. "Just a promise," said the scientist. Harvey said nothing, but looked sullen. "You were on the town council," Morton continued. "Now, the next time the question of tourist entertainment is discussed, we want you to vote against a fireworks display." He then explained how important plates had been ruined by skyrocket trails. Harvey listened with great interest, especially when Dr. Morton flatly stated that each casino, in turn, would get the same publicity in the horoscopes. "The council members are all for the tourists," Harvey commented, "and you guys are supposed to be nuts, like all scientists. But I'll do like you say." He reached into his pocket. "Here's $50. Use it for a full-page ad this time, and do the Desert Sands Casino in your next horoscope. And say, before I go, can I look through the telescope? I never seem to have the time before." At weekly intervals, Dr. Morton did the Desert Sands, Franklin's Paradise, the Martian Gardens, and the Two Moons Club. From each owner he extracted the same promise, to vote against the fireworks at the council meetings. The technique was settling down to a routine. Each victim came, made the promise, paid for the following week's ad, named the next casino, and was taken on a tour of the observatory. Then disaster struck. It took the form of an interplanetary telegram from Harvard Observatory, their parent organization. It read, "Earth newspapers carrying accounts of horoscopes published by your organization, very unscientific. Must stop at once, find other solution. L.K. Bell, Director." Dr. Morton was eating alone in the staff dining room when he noticed a familiar face beside him. "Harvey," he said, "guess you've come down to gloat over our misfortune." "No, Professor," said Harvey. "You've got my promise to help you boys, and I'll stick by you. It's a rotten shame, too. You just about made it. The rest of the club owners saw the writing on the wall, and were going to cooperate you when the telegram came. All of us got contacts in the telegraph office, so they heard about it soon as it arrived and stayed away." Dr. Morton said, "Yes, I suppose they would. It's not much we can do now." "There are 13 members on the council," Harvey continued, "and you've got 5 of us. If that telegraph had only come 1 day later, no more fireworks. But I got an idea." Dr. Morton pushed aside his empty coffee cup and stood up. "Let's get out in the fresh air." The town council was adding insult to injury by staging one of the biggest fireworks displays ever. It consisted of practically all skyrockets. Dr. Morton expressed wonder at their supply. Harvey explained they were made right on Mars. He went on to tell his idea. "I was real interested in everything when you took me around the first time I was here," the gambler said. "The same goes for the other boys who saw the place. Most of us meant to come out here and look around sometime. But you people work nights, and us mostly working nights too, we never got around to it. How about arranging an exclusive tour sometime, just the club operators and their help? Then when they see everything, you could offer to name a star after them, or something. If I hadn't already promised, I'd be willing to promise, just to be able to point in the sky and say, 'That's Harvey's star.'" Dr. Morton smiled gently. "That's a wonderful idea," he said, "but I don't think it would work. Any stars worth looking at with the naked eye already have names. The only ones we could name after people are so far away that it would take an exposure of several hours just to see them on a photographic plate. You wouldn't be able to point yours out at all. Besides, Harvard Observatory wouldn't stand for this idea either. It would make as much sense to them as you naming a poker chip after me." He sighed. "But in any case, we would like to have all the owners over sometime. It might improve relations somewhat." The two of them watched a rocket wobble all over the sky before exploding. "Let's go back inside," said the physicist. "Maybe we can arrange that tour for Sunday." Sunday afternoon, the visitors, presumably softened up by what one of the chemists thought were martinis, were seated in the lecture hall listening to Dr. Morton's concluding remarks. "One of the technicians is working on a gadget with a photocell that closes the shutter on the film when a rocket goes up," Dr. Morton was saying. "It should cut down the exposure time a great deal. Right now, every night may be significant. If the plates from any one night are spoiled, We may not be able to duplicate them for a Martian year. Mankind is preparing for the first trip to another star, and the work of Mars Observatory is necessary to ensure the success of that trip. You gentlemen are rightly the leaders of Mars, and so it is up to you to decide whether or not that success will be possible." He sat down to a smattering of applause. The visitors, except Harvey, then left. "It didn't go over, Professor," said Harvey. "I know," said Dr. Morton. "That washes out that plan." He turned to the gambler. "You're the only person I can trust with this," he said. "How would you like to help me make some fireworks?" 1 week later, the two men had everything ready. That night, as quietly as possible, they moved to a position behind a fence near the skyrocket launching racks. Dr. Morton was carrying a compass, a flashlight, and a small clinometer. Harvey was struggling with 2 large skyrockets. He whispered, "What if we miss, or they go off too soon, or something?" "Nonsense, Harvey," said Dr. Morton. He busied himself with the flashlight and compass, and carefully aimed one of the rockets. "You forget I am a physicist." He then aimed the other rocket, and checked elevation with his clinometer. "The fuels are standard, and I worked out the trajectories on the computer. Ready with your match? These are going to explode in the canal, and get everybody in the canal casino all wet." He peeked over the fence to see how the regular display was doing. "Here comes their finale. Ready, set, light!" Covered by the launching of the last of the official display, their 2 rockets arced up and away. One of them did explode in the canal, and most of the casino's patrons did get wet. But the other wobbled off to the right, landed on the roof of Harvey's bachelor home, and burned it to the ground. Dr. Morton sat numbly in front of his typewriter, staring at a letter. He couldn't seem to find the right words for what he wished to say. He tried to derive inspiration from a glossy photograph lying on the table beside him. It had what looked like another skyrocket trail on it. Before he could answer, the door opened and Harvey walked in, accompanied by 2 men with muscles. "I haven't seen you since the accident, Professor," he said. "I've been trying to write you a letter," said Dr. Morton, "to tell you how sorry I am about what happened. And I also have to thank you for getting that law against fireworks through the council. I am extremely sorry it took your house burning down to convince them." "I keep my promises," said Harvey. One of the men with muscles turned the radio on, loud. "We're trying to get up a collection among the staff to help pay for your losses," said Dr. Morton, but the director suggested a more permanent kind of remembrance. He picked up the photograph. "This will be one of the brightest objects in the sky in a few months. It won't be back again for thousands of years, but it will be around for a good while. We've just discovered it, and it is our privilege to call it Harvey's Comet." "That's nice," said Harvey. The first of the 2 men went around pulling down blinds, and the other went into the bathroom and started filling the tub. "Well," said the physicist, looking tired and old, "I guess there's nothing more I can say." "Oh, yes there is, Professor," said Harvey, with a sudden grin on his face. He turned to his muscle men. "You 2 guys cut out the comedy, and bring it in, now." The 2 men followed his instructions. "You see, Professor," the gambler continued, "I took a beating on the house, but the other club boys chipped in and made up all my losses. So I don't need your money at all. Besides, I have 2 things to thank you for. First, I heard about the comet from one of your men, and it's the nicest thing anybody's ever done for me." One of his men came back with what looked like a round candy box. "Second, that fire was the best publicity stunt I could get. It made the papers back on Earth, and all the new tourists are packing into the Harvey Club. Even the other operators are playing my tables. That's why I want you to have this." He handed Dr. Morton the box. It read Harvey's Club in the center, and Dr. Morton's poker chip around the edge. Across the bottom, it said 5,000. "That's dollars in it, Professor," said Harvey. "Don't spend it all in one place." $1,000 a Plate by Jack McKenty.
To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vera Sticker. To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Got a problem? Just pick up the phone. It solved them all the same way. To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning, in the Chicago Lying-in Hospital, a man named Edward K. Wheeling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Wheeling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Wheeling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland, nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. "If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss the sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place." The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. "Looks so real," he said. "I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it." "What makes you think you're not in it?" said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. "It's called the Happy Garden of Life, you know." "That's good of Dr. Hitz," said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. "Lots of faces still to fill in," said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. "Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something," said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. "You think I'm proud of this daub?" he said. "You think this is my idea of what life really looks like?" "What's your idea of what life looks like?" said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul dropcloth. "There's a good picture of it," he said. "Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one." "You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you?" said the orderly. "Is that a crime?" said the painter. The orderly shrugged. "If you don't like it here, Grandpa," he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live any more were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced naught. The number was 2BR, not 2B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Waring Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. "When I decide to go," he said, "it won't be at the Sheep Dip." "A do-it-yourselfer, eh?" said the orderly. "Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you?" The painter expressed, with an obscenity, his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. "The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me," he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Wheeling, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple, the purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that, no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. "Is this where I'm supposed to come?" she said to the painter. "A lot would depend on what your business was," he said. "You aren't about to have a baby, are you?" "They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture," she said. "My name's Leora Duncan." She waited. "And you dunk people," he said. "What?" she said. "Skip it," he said. "Oh, that sure is a beautiful picture," she said. "Looks just like heaven or something." "Or something," said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. "Duncan, Duncan, Duncan," he said, scanning the list. "Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural bleakly. "Gee," she said, "they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "A body's a body, eh?" he said. "All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course the sheave carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her?" he said. "You like her at all?" "Gosh," she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz." "That upsets you?" he said. "Good gravy, no," she said. It's just such an honor." "Ah, you admire him, eh?" he said. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said again. "He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago." "Nothing would please me more," said the painter, "than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb, that strikes you as appropriate?" "That is kind of like what I do," she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born," he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets," she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implication of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1, and were trying to scrape another 2 up." "Oh, I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Wheeling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Wheeling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, and gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Wheeling," said Dr. Hitz. "I didn't see you." "The Invisible Man," said Wheeling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now." "Hooray," said Wheeling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Wheeling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Wheeling, towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Wheeling?" he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Wheeling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days when the population of Earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Wheeling?" said Hitz. "Nope," said Wheeling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Wheeling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry," said Dr. Hitz. "Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like druplets on a blackberry. Think of it!" Wheeling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, "before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed. And still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever." "I want those kids," said Wheeling quietly. "I want all 3 of them." "Of course you do," said Dr. Hitz. "That's only human." "I don't want my grandfather to die either," said Wheeling. "Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. "Oh, I wish people wouldn't call it that," said Leora Duncan. "What?" said Dr. Hitz. "Oh, I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that," she said. "It gives people the wrong impression." "You're absolutely right," said Dr. Hitz. "Forgive me." He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. "I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios," he said. "That sounds so much better," said Leora Duncan. "This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Wheeling," said Dr. Hitz, "he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control, in a garden like that mural there." He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel." He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Wheeling had just drawn a revolver. Wheeling shot Dr. Hitz dead. "There's room for one, a great big one," he said, and then he shot Leora Duncan. "It's only death," he said to her as she fell. "There! Room for 2." And then he shot himself, making room for all of his 3 children. Nobody came running. Nobody seemingly heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of his stepladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born, and once born demanding to be fruitful, to multiply and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim, even grimmer surely than a cat box, a happy hooligan, and easy go. He thought of war, he thought of plague, he thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop-cloths below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Wheeling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself, but he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, 2BR02B. "Federal Bureau of Termination," said the very warm voice of a hostess. "How soon could I get an appointment?" he asked, speaking very carefully. "We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir," she said. "It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation." "All right," said the painter. "Fit me in, if you please." And he gave her his name, spelling it out. "Thank you, sir," said the hostess. "Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations." The end. End of 2B Are Not 2B by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Recording by Vera Sticker.
The Bell Tone by Edmund H. Leftwich. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Luke Seberg. The Bell Tone by Edmund H. Leftwich. It is no use. It's too late. The earth I must dig alone. To whom it may concern, In order to clear up any misunderstanding or false impressions regarding the amazing case of my beloved friend and co-worker, Professor Howard E. Edwards, I submit herewith extracts from the professor's notebook, which I found on the desk. Evans Barclay, Bachelor of Science, Fellow IRE. January 25th. Last night, in my dreams, I was a monstrous ant, and had been digging myself a burrow in the soft, fresh earth. The dream was intensely real, and when I awoke, I felt as tired as if I had actually been digging. My arms ached, and I was astonished, upon examining my hands, to find them raw. Dressing hastily, I rushed to the backyard, and there, sure enough, near the fence, was a large hole about 2 feet deep and 3 feet long. Hurriedly, I filled it in and returned to the house. I must rest for a few days, as I feel that the intense excitement caused by my investigations is preying too heavily upon my mind. At this time, I feel that I should make a brief summary of my findings in respect to the ants, so that Barclay may go over these notes upon his return from his vacation. First, the ant colony is the source of a powerful bell-like tone which is radiated continuously on 2 wavelengths, 0.0018 meter and 0.00176 meter. This tone acts as a radio beacon and directs the ants to the colony no matter where they may be located. The 0.0018 meter wave is used by the ants for their clacking conversations, by means of which they communicate with each other and the colony, receiving orders from the directing intelligence, reporting the location of food, and requesting help when needed. The wave 0.00176 meter is used for sending thought images or pictures, which may be sent with the clacking code or independently. I cannot conceive a more efficient or highly specialized communication system. I must learn their secret, their methods. January 30th. This morning, while sitting at the receiver in a semi-doze, with the bell tone ringing in my ears, I fell into that state known as daydreaming. Little Nippy, my beloved fox terrier and constant companion, rushed into the laboratory and ran up to me. For a moment my mind went blank. My hands shot out. I grasped the dog around the throat and began to throttle him. I had risen from my chair, and the dog was nearly dead when I slipped and fell, pulling the phone plug out of the receiver. Instantly my mind cleared, and words cannot express the remorse I felt at my inhuman actions. Nippy would have nothing to do with me, and crawled dejectedly from the room, a terrified look in his eyes. I have no explanation for my actions. February 3rd. The transmitter is ready for operation. I have constructed a pair of metal disc electrodes which clamp tightly to my head and press upon my temples. This device will pick up the thought impulses from my brain, feed them directly into the radio frequency amplifier, where they will be amplified and then radiated in a tight, directed beam. My 2 ants were in their little enclosure under the microscope when I threw the switch to the send position. I pictured myself as I looked as a man, and sent the thought, I am a man. Hastily, I threw the switch to the receive position. I looked through the microscope. The ants were lying on their sides. Somehow, I felt that the power was too great, and had stunned them. Keeping my eye on the microscope, I again threw the switch to send, and cut the power to half. Get up, friends, get up, I thought, as I pictured them rising. Sure enough, the ants slowly regained their feet. They looked about in apparent bewilderment. Back again, in receive position, I was conscious of the thought image. The man. He is the man. The man holds us here. He is killing us. We must kill the man. They gnashed their fierce-looking mandibles. I snapped back to send and thought, no, you must not kill the man. The man will not harm you. He is your friend. He will help you. As I watched, the ants seemed to become less excited. From the larger of the two, I received the thought, "We are dying. The man is killing us with his strong vibrations. We must kill the man." Then a very powerful thought impression burst upon my brain. It seemed to come from the colony, 3 feet away. "Warning to the man. Stop your thought transmissions at once. Your vibrations are killing us. We want nothing from you. We have everything we need. You will learn nothing from us. You will stop at once." I threw the switch to send. Viewed through the microscope, the 2 ants were lying on their backs, dead to all appearances. "What if I don't stop?" I sent the thought question. "I want to learn the secret of your communication. In return, I will teach you many things. I can't stop now." I changed to receive, and the answer came back. "If you do not stop, we will kill you." I turned off the apparatus, but the powerful bell tone continued to pound incessantly into my brain. I laughed. They'd kill me, would they? Those tiny insects. What could they do? Well, let them try, but I'd get what I was after. I would not quit now, with success so near. What if my transmissions did kill a few of them? Of what importance were the lives of a few ants, as compared to the advancement of the science of communication? February 9th. I found myself digging again in the backyard yesterday. As before, I had been daydreaming when an overwhelming desire to go outside and feel the cool, moist earth between my fingers and on my face took possession of me. I rushed into the backyard and began digging feverishly, madly, until finally I fell, exhausted. Then my mind cleared and I filled the hole. About half the ants have died, due no doubt to the strength of my radiations. No matter how low I cut the power, they still cannot live but a short time under the force of my transmissions. They have stopped sending thought impressions entirely, and are using only their clacking code signals, which they seem to realize I cannot understand. I feel that they are undertaking some sort of campaign against me. For hours they congregate, closely packed, their antennae stiffly pointed straight up. Their thought currents seem to be flowing into and merging with the bell tone, which grows stronger and more penetrating day by day. In my backyard, there are 4 large ant hills, and at each hill, curiously, there is no activity except the same mass concentration of the ants. Have they, too, been affected by my radiations and joined forces with the original colony against myself? The bell tone continues to grow stronger. February 11th. Mrs. Winslow, the middle-aged widow, who comes to clean my house and laboratory twice a week, was here this morning. She is short, dumpy, and inclined to be stout. As she went about her work, I noticed particularly the fat, firm flesh of her neck, just below the jaw. I felt an uncontrollable desire to sink my teeth deep into that flesh and enjoy the taste of the warm, fresh blood. I had actually risen from my chair to accomplish my desire when the telephone rang, and my mind cleared. February 14th. I have decided to stop my experiments with the ants. As they refuse to send any more thought impressions, there is nothing further I can learn from them. However, I feel that they are gaining a hold upon my mind, and that every time I listen in on the receiver, that hold becomes stronger. I firmly believe that I would have attacked poor Mrs. Winslow had not the ringing of the phone so opportunely interrupted me. I have sent word for her to stay away, as I cannot trust myself. I keep a box of fresh earth on the table in my laboratory. I often run my hands through it and taste it. It is remarkable how much this soothes my nerves. February 16th. It is too late. For 2 days, I have kept my apparatus shut off. I have not so much as looked at the ants, but still that confounded bell tone rings in my ears with all the insistence of African tom-toms. Hour by hour, the tone becomes more penetrating. I cannot sleep, and can eat but little. As a last resort, I destroyed my ant colony. I even went so far as to pour boiling water on the 4 ant hills in my yard. Still, the bell tone persists. I can stand it no longer. Perhaps if I were to dig, again in the yard, in the soothing earth I could forget. News clipping from Philadelphia Banner. Radio communications engineer dead. Howard E. Edwards, suicide. Philadelphia, February 18th. The body of Howard E. Edwards, Bachelor of Science, Ph.D., member IRE, eminent authority on radio communications, aged 56, was found this morning in the backyard of his residence, 1427 Rains Avenue. The body was almost completely buried in a long, narrow hole in the ground. At first, foul play was suspected, but later it appeared that Edwards had dug himself into the ground and died of suffocation. His nostrils and mouth were filled with dirt. Dr. P. A. Hoffner, who examined the body, found no wounds, stated that Edwards had been dead for about 2 days, and pronounced the death as a clear case of suicide, the strange means employed probably due to an unbalanced mental condition. Elaborate radio apparatus upon which Edwards had been working had been smashed to bits. End of The Bell Tone by Edmund H. Leftwich. Recording by Luke Seberg.
Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Moon of Rochester, New York. Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. The slovenly wub might well have said, "Many men talk like philosophers and live like fools." They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute. Don't go off. I'm not finished."
"Oh?"
The Optus turned with dignity.
"I am going back to the village."
He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship.
"I must organize new hunts."
Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth..." The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you?" "We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank between the long-legged Martian go-birds into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it swished its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig. A huge, dirty pig." "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped. Its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. Maybe it's good to eat, Peterson said nervously. We'll soon find out, Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared in the door. "Let's have a look at it." He advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents?" "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain, and it liked that, then potatoes and mash and scraps from the table and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. Seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out." The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain.
"Really, Captain," the wub said, "I suggest we talk of other matters."
The room was silent. "What was that?" Franco said. "Just now." "The wub, sir," Peterson said. It spoke." They all looked at the wub. "What did it say? What did it say?" "It suggested we talk about other things." Franco walked around the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back and stood with the men. "I wonder if there's a native inside it," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe we should open it up and have a look."
"Oh, goodness," the wub cried. "Is that all you people can think of, killing and cutting?"
Franco clenched his fist. "Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out!" Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly.
"I beg your pardon,"
the wub said. "I don't think there's anyone in there," Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in.
"You wanted me, Captain?"
he said.
"What's this thing?"
"This is a wub," Franco said. "It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out—"
"I think we should have a talk," the wub said. "I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues."
The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. "Come into my office," the captain said at last. He turned and walked from the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs.
"I wonder what the outcome will be,"
the cook said.
"Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear."
"Sure," Jones said. "Sure." The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh.
"You must forgive me," it said. "I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I—"
The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. All right," he said. "Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct?" The wub shrugged.
"I suppose so. That's what they call us. The natives, I mean. We have our own term."
"And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before?"
"No."
"Then how do you do it?"
"Speak English? Am I speaking English? I am not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind."
My mind?
I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it.
I see, the captain said. Telepathy, of course.
We are a very old race, the wub said. Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game.
How do you live?
Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic, tolerant, eclectic Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along.
The wub eyed the captain.
And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image on your mind. Most of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit for your pet cat.
So you read minds, the captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines?
A few odds and ends,
the wub said absently, staring around the room.
A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them.
Indeed, the captain nodded. But to get back to the problem.
Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me? Rather you should discuss questions with me, philosophy, the arts.
The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find anything to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage.
I know,
the wub nodded.
But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from such infringements. Now, if each of us cast one vote...
The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet.
So you see,
the wub said,
we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus.
Peterson sat, silently staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. Go on, he said. Please, go on.
I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation.
But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out the port window at the stars, endless stars burning in the empty universe. Finally, he goes home.
As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race.
The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. Are you all right? French said. Do you mean me? Peterson said, surprised. Why me? Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence.
Go ahead,
the wub said.
it doesn't matter.
Peterson stood up. What for? It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. What's going on? Peterson wrenched loose. What's the matter with you? Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall.
It is interesting, the wub said, that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why.
Get up, Franco said.
If you wish.
The wub rose, grunting.
Be patient. It is difficult for me.
It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. Shoot it now, French said. For God's sake, Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear. You didn't see him. Like a statue standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there. Who? The captain? Peterson stared around. But he's all right now. They looked at the wub, standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. Come on, Franco said. Out of the way. The men pulled aside toward the door.
You're quite afraid, aren't you? The wub said. Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native.
The gun jerked. See? Franco said. I thought so. The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it.
It is very warm, the wub said. I understand that we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical.
Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. I'll do it. You can watch. French nodded. Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out. Listen, Peterson said, licking his lips. Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you. Franco raised his gun. I'm going out, Jones said, his face white and sick. I don't want to see it. Me too, French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. It was talking to me about myths, he said. It wouldn't hurt anyone. He went outside. Franco walked around the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed.
A very foolish thing, it said. I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your Savior related.
It stopped, staring at the gun.
Can you look me in the eye and do it? The wub said. Can you do that?
The captain gazed down. I can look you in the eye, he said. Back on the farm we had hogs. 30 razorback hogs. I can do it. Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. More? He said, looking around. More? And some wine, perhaps. Not me, French said. I think I'll go back to the chart room. Me too. Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. I'll see you later. The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. What do you suppose the matter is? The captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. It is only organic matter now, he said. The life essence is gone. He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. I myself love to eat. It is one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things. Peterson nodded. 2 more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. Well, he said, I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past. He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths." Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him." End of Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick.
Don't Shoot by Robert Zacks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Amato. Don't Shoot by Robert Zacks. I can no longer keep my terrible secret, although the thought of what will happen to me when I tell my story gives me a trembling from head to toe. Without doubt, word will flash to the proper authorities, and stern-faced men with sympathetic eyes will bring straitjacket and sedatives, and hunt me down to tear me from Mary's clinging arms. A padded cell will be made ready for another unfortunate. Nevertheless, what we have just read in the newspapers has made me fearfully agree that I must tell all, regardless of my own fate. So let me say this. If it is true that an expedition is being organized in London to go to the cold and rocky wastes of the Himalayas for the purpose of investigating that astonishing primeval creature called the Abominable Snowman, then I am forced to tell you immediately. The Abominable Snowman is none other than Mr. Amer, the famous movie magnate. And I am the one responsible for this amazing situation. I and my invention, which Mr. Amer had hired me to develop, an invention which would put 3D and CinemaScope and the new Largoscope process so far behind in the fierce Hollywood battle for supremacy that Mr. Amer would at last have complete control of the industry, and for that matter, television also. You will say this is impossible, because one or two glimpses of the Abominable Snowman have shown it to be an ape-like creature, and the animal's body is covered with thick, coarse hair. Well, did you ever see Mr. Amer lounging beside his elaborate Beverly Hills swimming pool? He looks as if he'd just climbed down a tree. The last young movie lovely an agent had brought around to talk contracts took one look, screamed, and fainted. It is said she was hysterical for 2 days. But let me tell you how it all started. Remember those awful days when television, like a monster with a wild pituitary gland, grew until it took the word colossal away from filmdom? What a battle. Like two giant bears rearing up face to face, roaring, screaming, swapping terrible blows of mighty paws. The two industries fought, with the film industry reeling bloodily at first, then rallying with 3D, then CinemaScope, and television pressing home the fierce attack with color TV. And who was caught in the middle of all this, without any protection? Mr. Amer. Why? Well, let me give you some background on that character. When talkies killed the era of silent films, Mr. Amer nearly got shaken loose in the change. He'd scornfully dismiss the new development. "Ha," he'd say, "people come to my movies for one of two things, to fall asleep or to look at the pretty girlies." When the movie industry began to look for good stories and material that stimulated the mind as well as the emotion, Mr. Amer had jeered. "Ha, people are stupid, people are sheep. They don't want to think, they just want to see the pretty girlies." 6 months later, Mr. Amer had sent emissaries to England to try to hire this guy, Billy Shakespeare. "Offer him anything," ordered Mr. Amer grimly. "Tell him we'll fill the water cooler in his office with gin. He can pick any secretary he likes from among our starlets. And, he swallowed, then recklessly added, "we'll even give him screen credit." Of course, the men he'd sent out searching knew Billy Shakespeare had kicked off, though they weren't sure whether it was last year or 10 years ago. But it was a fine trip on the expense account, and after a few weeks of riotous searching in London's gayer areas, they wired that Shakespeare had caught a bad cold, the penicillin had run out, and he'd not lasted the night. But Mr. Amer pulled out of his situation. He bought up just the right to use the titles of great classic novels, ignored the contents, and had entirely different stories written. "Not enough girlies in their versions," he explained, frowning. "Them hack writers don't have stuff with real interest in it." By the time the customers were in the packed movie houses, they were so stunned with the spectacle of unclad femininity that they'd completely forgotten what they'd come to see. Half of them had never read the classics anyway. So the dough rolled in, and Mr. Amer's estate was photographed in color and published in Beautiful Homes magazine. And high school newspapers sent nervous young reporters to ask advice for graduates yearning to get into the movie business. How, they humbly asked, could they carve a place for themselves? Mr. Amer beamed and said, "Girlies, use plenty of girlies. It gets them every time." The printed interview, as approved and edited by high school faculty advisors, did not contain this advice. But the girlies weren't enough to save Mr. Amer when television hit the movies on its glass jaw. He didn't believe what was happening until it was too late. When his studio started hitting the skids, he hastily withdrew funds and liquidated assets and rented a number of safe deposit boxes. Then he sat back and let his creditors scream a symphony of threats. It was at that time that Mr. Amer heard that I, a young physicist interested in optics, had stumbled across an oddity which might revolutionize the movie industry. He'd heard of this through Mary, whom I love with all my heart, and who will sometimes embarrass me by proudly telling people how intelligent I am. As Mr. Amer's secretary, she let him know all about me, just as she let me know all I had just told you about him. Mary is not a reticent person. She is too loving of her fellow man to withhold even the slightest information, and perhaps I should have kept my astonishing discovery to myself. In any case, the phone rang in my very small laboratory one day, and Mary's excited voice said, "Joe, darling, it's me. I told them about your invention. Come down right away." "Who?" I said. "Where? What are you talking about?" "To the studio," she said impatiently. "To see my boss, Mr. Amer. He says if your invention is—" "Now wait a minute," I shouted with indignation. "I told you not to tell anybody about it. It's not perfected. In fact, I don't understand how it works exactly." "Stop being so modest," she said firmly. "I know you. You're a genius, and genius is never, never satisfied. I read all about it. You want us to get married, don't you?" "Yes," I said, sudden longing surging through my heart. "Can we afford to?" "No. So come on down. Anyway, I already told him. Don't make me into a liar," begged Mary. "If he likes your invention, maybe he'll buy it." The things we do for the women we love. I went there in fear and was trembling with good reason. Not knowing quite how my invention operated, it could be stolen from me, because it might not be patentable. It was more discovery than invention. Oh, I can tell you, I went to see Mr. Amer in a cold sweat of fear that I might be losing my hold on the strange and accidental phenomenon across which I'd stumbled. I got quite the greeting. When I walked into his elaborate outer offices, the workers were sitting hushed in fear before their desks. From within the private offices, I could hear bellowing and the sound of things smashing. Mary hurried over to me, her warm brown eyes pleading. Before she could say anything, I heard Mr. Amer say in a shout, right through the partly open door, "Well, what have you done about it?" A trembling voice said, "Sir, I've cut staff 50%. "Stupid!" roared Mr. Amer's voice. "Who's talking about that? Did you ask Peterson of World Studios if he'll license us to use his new largoscope system?" "Yes." A moment of terrified silence. "He said your outfit could use his largoscope on only one occasion. When they film your funeral." There was a gasp. Then the door opened, and a perspiring, harried, bald-headed man lurched out. With glazed eyes, he made a beeline for the outer door. "Let's go in," said Mary eagerly. "He'll be so glad to see you." I looked at her incredulously, but she took my arm and dragged me inside. There Mr. Amer sat twitching and shuddering, his head in his pudgy hands. He looked dully at us from tiny eyes. "Everybody hates my genius," he said, waggling his head from side to side. "Everybody envies me. The wild dogs are gathering to pull down the noble elk." As he glared at us, Mary said swiftly, "Yes, sir." "The wounded lion," whispered Mr. Amer dramatically, tears of self-pity coming to his eyes. "Surrounded by jackals and laughing hyenas. I am dying of my wounds." He uttered a wail. "Everybody's got a new filming system but me." He drew a deep breath. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. "He's—" began Mary. "Wait a minute," he said. He grabbed a phone from the 6 on his desk. "Hey, publicity. Hey, Mike, I want rumors spread about largoscope. Top doctors say it'll ruin your eyes, make you stone blind." He paused, his face purpling. Okay, if you can't do it, then get another job. You're fired. He slammed the phone down. No cooperation from anybody, he said heavily, surrounded by incompetence. He glared at me. Who the hell are you? I began. At this moment, the door opened, and in came a man with a sheaf of papers and a film of sweat on his forehead. I hate to interrupt, Mr. Amer, he said doggedly, but I got your note on the Lolita Vaughn contract we drew up. I knew there must be some mistake, so... Mistake? What kind of a mistake? Snapped Mr. Amer. I want you to tear the contract up. I said we aren't going to sign it after all. I got a bigger name for the picture than her. The man winced. Well, he said, I was just wondering. I mean, after all, we talked her into turning down that fat part in the new Broadway show that opened last night. It's a smash hit, I read today. Tough, shouted Mr. Amer. My heart bleeds. Did I know when I made that promise that I can get a big star at such a cheap price? I acted hastily. I made a mistake. So I corrected that mistake. He looked stern. Would it be fair to the stockholders if I took Lolita under these conditions? But you own all the stock. That's what I said, you fool, roared Mr. Amer. Get out of here. As the man fled, I stared at Mr. Amer in horror and disgust. Never would I trust a man like this, was my thought. He glared at me. Who the hell are you? He snarled. I keep asking and you stand there like a dummy. He's the scientist I told you about, said Mary. He's a genius. He has a new invention that will make Largoscope obsolete. This? Said the producer with incredulity. This beanpole is a scientist? I don't believe it. He stared morosely at me, shaking his head. He looks like an elevator operator who can't figure out what button to push. I beg your pardon, I said with indignation. I am a graduate of MIT. I graduated summa cum laude. Anybody can pick up a few words in French, he sneered. If you're such a genius, how much money you got, huh? As I looked at him numbly, my jaw hanging open, he tapped his chest with a sausage-like forefinger. Now I am a genius, see? I'm the guy who hires you. Now that we got that straight, what's this nonsense about you being smart enough to figure out a new invention that will make Largoscope obsolete? The weary cynicism in his gross face enraged me. If I ever had an immediate yearning to crush a man, to make him say uncle, to have him beg and yearn, it was at that moment and toward this insufferable moron. Within half an hour, we had driven back to my small laboratory. He peered suspiciously at the involved maze of wiring and electronic equipment. I pointed to the small unroofed cabinet on my long work table. It was 2 feet deep, and the 4 walls, which were 3 feet long, were studded with small tubes I'd rather not describe, since I've developed them myself, and they produce a new kind of ray. That's my camera, I said. It looks more like a diathermy machine or a sweatbox for reducing, he said skeptically. How's it operate? I set a few dials and went to find Susie, my white cat. Here, pussy pussy, I said tenderly. The man's gone nuts, said Mr. Amer in disgust. Take it easy, I snapped. That's how I made my strange discovery. I was doing a test on the effect of a new kind of radiation on fabrics, and Susie, my cat, walked over the equipment. First she stepped on a dial, turning it accidentally to full power. Then she wandered into the box. So what? Watch and see, I said. I got Susie, and she complacently allowed herself to be put into the box. I placed Mary at the dials with instructions, and took Mr. Amer to the next room, and pointed to a huge circle chalked on the floor. The movie magnate waited impatiently. Mary, I shouted. Okay, turn dial number 1 to full force. We heard a click. Then Mr. Amer yelped and cowered behind me, because in front of us, within the chalk circle, appeared a giant 8-foot-tall cat, an enormous duplicate of Susie. Susie was licking her paw with a tongue that was nearly 2 feet long. Don't be afraid, I said proudly. It's just an image. Look. I stepped forward and ran my hand through the air, where the giant figure of Susie ignored me. My hand disappeared into the image, and I felt the unusual puzzling tingle, as if I were getting a shock. And Susie, from the next room, uttered a faint meow and stopped licking her paw as if she, too, felt something. But there's no screen, Amer said. And it looks so real. It's got 3 dimensions, like an actual body. He cautiously approached, his hands shaking with excitement. He tiptoed around behind the cat image. He choked. It's like a real living cat all around. You haven't seen anything yet, I said happily. Watch this. Mary, I yelled again. Turn dial number 2 very slowly. As we stared, the image of the 3-dimensional Susie shrank from 8 feet all the way down to a 3-dimensional miniature cat the size of a thimble. Mr. Amer looked as if he might faint. "Goodbye, Largoscope," I said grimly. "This will make all 3D and large-screen systems obsolete. It will revolutionize television, too. People will sit home and see actual figures, 3-dimensional figures of real people. There will be no screens at all. The effects of depth and solidity, as you see, are perfect." Suddenly, Susie from the next room gave a yelping meow, and Mary gasped. We jumped, then ran inside. Mary was wringing her hand. There was a little smoke in the room. "My hand hit a wire," said Mary, embarrassed. "I guess I caused a short circuit or something. I'm sorry, all this smoke." She put her hand to her eyes, rubbing. "Susie all right?" I said. "I guess so," she said. "She moved so fast I could hardly see." "My dear fellow!" Mr. Amer was most cordial. He put his arm around my shoulders. He was beaming at me. He was offering me a fat cigar. "What a wonderful invention! You are indeed a genius, and I offer my humblest apologies." "I accept them," I said, pushing him away with distaste. "You may leave now, Mr. Amer." "Leave? Not until we've signed a contract, my friend. I want that invention." "Mr. Amer, that invention isn't perfected yet. I don't even know how it works. The principles are beyond me. It is something new in the world of physics and optics, and—" "That's all right," he cried. "I'll give you 6 months, a year, more, but I want it." "No, I'm afraid I don't trust you," I said. Far from being offended, he was delighted. He laughed as if I'd said something witty. "Of course you don't," he said. "You don't trust me and you don't like me. But just listen to my offer." Right then and there, Mr. Amer made an offer that had my head swimming. He would, first of all, deposit in an account in my name the sum of $1 million, free of taxes. Second, he would include in the contract a stipulation that I'd get 50% of all royalties. Third, and very important to me, in the event that the patent he would apply for in my name was refused, or if it was broken by further research, I could keep the $1 million. "And last," said Mr. Amer, his nostrils flaring as he closed in for the kill, "I'll make your girlfriend, Mary, a big movie star." Mary's eyes widened. She clasped her hands before her, nervously. "Me?" she whispered. But I can't act." "What's that got to do with it?" Mr. Amer said impatiently. "You just gotta hold still while the male lead grabs you. Leave it all to him. He knows what to do." "No," I cried, appalled. "I don't want anybody else kissing Mary." "Neither do I," said Mary, blushing. "You're absolutely right." Mr. Amer uttered a deep sigh. "Such deep love, such clean emotion, it cuts my heart out, honestly. Okay, we'll give the script a scrubbing. Nobody'll put a finger on her." "I don't think I'm interested," said Mary regretfully. Mr. Amer was staggered. He recovered immediately and said hastily, "Smart girl, what intelligence? It's no life for you." "But Mary," I said, kind of liking the idea of my Mary on the screen, of being sole owner of her sweetness, with millions of people knowing nobody could kiss this girl but myself. "It's such a rare opportunity. Every girl wants to be a movie star. Do it." "Sure," cried Mr. Amer. "Don't be a dope. How many girls get a chance like this?" Mary whispered, her eyes shining. "Well, all right, dear, if you insist." "You have a deal, Mr. Amer," I said quickly. Mary typed the contract on my portable, as dictated by Mr. Amer. "Put in a clause," I said cautiously, remembering his ethics, "that the contract is effective only when the $1 million is deposited in my account." Mr. Amer frowned. "Put in a clause for me, too," he said. "He can't draw on the $1 million without a signed receipt from me, saying he's delivered all his blueprints and technical notebooks on the invention. And a full-size camera model, big enough to hold people." "I agree," I said. "I'll have it built and delivered immediately." I shook Mr. Amer's clammy hand, and he departed with Mary to get the $1 million out of his secret safe deposit boxes. I stared dreamily after them, mentally spending that money on all the wonderful things I'd always wanted. A scintillometer, a centrifuge, maybe I could even build my own private cyclotron. And I could visualize Mary cooking dinner in a little white cottage with a picket fence. Within the week, I delivered the full-size camera to Mr. Amer's studio. As he left me, whimpering with joy, and carefully locking the iron doors of the room he'd set aside for my equipment, I stared at the signed receipt in my hand. $1 million. I was rich. At this moment, Mary appeared at the studio gate and ran toward me, her face deathly pale. "What's the matter?" I cried. Remember how we couldn't find Susie all week? She gasped. Well, I just found her. Mary held out her fist, opened her fingers, and I recoiled in astonishment. In her palm was Susie, my cat, but a Susie that was 1 inch long, the smallest, tiniest cat I'd ever seen. She was alive and seemed healthy, as she licked her white fur and uttered a meow I could barely hear. My throat was so dry I could hardly get the words out. Good Lord, the invention. Something went wrong. It not only sends the image in 3 dimensions without a screen to receive it, it also transmits the actual body itself through space. I've created a matter transmitter. But why is Susie so small? Wailed Mary. Apparently it transmits whatever size the image is set at. Remember we had reduced the image of Susie, and at that time you short-circuited the wires? That short circuit is what did it. If Susie's image had been large at that moment, we would have had an 8-foot-tall cat on our hands. I paused, appalled, my eyes clinging to the incredible 1-inch cat, now peering over the edge of Mary's hand at the ground below. It shrank back fearfully. My God, I whispered. I turned and, with Mary close behind me, made a beeline for Mr. Amer. We finally found him and got him alone. Mary opened her palm and, without a word, showed him Susie. Mr. Amer's eyes bulged and his jowls turned ashen. Susie scratched her ear with her miniature rear left foot, and I idly wondered just how small Susie's fleas were. I warned you, I said grimly, that I didn't know how this thing worked or the principles behind it. This is what's liable to happen whenever there's a short circuit in the camera box. I don't know why it happens, but it's too dangerous to use. If you want to call off our deal... No, said Mr. Amer rapidly. A cunning look came over his face. I'm sure you can work the bugs out of it, can't you? I'm sure you're anxious to do more research on it. Indeed I am, I said warmly. You are a man with a true scientific spirit. Go right to work, he said urgently, his fascinated eyes never leaving Susie. Work night and day and night. I'll never leave your side. We must learn how this gadget works. That's what we did. Making Susie comfortable in a matchbox, we set to work in the dead of night, when no inquisitive eyes might see our strange experiments. Mary made us pots of steaming coffee, and Mr. Amer paced helpfully back and forth, uttering unclear mumbles, as I toiled the long wearying hours. It did not take long for me to gain an empirical understanding of what I had, by which I mean that, like electricity in its early days, the mysterious force could be utilized, made to perform, without complete understanding of its basic nature. The night came when I had full control of the machine. We stood staring at it in awe. We had made Susie her normal size again. We had enlarged the image of an old shoe, recklessly aimed the projector out toward the country, and flicked the short-circuit switch that sent it out into space as solid matter. After 3 breathless days, we read the puzzled report in the newspapers. A shoe 8 feet long and 3 feet high had been found in the backyard of a summer cottage. It was a 3-day wonder, until somebody advanced the theory that it was obviously a prop of some kind of musical comedy movie. I looked at my machine with the sense of having created one of the greatest wonders of science. My voice was trembling with pride as I said to Mary and Mr. Amer, the things that can be done with this invention. The incredible things. Yes, said Mr. Amer, gloating, and it's mine, all mine. You'll be the biggest man in the movie industry, I said solemnly. You made a good investment. Mr. Amer gave a strange smile. You are a great inventor, my boy, but you have a small imagination. Biggest man in Hollywood, did you say? The only man in Hollywood, you mean. Why, do you realize what I can do with this invention? I can own Hollywood, television, Broadway, and I'll make a list of people I don't like that I'll get even with. Why, I can be master of the entertainment world. The blinding realization of what I had done flared in my numbed brain. I'd given a tremendous scientific weapon to a ruthless moron, and there was nothing I could do, because he had my blueprints locked in his safe. I stepped forward, and with full force, hit Mr. Amer on the jaw. As he sagged, I grabbed him and shoved him into the transmitter. Look out, cried Mary. He's getting up. No, he said in a strangled voice as he struggled to his knees. No, I'll fix you. I turned the dials full power, hit the directional switch with my open palm, and closed my eyes. Mr. Amer's voice cut off abruptly. When I opened my eyes, he was gone. Thank heaven, gasped Mary in relief. I immediately made computations, and my figures showed that Mr. Amer must have been transported to the Himalayas. That's the area where the abominable snowman had been sighted. That is why I must speak now, regardless of any opinions about the state of my sanity. I would not want Mr. Amer shot by mistake, as he comes rushing toward a party of explorers. It's all right to bring him back now. I've smashed the machine beyond repair, and, since Mary was Mr. Amer's private secretary, she knew where to get the combination of his safe, so we were able to destroy my blueprints and technical notebooks. I've turned the $1 million over to Mr. Amer's lawyers, and they are now fighting off the creditors, who all think Mr. Amer is deliberately hiding from them. Whatever you do, please don't take a shot at the abominable snowman. It is Mr. Amer. Don't Shoot by Robert Zacks.
Duel on Syrtis by Paul Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christoph. Duel on Syrtis by Paul Anderson. The night whispered the message. Over the many miles of loneliness it was borne, carried on the wind, rustled by the half-sentient lichens and the dwarfed trees, murmured from one to another of the little creatures that huddled under crags, in caves, by shadowy dunes. In no words, but in a dim pulsing of dread which echoed through Krieger's brain, the warning ran. They are hunting again. Krieger shuddered in a sudden blast of wind. The night was enormous around him, above him, from the iron bitterness of the hills to the wheeling, glittering constellations light years over his head. He reached out with his trembling perceptions, tuning himself to the brush and the wind and the small, burrowing things underfoot, letting the night speak to him. Alone. Alone. There was not another Martian for 100 miles of emptiness. There were only the tiny animals and the shivering brush and the thin, sad blowing of the wind. The voiceless scream of dying travelled through the brush, from plant to plant, echoed by the fear pulses of the animals and the ringingly reflecting cliffs. They were curling, shrivelling, and blackening as the rocket poured the glowing death down on them, and the withering veins and nerves cried to the stars. Krieger huddled against a tall, gaunt crag. His eyes were like yellow moons in the darkness, cold with terror and hate, and a slowly gathering resolution. Grimly, he estimated that the death was being sprayed in a circle some 10 miles across, and he was trapped in it, and soon the hunter would come after him. He looked up to the indifferent glitter of stars, and a shudder went along his body. Then he sat down and began to think. It had started a few days before, in the private office of the trader Wisby. "I came to Mars," said Riordan, "to get me an owlie." Wisby had learned the value of a poker face. He peered across the rim of his glass at the other man, estimating him. Even in god-forsaken holds like Port Armstrong, one had heard of Riordan. Heir to $1 million shipping firm, which he himself had pyramided into a system-wide monster. He was equally well known as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he'd bagged them all. Except, of course, a Martian. That particular game was forbidden now. He sprawled in his chair, big and strong and ruthless, still a young man. He dwarfed the unkempt room with his size and the hard-held dynamo strength in him, and his cold green gaze dominated the trader. "It's illegal, you know," said Wisby. "It's a 20-year sentence if you're caught at it." "Ah, the Martian commissioner is at Ares, halfway round the planet. If we go at it right, who's ever to know?" Riordan gulped at his drink. "I'm well aware that in another year or so, they'll have tightened up enough to make it impossible. This is the last chance for any man to get an owlie. That's why I'm here." Wisby hesitated, looking out the window. Port Armstrong was no more than a dusty huddle of domes, interconnected by tunnels, in a red waste of sand stretching to the near horizon. An Earthman in airsuit and transparent helmet was walking down the street, and a couple of Martians were lounging against a wall. Otherwise nothing, a silent, deadly monotony brooding under the shrunken sun. Life on Mars was not especially pleasant for a human. "You're not falling into this owlie loving that's corrupted all Earth?" demanded Riordan contemptuously. "Oh no," said Wisby. "I keep them in their place around my post. But times are changing. It can't be helped." "There was a time when they were slaves," said Riordan. "Now those old women on Earth want to give 'em the vote." He snorted. "Well, times are changing," repeated Wisby mildly. "When the first humans landed on Mars 100 years ago, Earth had just gone through the hemispheric wars. The worst wars man had ever known. They damned near wrecked the old ideas of liberty and equality. People were suspicious and tough. They'd had to be, to survive. They weren't able to empathize the Martians, or whatever you call it. Not able to think of them as anything but intelligent animals. And Martians made such useful slaves. They need so little food or heat or oxygen. They can even live 15 minutes or so without breathing at all. And the wild Martians made fine sport. Intelligent game that would get away as often as not, or even manage to kill the hunter. "I know," said Riordan. "That's why I want to hunt one. It's no fun if the game doesn't have a chance." "It's different now," went on Wisby. "Earth has been at peace for a long time. The liberals have gotten the upper hand. Naturally, one of their first reforms was to end Martian slavery." Riordan swore. The forced repatriation of Martians working on his spaceships had cost him plenty. "I haven't time for your philosophizing," he said. "If you can arrange for me to get a Martian, I'll make it worth your while." "How much worth it?" asked Wisby. They haggled for a while before settling on a figure. Riordan had bought guns and a small rocket boat, but Wisby would have to supply radioactive material, a hawk, and a rockhound. Then he had to be paid for the risk of legal action, though that was small. The final price came high. "Now, where do I get my Martian?" inquired Riordan. He gestured at the two in the street. "Catch one of them and release him in the desert?" It was Wisby's turn to be contemptuous. "One of them? Ha! Town loungers! A city dweller from Earth would give you a better fight." The Martians didn't look impressive. They stood only some 4 feet high on skinny, claw-footed legs, and the arms, ending in bony, four-fingered hands, were stringy. The chests were broad and deep, but the waists were ridiculously narrow. They were viviparous, warm-blooded, and suckled their young, but grey feathers covered their hides. The round, hook-beaked heads with huge amber eyes and tufted feather ears showed the origin of the name Owlie. They wore only pouched belts and carried sheath knives. Even the liberals of Earth weren't ready to allow the natives modern tools and weapons. There were too many old grudges. "The Martians always were good fighters," said Riordan. "They wiped out quite a few Earth settlements in the old days."
"The wild ones," agreed Wisby. "But not these. They're just stupid labourers, as dependent on our civilization as we are. You want a real old-timer, and I know where one's to be found."
He spread a map on the desk.
"See, here in the Rafnian Hills, about 100 miles from here, these Martians live a long time, maybe 2 centuries, and this fellow Krieger has been around since the first Earthmen came. He led a lot of Martian raids in the early days, but since the general amnesty and peace, he's lived all alone up there, in one of the old ruined towers. A real old-time warrior, who hates Earthmen's guts. He comes here once in a while with furs and minerals to trade, so I know a little about him."
Wisby's eyes gleamed savagely. "You'll be doing us all a favour by shooting the arrogant bastard.
He struts around here as if the place belonged to him, and he'll give you a run for your money."
Riordan's massive dark head nodded in satisfaction. The man had a bird and a rockhound. That was bad. Without them, Krieger could lose himself in the labyrinth of caves and canyons and scrubby thickets, but the hound could follow his scent, and the bird could spot him from above. To make matters worse, the man had landed near Krieger's tower. The weapons were all there. Now he was cut off, unarmed and alone, save for what feeble help the desert life could give. Unless he could double back to the place somehow. But meanwhile, he had to survive. He sat in a cave looking down past a tortured wilderness of sand and bush and wind-carved rock, miles in the thin clear air to the glitter of metal where the rocket lay. The man was a tiny speck in the huge barren landscape, a lonely insect crawling under the deep blue sky. Even by day the stars glistened in the tenuous atmosphere. Weak pallid sunlight spilled over the rocks, tawny and orcherous and rust-red, over the low dusty thorn bushes and the gnarled little trees and the sand that blew faintly between them. Equatorial Mars. Lonely or not, the man had a gun that could spang death clear to the horizon, and he had his beasts. And there would be a radio in the rocket boat for calling his fellows. And the glowing death ringed them in, a charmed circle which Krieger could not cross, without bringing a worse death on himself than the rifle would give. Or was there a worse death than that? To be shot by a monster, and have his stuffed hide carried back as a trophy for fools to gape at. The iron pride of his race rose in Krieger, hard and bitter and unrelenting. He didn't ask much of life these days. Solitude in his tower to think the long thoughts of a Martian, and create the small exquisite artworks which he loved. The company of his kind at the gathering season, grave ancient ceremony and acrid merriment, and the chance to beget and rear sons. An occasional trip to the earthling settling for the metal goods and the wine, which were the only valuable things they had brought to Mars. A vague dream of raising his folk to a place where they could stand as equals before all the universe. No more. And now they would take even this from him. He rasped a curse on the human and resumed his patient work, chipping a spearhead for what puny help it could give him. The brush rustled dryly in alarm. Tiny hidden animals squeaked their terror. The desert shouted to him of the monster that strode towards his cave. But he didn't have to flee right away. Riordan sprayed the heavy metal isotope in a 10-mile circle around the old tower. He did that by night, just in case patrol craft might be snooping around. But once he had landed, he was safe. He could always claim to be peacefully exploring, hunting lepers or some such thing. The radioactive had a half-life of about 4 days, which meant that it would be unsafe to approach for some 3 weeks, 2 at the minimum. That was time enough when the Martian was boxed in so small an area. There was no danger that he would try to cross it. The Owlies had learnt what radioactivity meant back when they fought the humans, and their vision, extending well into the ultraviolet, made it directly visible to them through its fluorescence, to say nothing of the wholly unhuman extra senses they had. No, Krieger would try to hide, and perhaps to fight, and eventually he'd be cornered. Still, there was no use taking chances. Riordan set a timer on the boat's radio. If he didn't come back within 2 weeks to turn it off, it would emit a signal which Wisby would hear, and he'd be rescued. He checked his other equipment. He had an air suit designed for Martian conditions, with a small pump operated by a power beam from the boat to compress the atmosphere sufficiently for him to breathe it. The same unit recovered enough water from his breath so that the weight of supplies for several days was, in Martian gravity, not too great for him to bear. He had a .45 rifle built to shoot in Martian air. That was heavy enough for his purposes. And, of course, compass, and binoculars, and sleeping bag. Pretty light equipment, but he preferred a minimum anyway. For ultimate emergencies, there was the little tank of suspensine. By turning a valve, he could release it into his air system. The gas didn't exactly induce suspended animation, but it paralyzed efferent nerves and slowed the overall metabolism, to a point where a man could live for weeks on one lungful of air. It was useful in surgery, and had saved the life of more than one interplanetary explorer, whose oxygen system went RE. But Riordan didn't expect to have to use it. He certainly hoped he wouldn't. It would be tedious to lie, fully conscious for days, waiting for the automatic signal to call Wisby. He stepped out of the boat and locked it. No danger that the Owlie would break in, if he should double back. It would take Tordonite to crack that hole. He whistled to his animals. They were native beasts, long ago domesticated by the Martians, and later by man. The rockhound was like a gaunt wolf, but huge-breasted and feathered, a tracker as good as any terrestrial bloodhound. The hawk had less resemblance to its counterpart of Earth. It was a bird of prey, but in the tenuous atmosphere it needed a 6-foot wingspread to lift its small body. Riordan was pleased with their training. The hound bayed, a low, quavering note which would have been muffled almost to inaudibility by the thin air and the man's plastic helmet had the suit not included microphones and amplifiers. It circled, sniffing, while the hawk rose into the alien sky. Riordan did not look closely at the tower. It was a crumbling stump atop a rusty hill, unhuman and grotesque. Once, perhaps 10,000 years ago, the Martians had had a civilization of sorts. Cities and agriculture and Neolithic technology. But according to their own traditions, they had achieved a union of symbiosis with the wildlife of the planet, and had abandoned such mechanical aids as unnecessary. Riordan snorted. The hound bayed again. The noise seemed to hang eerily in the still, cold air, to shiver from cliff and crag, and die reluctantly under the enormous silence. But it was a bugle call, a haughty challenge to a world grown old. Stand aside, make way. Here comes the conqueror. The animal suddenly loped forward. He had a scent. Riordan swung into a long, easy, low-gravity stride. His eyes gleamed like green ice. The hunt was begun. Breath sobbed in Krieger's lungs, hard and quick and raw. His legs felt weak and heavy, and the thudding of his heart seemed to shake his whole body. Still he ran, while the frightful clamour rose behind him, and the padding of feet grew ever nearer. Leaping, twisting, bounding from crag to crag, sliding down shaly ravines and slipping through clumps of trees, Krieger fled. The hound was behind him, and the hawk soaring overhead. In a day and a night they had driven him to this, running like a crazed leper, with death baying at his heels. He had not imagined a human could move so fast, or with such endurance. The desert fought for him. The plants with their queer blind life, that no earthling would ever understand, were on his side. Their thorny branches twisted away as he darted through, and then came back to rake the flanks of the hound, slow him. But they could not stop his brutal rush. He ripped past their strengthless clutching fingers and yammered on the trail of the Martian. The human was toiling a good mile behind, but showed no sign of tiring. Still Krieger ran. He had to reach the cliff edge before the hunter saw him through his rifle sights. Had to. And the hound was snarling a yard behind now. Up the long slope he went. The hawk fluttered, striking at him, seeking to lay beak and talons in his head. He batted at the creature with his spear and dodged around a tree. The tree snaked out a branch from which the hound rebounded, yelling till the rocks rang. The Martian burst onto the edge of the cliff. It fell sheer to the canyon floor, 500 feet of iron-streaked rock tumbling into windy depths. Beyond, the lowering sun glared in his eyes. He paused only an instant, etched black against the sky, a perfect shot if the human should come into view. And then he sprang over the edge. He had hoped the rock-hound would go shooting past, but the animal braked itself barely in time. Krieger went down the cliff face, clawing into every tiny crevice, shuddering as the age-worn rock crumbled under his fingers. The hawk swept close, hacking at him and screaming for its master. He couldn't fight it, not with every finger and toe needed to hang against shattering death. But he slid along the face of the precipice into a grey-green clump of veins, and his nerves thrilled forth the appeal of the ancient symbiosis. The hawk swooped again, and he lay unmoving, rigid as if dead, until it cried in shrill triumph and settled on his shoulder to pluck out his eyes. Then the vines stirred. They weren't strong, but their thorns sank into the flesh, and it couldn't pull loose. Krieger toiled on down into the canyon, while the vines pulled the hawk apart. Riordan loomed hugely against the darkening sky. He fired once, twice, the bullets humming wickedly close, but as shadows swept up from the depths, the Martian was covered. The man turned up his speech amplifier, and his voice rolled and boomed monstrously through the gathering night. Thunder, such as dry Mars had not heard for millennia. "Score one for you! But it isn't enough. I'll find you!" The sun slipped below the horizon, and night came down like a falling curtain. Through the darkness, Krieger heard the man laughing. The old rocks trembled with his laughter. Riordan was tired with the long chase, and the niggling insufficiency of his oxygen supply. He wanted a smoke and hot food, and neither was to be had. Oh, well, he'd appreciate the luxuries of life all the more when he got home, with the Martian's skin. He grinned as he made camp. The little fellow was a worthwhile quarry, that was for damn sure. He'd held out for 2 days now, in a little 10-mile circle of ground, and he'd even killed the hawk. But Riordan was close enough to him now, so that the hound could follow his spur, for Mars had no watercourses to break a trail, so it didn't matter. He lay watching the splendid night of stars. It would get cold before long, unmercifully cold. But his sleeping bag was a good enough insulator to keep him warm, with the help of solar energy stored during the day by its Gergen cells. Mars was dark at night, its moons of little help. Phobos a hurtling speck, Deimos merely a bright star. Dark and cold and empty. The rock-hound had burrowed into the loose sand nearby, but it would raise the alarm if the Martian should come sneaking near the camp. Not that that was likely. He'd have to find shelter somewhere too, if he didn't want to freeze. The bushes and the trees and the little furtive animals whispered a word he could not hear, chattered and gossiped on the wind about the Martian who kept himself warm with work. But he didn't understand that language, which was no language. Drowsily, Riordan thought of past hunts. The big game of Earth, lion and tiger and elephant and buffalo and sheep on the high sun, blazing peaks of the Rockies. Rainforests of Venus and the coughing roar of a many-legged swamp monster crashing through the trees to the place where he stood waiting. Primitive throb of drums in a hot, wet night. Chant of beaters dancing around a fire. Scramble along the hell plains of Mercury with a swollen sun licking against his puny insulating suit. The grandeur and desolation of Neptune's liquid gas swamps and the huge blind thing that screamed and blundered after him. But this was the loneliest and strangest and perhaps most dangerous hunt of all, and on the account the best. He had no malice towards the Martian. He respected the little being's courage as he respected the bravery of the other animals he had fought. Whatever trophy he brought home from this trace would be well earned. The fact that his success would have to be treated discreetly didn't matter. He hunted less for the glory of it, though he had to admit he didn't mind the publicity, and for love. His ancestors had fought under one name or another: Viking, Crusader, mercenary, rebel, patriot, whatever was fashionable at the moment. Struggle was in his blood, and in these degenerate days there was little to struggle against, save what he hunted. Well, tomorrow. He drifted off to sleep. He woke in the short grey dawn, made a quick breakfast, and whistled his hound to heel. His nostrils dilated with excitement, a high keen drunkenness that sang wonderfully within him. Today. Maybe today. They had to take a roundabout way down into the canyon, and the hound cast about for an hour before he picked up the scent. Then the deep-voiced cry rose again, and they were off, more slowly now, for it was a cruel, stony trail. The sun climbed high as they worked along the ancient riverbed. Its pale, chill light washed needle-sharp crags and fantastically painted cliffs, shale and sand and the wreck of geological ages. The low, harsh brush crunched under the man's feet, writhing and crackling its impotent protest. Otherwise it was still, a deep and taut and somehow waiting stillness. The hound shattered the quiet with an eager yelp and plunged forward. Hot scent. Riordan dashed after him, trampling through dense bush, panting and swearing and grinning with excitement. Suddenly the brush opened underfoot. With a howl of dismay, the hound slid down the sloping wall of the pit it had covered. Riordan flung himself forward with tigerish swiftness, flat down on his belly, with one hand barely catching the animal's tail. The shock almost pulled him into the hole too. He wrapped one arm around a bush that clawed at his helmet, and pulled the hound back. Shaking, he peered into the trap. It had been well made, about 20 feet deep, with walls as straight and narrow as the sand would allow, and skillfully covered with brush. Planted in the bottom were 3 wicked-looking flint spears. Had he been a shade less quick in his reactions, he would have lost the hound and perhaps himself. He skinned his teeth in a wolf grin and looked around. The owlie must have worked all night on it. And he couldn't be far away, and he'd be very tired. As if to answer his thoughts, a boulder crashed down from a nearer cliff wall. It was a monster, but a falling object on Mars had less than half the acceleration it does on Earth. Riordan scrambled aside as it boomed onto the place where he had been lying. "Come on!" he yelled, and plunged toward the cliff. For an instant a grey form loomed over the edge, hurled a spear at him. Riordan snapped a shot at it, and it vanished. The spear glanced off the tough fabric of his suit, and he scrambled up a narrow ledge to the top of the precipice. The Martian was nowhere in sight, but a faint red trail led into the rugged hill country. Winged him, by God! The hound was slower in negotiating the shale-covered trail. His own feet were bleeding when he came up. Riordan cursed him, and they set out again. They followed the trail for a mile or 2, and then it ended. Riordan looked around the wilderness of trees and needles which blocked view in any direction. Obviously the owlie had backtracked and climbed up one of those rocks, from which he could take a flying leap to some other point. But which one? Sweat which he couldn't wipe off ran down the man's face and body. He itched intolerably, and his lungs were raw from grasping at the dole of air. But still he laughed in gusty delight. What a chase! What a chase! Krieger lay in the shadow of a tall rock and shuddered with weariness. Beyond the shade, the sunlight danced in what to him was a blinding, intolerable dazzle, hot and cruel and life-hungry, hard and bright as the metal of the conquerors. It had been a mistake to spend priceless hours when he might have been resting, working on that trap. It hadn't worked, and he might have known that it wouldn't. And now he was hungry, and thirst was like a wild beast in his mouth and throat, and still they followed him. They weren't far behind now. All this day they had been dogging him. He had never been more than half an hour ahead. No rest, no rest. A devil's hunt through a tormented wilderness of stone and sand, and now he could only wait for the battle with an iron burden of exhaustion laid on him. The wound in his side burned. It wasn't deep, but it had cost him blood and pain, and a few minutes of catnapping he might have snatched. For a moment the warrior Krieger was gone, and a lonely, frightened infant sobbed in the desert silence. Why can't they let me alone? A low, dusty green bush rustled. A sand runner piped in one of the ravines. They were getting close. Wearily, Krieger scrambled up on top of the rock and crouched low. He had backtracked to it. They should by rights go past him towards his tower. He could see it from here, a low yellow ruin worn by the winds of millennia. There had only been time to dart in, snatch a bow and a few arrows and an axe. Pitiful weapons. The arrows could not penetrate the Earthman's suit, when there was only a Martian's thin grasp to draw the bow, and even with a steel head, the axe was a small and feeble thing. But it was all he had, and his few little allies of a desert, which fought only to keep its solitude. Repatriated slaves had told him of the Earthling's power. Their roaring machines filled the silence of their own deserts, gouged the quiet face of their own moon, shook the planets with a senseless fury of meaningless energy. They were the conquerors, and it never occurred to them that an ancient peace and stillness could be worth preserving. Well, he fitted an arrow to the string and crouched in the silent, flimmering sunlight, waiting. The hound came first, yelping and howling. Krieger drew the bow as far as he could, but the human had to come near first. There he came, running and bounding over the rocks, rifle in hand, and restless eyes shining with taut green light, closing in for the death. Krieger swung softly around. The beast was beyond the rock now, the Earthman almost below it. The bow twanged. With a savage thrill, Krieger saw the arrow go through the hound, saw the creature leap in the air and roll over and over, howling and biting at the thing in its breast. Like a grey thunderbolt, the Martian launched himself off the rock, down at the human. If his axe could shatter the helmet. He struck the man, and they went down together. Wildly, the Martian hewed. The axe glanced off the plastic. He hadn't had room for a swing. Riordan roared and lashed out with a fist. Resting, Krieger rolled backward. Riordan snapped a shot at him. Krieger turned and fled. The man got to one knee, sighting carefully on the grey form that streaked up the nearest slope. A little sand snake darted up the man's leg and wrapped about his wrist. Its small strength was just enough to pull the gun aside. The bullet screamed past Krieger's ear as he vanished into a cleft. He felt the thin death agony of the snake as the man pulled it loose and crushed it underfoot. Somewhat later, he heard a dull boom echoing between the hills. The man had gotten explosives from his boat and blown up the tower. He had lost his axe and bow. Now he was utterly weaponless, without even a place to retire for a last stand. And the hunter would not give up. Even without his animals, he would follow, more slowly, but as relentlessly as before. Krieger collapsed on a shelf of rock. Dry sobbing racked his thin body, and the sunset wind cried with him. Presently he looked up, across a red and yellow immensity to the low sun. Long shadows were creeping over the land, peace and stillness for a brief moment before the iron cold of night closed down. Somewhere the soft trill of a sand runner echoed between low wind-worn cliffs, and the brush began to speak, whispering back and forth in its ancient wordless tongue. The desert, the planet, and its wind and sand under the high cold stars, the clean open land of silence and loneliness, and a destiny which was not man's, spoke to him. The enormous oneness of life on Mars, drawn together against the cruel environment, stirred in his blood. As the sun went down and the stars blossomed forth in awesome frosty glory, Krieger began to think again. He did not hate his persecutor, but the grimness of Mars was in him. He fought the war of all, which was old and primitive, and lost in its own dreams against the alien as the desecrator. It was as ancient and pitiless as life, that war, and each battle won or lost meant something, even if no one ever heard of it. "You do not fight alone," whispered the desert. "You fight for all Mars, and we are with you." Something moved in the darkness, a tiny warm form running across his hand, a little feathered mouse-like thing that burrowed under the sand and lived its small fugitive life, and was glad in its own way of living. But it was a part of a world, and Mars has no pity in its voice. Still, a tenderness was within Krieger's heart, and he whispered gently in the language that was not a language. "You will do this for us. You will do it, little brother." Riordan was too tired to sleep well. He had lain awake for a long time, thinking, and that is not good for a man alone in the Martian hills. So now the rockhound was dead too. It didn't matter. The owlie wouldn't escape. But somehow the incident brought home to him the immensity and the age and the loneliness of the desert. It whispered to him. The brush rustled and something wailed in the darkness, and the wind blew with a wild, mournful sound over faintly starlit cliffs, and it was as if they all somehow had a voice, as if the whole world muttered and threatened him in the night. Dimly, he wondered if man would ever subdue Mars, if the human race had not finally run across something bigger than itself. But that was nonsense. Mars was old and worn out and barren, dreaming itself into a slow death. The tramp of human feet, shouts of men and roar of sky-storming rockets were waking it, but to a new destiny, to man's. When Ares lifted its hard spires above the hills of Syrtis, where then were the ancient gods of Mars? It was cold, and the cold deepened as the night wore on. The stars were fire and ice, glittering diamonds in the deep crystal dark. Now and then he could hear a faint snapping borne through the earth as rock or tree split open. The wind laid itself to rest. Sound froze to death. There was only one hard, clear starlight falling through the space to shatter on the ground. Once something stirred. He woke from a restless sleep and saw a small thing skittering towards him. He groped for the rifle beside his sleeping bag, then laughed harshly. It was only a sand mouse. But it proved that the Martian had no chance of sneaking up on him while he rested. He didn't laugh again. The sound had echoed too hollowly in his helmet. With the clear, bitter dawn, he was up. He wanted to get the hunt over with. He was dirty and unshaven inside the unit, sick of iron rations pushed through the airlock, stiff and sore with exertion. Lacking the hound, which he'd had to shoot, tracking would be slow. But he didn't want to go back to Port Armstrong for another. No. Hell take that Martian. He'd have the devil's skins soon. Breakfast and a little moving made him feel better. He looked with a practiced eye for the Martian's trail. There was sand and brush over everything. Even the rocks had a thin coating of their own erosion. The owlie couldn't cover his tracks perfectly. If he tried, it would slow him too much. Riordan fell into a steady jog. Noon found him on higher ground, rough hills with gaunt needles of rock reaching yards into the sky. He kept going, confident of his own ability to wear down the quarry. He'd run deer to earth back home, day after day until the animal's heart broke and it waited, quivering for him to come. The trail looked clear and fresh now. He tensed with the knowledge that the Martian couldn't be far away. Too clear. Could this be bait for another trap? He hefted the rifle and proceeded more warily. But no, there wouldn't have been time. He mounted a high ridge and looked over the grim, fantastic landscape. Near the horizon he saw a blackened strip, the border of his radioactive barrier. The Martian couldn't go further, and if he doubled back, Riordan would have an excellent chance of spotting him. He tuned up his speaker and let his voice roar into the stillness. "Come out, Owlie! I'm going to get you! You might as well come out now and be done with it!" The echoes took it up, flying back and forth between the naked crags, trembling and shivering under the brassy arch of sky. Come out, come out, come out. The Martian seemed to appear from thin air, a grey ghost rising out of the jumbled stones, and standing poised not 20 feet away. For an instant the shock of it was too much. Riordan gaped in disbelief. Krieger waited, quivering ever so faintly, as if he were a mirage. Then the man shouted and lifted his rifle. Still the Martian stood there, as if carved in grey stone, and with a shock of disappointment, Riordan thought that he had, after all, decided to give himself to an inevitable death. Well, it had been a good hunt. "So long," whispered Riordan, and squeezed the trigger. Since the sand mouse had crawled into the barrel, the gun exploded. Riordan heard the roar and saw the barrel peel open like a rotten banana. He wasn't hurt, but as he staggered back from the shock, Krieger lunged at him.
The Martian was 4 feet tall and skinny and weaponless, but he hit the Earthling like a small tornado. His legs wrapped around the man's waist, and his hands got to work on the air hose. Riordan went down under the impact. He snarled tigerishly and fastened his hands on the Martian's narrow throat. Krieger snapped futilely at him with his beak. They rolled over in a cloud of dust. The brush began to chatter excitedly. Riordan tried to break Krieger's neck. The Martian twisted away, bored in again. With a shock of horror, the man heard the hiss of escaping air as Krieger's beak and his fingers finally worried the air hose loose. An automatic valve clamped shut, but there was no connection with the pump now. Riordan cursed and got his hands about the Martian's throat again. Then he simply lay there, squeezing, and not all Krieger's writhing and twistings could break that grip. Riordan smiled sleepily and held his hands in place. After 5 minutes or so, Krieger was still. Riordan kept right on throttling him for another 5 minutes, just to make sure. Then he let go and fumbled at his back, trying to reach the pump. The air in his suit was hot and foul. He couldn't quite reach around to connect the hose to the pump. Poor design, he thought vaguely. But then, these air suits weren't meant for battle armor. He looked at the slight, silent form of the Martian. A faint breeze ruffled the grey feathers. What a fighter the little guy had been. He'd be the pride of the trophy room back on Earth. Let's see now. He unrolled his sleeping bag and spread it carefully out. He'd never make it to the rocket with what air he had, so it was necessary to let the suspense sign into his suit. But he'd have to get inside the bag, lest the night freeze his blood solid. He crawled in, fastening the flaps carefully, and opened the valve on the suspense sign tank. Lucky he had it, but then, a good hunter thinks of everything. He'd get awfully bored, lying here till Wisby caught the signal in 10 days or so and came to find him, but he'd last. It would be an experience to remember. In this dry air, the Martian's skin would keep perfectly well. He felt the paralysis creep up on him, the waning of heartbeat and lung action. His senses and mind were still alive, and he grew aware that complete relaxation has its unpleasant aspects. Oh, well, he'd won. He'd killed the wiliest game with his own hands. Presently, Krieger sat up. He felt himself gingerly. There seemed to be a rib broken. Well, that could be fixed. He was still alive. He'd been choked for a good 10 minutes. But a Martian can last 15 without air. He opened the sleeping bag and got Riordan's keys. Then he limped slowly back to the rocket. A day or two of experimentation taught him how to fly it. He'd go to his kinsman near Syrtis. Now that they had an earthly machine, and earthly weapons to copy. But there was other business first. He didn't hate Riordan. But Mars is a hard world. He went back and dragged the Earthling into a cave, and hid him beyond all possibility of human search parties finding him. For a while he looked into the man's eyes. Horror stared dumbly back at him. He spoke slowly in halting English. For those you killed, and for being a stranger on a world that does not want you, and against the day when Mars is free, I leave you. Before departing, he got several oxygen tanks from the boat and hooked them into the man's air supply. That was quite a bit of air for one in suspended animation. Enough to keep him alive for 1,000 years. End of Duel on Syrtis by Paul Anderson. Recording by Christoph.
The Conversation of Eros and Charmian by Edgar Allan Poe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Conversation of Eros and Charmian by Edgar Allan Poe. I will bring fire to thee. Euripides, Androm. Eros. Why do you call me Eros? Charmian. So henceforward will you always be called. You must forget too my earthly name, and speak to me as Charmian. Eros. This is indeed no dream. Charmian. Dreams are with us no more, but of these mysteries anon. I rejoice to see you looking lifelike and rational. The film of the shadow has already passed from off your eyes. Be of heart and fear nothing. Your allotted days of stupor have expired, and tomorrow I will myself induct you into the full joys and wonders of your novel existence. Eros. True, I feel no stupor, none at all. The wild sickness and the terrible darkness have left me, and I hear no longer that mad, rushing, horrible sound like the voice of many waters. Yet my senses are bewildered, Charmian, with the keenness of their perception of the new. Charmian. A few days will remove all this, but I fully understand you and feel for you. It is now 10 earthly years since I underwent what you undergo, yet the remembrance of it hangs by me still. You have now suffered all of pain, however, which you will suffer in Iden. Eros. In Iden? Charmian. In Iden. Eros. O God, pity me, Charmian. I am overburthened with the majesty of all things, of the unknown now known, of the speculative future merged in the august and certain present. Charmian. Grapple not now with such thoughts. Tomorrow we will speak of this. Your mind wavers, and its agitation will find relief in the exercise of simple memories. Look not around nor forward, but back. I am burning with anxiety to hear the details of that stupendous event which threw you among us. Tell me of it. Let us converse of familiar things in the old familiar language of the world, which has so fearfully perished. Eros. Most fearfully, fearfully. This is indeed no dream. Charmian. Dreams are no more. Was I much mourned, my Eros? Eros. Mourned, Charmian? Oh, deeply. To that last hour of all there hung a cloud of intense gloom and devout sorrow over your household. Charmian. And that last hour, speak of it. Remember that beyond the naked fact of the catastrophe itself, I know nothing. When, coming out from among mankind, I passed into night through the grave, at that period, if I remember aright, the calamity which overwhelmed you was utterly unanticipated. But indeed I knew little of the speculative philosophy of the day. Eros. The individual calamity was, as you say, entirely unanticipated, but analogous misfortunes had been long a subject of discussion with astronomers. I need scarce tell you, my friend, that even when you left us, men had agreed to understand those passages in the most holy writings which speak of the final destruction of all things by fire as having reference to the orb of the earth alone. But in regard to the immediate agency of the ruin, speculation had been at fault from that epoch in astronomical knowledge in which the comets were divested of the terrors of flame. The very moderate density of these bodies had been well established. They had been observed to pass among the satellites of Jupiter without bringing about any sensible alteration, either in the masses or in the orbits of those secondary planets. We had long regarded the wanderers as vapoury creations of inconceivable tenuity, and as altogether incapable of doing injury to our substantial globe, even in the event of contact. But contact was not in any degree dreaded, for the elements of all the comets were accurately known. That among them we should look for the agency of the threatened fiery destruction had been for many years considered an inadmissible idea. But wonders and wild fancies had been of late days strangely rife among mankind, and although it was only with a few of the ignorant that actual apprehension prevailed, upon the announcement by astronomers of a new comet, yet this announcement was generally received with I know not what of agitation and mistrust. The elements of the strange orb were immediately calculated, and it was at once conceded by all observers that its path at perihelion would bring it into very close proximity with the earth. There were 2 or 3 astronomers of secondary note who resolutely maintained that a contact was inevitable. I cannot very well express to you the effect of this intelligence upon the people. For a few short days they would not believe an assertion which their intellect so long employed among worldly considerations could not in any manner grasp. But the truth of a vitally important fact soon makes its way into the understanding of even the most stolid. Finally, all men saw that astronomical knowledge lied not, and they awaited the comet. Its approach was not at first seemingly rapid, nor was its appearance of very unusual character. It was of a dull red, and had little perceptible train. For 7 or 8 days we saw no material increase in its apparent diameter, and but a partial alteration in its colour. Meantime the ordinary affairs of men were discarded, and all interests absorbed in a growing discussion, instituted by the philosophic, in respect to the cometary nature. Even the grossly ignorant aroused their sluggish capacities to such considerations. The learned now gave their intellect their soul to no such points as the allaying of fear, or to the sustenance of loved theory. They sought, they panted for right views. They groaned for perfected knowledge. Truth arose in the purity of her strength and exceeding majesty, and the wise bowed down and adored. That material injury to our globe or to its inhabitants would result from the apprehended contact was an opinion which hourly lost ground among the wise, and the wise were now freely permitted to rule the reason and the fancy of the crowd. It was demonstrated that the density of the comet's nucleus was far less than that of our rarest gas, and the harmless passage of a similar visitor among the satellites of Jupiter was a point strongly insisted upon, and which served greatly to allay terror. Theologists, with an earnestness fear enkindled, dwelt upon the biblical prophecies, and expounded them to the people with a directness and simplicity of which no previous instance had been known. That the final destruction of the earth must be brought about by the agency of fire was urged with a spirit that enforced everywhere conviction, and that the comets were of no fiery nature, as all men now knew, was a truth which relieved all, in a great measure, from the apprehension of the great calamity foretold. It is noticeable that the popular prejudices and vulgar errors in regard to pestilences and wars, errors which were wont to prevail upon every appearance of a comet, were now altogether unknown, as if by some sudden convulsive exertion reason had at once hurled superstition from her throne. The feeblest intellect had derived vigour from excessive interest. What minor evils might arise from the contact were points of elaborate question. The learned spoke of slight geological disturbances, of probable alterations in climate, and consequently in vegetation, of possible magnetic and electric influences. Many held that no visible or perceptible effect would in any manner be produced. While such discussions were going on, their subject gradually approached, growing larger in apparent diameter, and of a more brilliant lustre. Mankind grew paler as it came. All human operations were suspended. There was an epoch in the course of the general sentiment when the comet had attained at length a size surpassing that of any previously recorded visitation. The people now, dismissing any lingering hope that the astronomers were wrong, experienced all the certainty of evil. The chimerical aspect of their terror was gone. The hearts of the stoutest of our race beat violently within their bosoms. A very few days sufficed, however, to merge even such feelings in sentiments more unendurable. We could no longer apply to the strange orb any accustomed thoughts. Its historical attributes had disappeared. It oppressed us with a hideous novelty of emotion. We saw it not as an astronomical phenomenon in the heavens, but as an incubus upon our hearts and a shadow upon our brains. It had taken with inconceivable rapidity the character of a gigantic mantle of rare flame, extending from horizon to horizon. Yet a day, and men breathed with greater freedom. It was clear that we were already within the influence of the comet, yet we lived. We even felt an unusual elasticity of frame and vivacity of mind. The exceeding tenuity of the object of our dread was apparent, for all heavenly objects were plainly visible through it. Meantime our vegetation had perceptibly altered, and we gained faith from this predicted circumstance in the foresight of the wise. A wild luxuriance of foliage, utterly unknown before, burst out upon every vegetable thing. Yet another day, and the evil was not altogether upon us. It was now evident that its nucleus would first reach us. A wild change had come over all men, and the first sense of pain was the wild signal for general lamentation and horror. This first sense of pain lay in a rigorous constriction of the breast and lungs, and an insufferable dryness of the skin. It could not be denied that our atmosphere was radically affected. The conformation of this atmosphere, and the possible modifications to which it might be subjected, were now the topics of discussion. The result of investigation sent an electric thrill of the intensest terror through the universal heart of man. It had been long known that the air which encircled us was a compound of oxygen and nitrogen gases, in the proportion of 21 measures of oxygen and 79 of nitrogen in every 100 of the atmosphere. Oxygen, which was the principle of combustion and the vehicle of heat, was absolutely necessary to the support of animal life, and was the most powerful and energetic agent in nature. Nitrogen, on the contrary, was incapable of supporting either animal life or flame. An unnatural excess of oxygen would result, it had been ascertained, in just such an elevation of the animal spirits as we had latterly experienced. It was the pursuit, the extension of the idea, which had engendered awe. What would be the result of a total extraction of the nitrogen? A combustion, irresistible, all-devouring, omniprevalent, immediate, the entire fulfilment in all their minute and terrible details of the fiery and horror-inspiring denunciations of the prophecies of the Holy Book. Why need I paint Charmion, the now disenchained frenzy of mankind? That tenuity in the comet, which had previously inspired us with hope, was now the source of the bitterness of despair. In its impalpable gaseous character we clearly perceived the consummation of fate. Meantime a day again passed, bearing away with it the last shadow of hope. We gasped in the rapid modification of the air. The red blood bounded tumultuously through its strict channels. A furious delirium possessed all men, and with arms rigidly outstretched towards the threatening heavens, they trembled and shrieked aloud. But the nucleus of the destroyer was now upon us. Even here in Aiden I shudder while I speak. Let me be brief, brief as the ruin that overwhelmed. For a moment there was a wild, lurid light alone, visiting and penetrating all things. Then let us bow down, Charmion, before the excessive majesty of the great God. Then there came a shouting and pervading sound, as if from the mouth itself of Him, while the whole incumbent mass of ether in which we existed burst at once into a species of intense flame, for whose surpassing brilliancy and all fervid heat even the angels in the high heaven of pure knowledge have no name. Thus ended all. End of the conversation of Eros and Charmion by Edgar Allan Poe. Games by Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ronnie was playing by himself, which meant he was two tribes of Indians having a war. Bang, he muttered, firing an imaginary rifle. He decided that it was a time in history before the white people had sold the Indians any guns, and changed the rifle into a bow. Whiz, thunk, he substituted, mimicking from an Indian film on TV the graphic sound of an arrow striking flesh. Oof! He folded down onto the grass, moaning, ooh, and relapsing into defeat and death. "Want some chocolate milk, Ronnie?" asked his mother's voice from the kitchen. "No, thanks," he called back, climbing to his feet to be another man. Whiz, thunk, whiz, thunk, he added to the flights of arrows as the best archer in the tribe. "Last arrow, whiz," he said, missing one enemy for realism. He addressed another battling brave. "Who has more arrows? They are coming too close. No time. I'll have to use my knife." He drew the imaginary knife, ducking an arrow as it shot. Then he was the tribal chief, standing somewhere else, and he saw that the warriors left alive were outnumbered. "We must retreat. We cannot leave our tribe without warriors to protect the women." Ronnie decided that the chief was heroically wounded, his voice wavering from weakness. He had been propping himself against a tree to appear unharmed, but now he moved so that his braves could see he was pinned to the trunk by an arrow, and could not walk. They cried out. He said, "Leave me and escape, but remember—" No words came, just the feeling of being what he was, a dying old eagle, a chief of warriors, speaking to young warriors who would need advice of seasoned humour and moderation to carry them through their young battles. He had to finish the sentence, tell them something wise. Ronnie tried harder, pulling the feeling around him like a cloak of resignation and pride, leaning indifferently against the tree where the arrow had pinned him, hearing dimly in anticipation the sound of his aged voice conquering weakness to speak wisely of what they needed to be told. They had many battles ahead of them, and the battles would be against odds with so many dead already. They must watch and wait, be flexible and tenacious, determined and persistent, but not too rash, subtle and indirect, not cowardly, and above all be patient with the triumph of the enemy, and not maddened into suicidal direct attack. His stomach hurt with the arrow wound, and his braves waited to hear his words. He had to sum a part of his life's experience in words. Ronnie tried harder to build the scene realistically. Then suddenly it was real. He was the man. He was an old man, guide and adviser in an oblique battle against great odds. He was dying of something, and his stomach hurt with a knotted ache like hunger, and he was thirsty. He had refused to let the young men make the sacrifice of trying to rescue him. He was hostage in the jail and dying because he would not surrender to the enemy nor cease to fight them. He smiled and said, "Remember to live like other men, but remember to remember." And then he was saying things that could not be put into words, complex feelings that were ways of taking bad situations that made them easier to smile at, and the sentences that were not sentences, but single alphabet letters pushing each other with signs, with a feeling of being connected like two halves of a swing, one side moving up when the other moved down, or like swings, or like cogs and pendulums inside a clock, only without the cogs, just with the push. It wasn't adding or multiplication, and it used letters instead of numbers, but Ronnie knew it was some kind of arithmetic. And he wasn't Ronnie. He was an old man teaching young men, and the old man did not know about Ronnie. He thought sadly how little he would be able to convey to the young men, and he remembered more, trying to sum long memories and much living into a few direct thoughts. And Ronnie was the old man and himself, both at once. It was too intense. Part of Ronnie wanted to escape and be alone, and that part withdrew and wanted to play something. Ronnie sat in the grass and played with his toes like a much younger child. Part of Ronnie, that was Dr. Revert Purcell, sat on the edge of a prison cot, concentrating on secret unpublished equations of biogenic stability, which he wanted to pass on to the responsible hands of young researchers in the concealed research chain. He was using the way of thinking which they had told him was the telepathic sending of ideas to anyone ready to receive. It was odd that he himself could never tell when he was sending. Probably a matter of age. They had started trying to teach him when he was already too old for anything so different. The water tap 4 feet away was dripping steadily, and it was hard for Purcell to concentrate, so intense was his thirst. He wondered if he could gather strength to walk that far. He was sitting up, and that was good, but the struggle to raise himself that far had left him dizzy and trembling. If he tried to stand, the effort would surely interrupt his transmitting of equations and all the data he had not sent yet. Would the man with the keys who looked in the door twice a day care whether Purcell died with dignity? He was the only audience, and his expression never changed when Purcell asked him to point out to the authorities that he was not being given anything to eat. It was funny to Purcell to find that he wanted the respect of any audience to his dying, even of a man without response who treated him as if he were already a corpse. Perhaps the man would respond if Purcell said, "I have changed my mind, I will tell." But if he said that, he would lose his own respect. At the biochemists' and biophysicists' convention, the reporter had asked him if any of his researches could be applied to warfare. He had answered with no feeling of danger, knowing that what he did was common practice among research men, sure that it was an unchallengeable right. "Some of them can, but those I keep to myself." The reporter remained deadpan. "For instance?" "Well, I have to choose something that won't reveal how it's done now, but, for example, a way of cheaply mass-producing specific antitoxins against any germ. It sounds harmless if you don't think about it, but actually it would make germ warfare the most deadly and inexpensive weapon yet developed, for it would make it possible to prevent the backspread of contagion into a country's own troops without much expense. There would be hell to pay if anyone ever let that out." Then he had added, trying to get the reporter to understand enough to change his cynical, unimpressed expression, "You understand, germs are cheap. They would be a new plague to spread every time some pipsqueak biologist mutated a new germ. It isn't even expensive or difficult as atom bombs are." The headline was, "Scientist Refuses to Give Secret of Weapon to Government." Government men came and asked him if this was correct, and on having it confirmed, pointed out that he had an obligation. The research foundations where he had worked were subsidized by government money. He had been deferred from military service during his early years of study and work, so he could become a scientist, instead of having to fight or die on the battlefield. "This might be so," he had said. "I am making an attempt to save mankind by doing as much good and as little damage as possible. If you don't mind, I'd rather use my own judgment about what constitutes service." The statement seemed too blunt the minute he had said it, and he recognized that it had implications that his judgment was superior to that of the government. It probably was the most agonizing thing that could have been said, but he could see no other possible statement, for it represented precisely what he thought. There were bigger headlines about that interview, and when he stepped outside the building for lunch the next day, several small gangs of patriots arrived with the proclaimed purpose of persuading him to tell. They fought each other for the privilege. The police had rescued him after he had lost several front teeth and had one eye badly gouged. They then left him to the care of the prison doctor in protective custody. 2 days later, after having been questioned several times on his attitude toward revealing the parts of his research he had kept secret, he was transferred to a place that looked like a military jail and left alone. He was not told what his status was. When someone came and asked him questions about his attitude, Purcell felt quite sure that what they were doing to him was illegal. He stated that he was going on a hunger strike until he was allowed to have visitors and see a lawyer. The next time the dinner hour arrived, they gave him nothing to eat. There had been no food in the cell since, and that was probably 2 weeks ago. He was not sure just how long, for during part of the second week his memory had become garbled. He dimly remembered something that might have been delirium, which could have lasted more than 1 day. Perhaps the military who wanted the antitoxins for germ warfare were waiting quietly for him either to talk or die. Ronnie got up from the grass and went into the kitchen, stumbling in his walk like a beginning toddler. "Choc mill?" he said to his mother. She poured him some and teased gently. "What's the matter, Ronnie? Back to baby talk?" He looked at her with big, solemn eyes and drank slowly, not answering. In the cell, somewhere distant, Dr. Purcell, famous biochemist, began waveringly trying to rise to his feet, unable to remember hunger as anything separate from him that could ever be ended, but weakly wanting a glass of water. Ronnie could not feed him with the chocolate milk, even though this was another himself. The body that was drinking was not the one that was thirsty. He wandered out into the backyard again, carrying the glass. "Bang!" he said deceptively, pointing with his hand in case his mother was looking. "Bang!" Everything had to seem usual. He was sure of that. This was too big a thing and too private to tell a grown-up. On the way back from the sink, Dr. Purcell slipped and fell and hit his head against the edge of the iron cot. Ronnie felt the edge gashing through skin and into bone, and then a relaxing blankness inside his head, like falling asleep suddenly when they are telling you a fairy story, while you want to stay awake to find out what happened next. "Bang," said Ronnie vaguely, pointing at a tree. "Bang." He was ashamed because he had fallen down in the cell and hurt his head and become just Ronnie again before he had finished sending out his equations. He tried to make believe he was alive again, but it didn't work. You could never make believe anything to a real good finish. They never ended neatly. There was always something unfinished, and something that would go right on after the end. It would have been nice if the jailers had come in and he had been able to say something noble to them before dying, to show that he was brave. "Bang," he said randomly, pointing his finger at his head, and then jerked his hand away as if it had burned him. He had become the wrong person that time. The feel of a bullet jolting the side of his head was startling and unpleasant, even if not real, and the flash of someone's vindictive anger and self-pity while pulling a trigger. "My wife will be sorry she ever..." He didn't like that kind of make-believe. It felt unsafe to do it without making up a story first. Ronnie decided to be Indian braves again. They weren't very real, and when they were, they had simple, straightforward emotions about courage and skill and pride and friendship that he would like. A man was leaning his arms on the fence, watching him. "Nice day." "What's the matter, kid? Are you an esper?" "Hello." Ronnie stood on one foot and watched him. "Just making believe. I only want to play. They make it too serious, having all these troubles." "Good countryside." The man gestured at the backyards, all opened in together, with tangled bushes here and there to crouch behind when other kids were there to play hide-and-seek, and with trees to climb. "It can be the universe if you pick and choose who to be, and don't let wrong choices make you shut off from it. You can make yourself learn from this if you are strong enough. Who have you been?" Ronnie stood on the other foot and scratched the back of his leg with his toes. He didn't want to remember. He always forgot right away, but this grown-up was confident and young and strong-looking, and meant something when he talked, not like most grown-ups. "I was playing Indian. I was an old chief, captured by enemies, trying to pass on to other warriors the wisdom of my life before I died." He made believe he was the chief a little, to show the young man what he was talking about. "Purcell!" The man drew in his breath between his teeth, and his face paled. He pulled back from reaching Ronnie with his feelings like holding his breath in. "Good game." "You can learn from him. Don't leave him shut off, I beg you. You can let him influence you without being pulled off your own course. He was a good man. You were honored, and I envy the man you will be if you contacted him on resonant similarities." The grown-up looked frightened. "But you are too young. You'll block him out and lose him. Kids have to grow and learn at their own speed." Then he looked less afraid, but uncertain, and his thoughts struggled against each other. Their own speed, but there should be someone alive with Purcell's pattern and memories. We loved him. Kids should grow at their own speed, but how strong are you, Ronnie? Can you move ahead of the normal growth pattern? Grown-ups always want you to do something. Ronnie stared back, clenching his hands and moving his feet uneasily. The thoughts were open to him. Do you want to be the old chief again, Ronnie? Be him often, so you can learn to know what he knew and feel as he felt. It will be a stiff dose for a kid. It will be rich and exciting, full of memories and skills, but hard to chew. I'm doing this for Purcell, Ronnie, not for you. You have to make up your own mind." "That was a good game. Are you going to play it any more?" His mother would not like it. She would feel the difference in him, as much as if he had read one of the books she kept away from him, books that were supposed to be for adults only. The difference would hurt her. He was being bad, like eating between meals, but to know what grown-ups knew. He tightened his fists and looked down at the grass. "I'll play it some more." The young man smiled, still pale, and holding half his feelings back behind a dam. "Then mesh with me a moment. Let me in." He was in with the thought, feeling Ronnie's confused consent, reassuring him by not thinking or looking around inside while sending out a single call, "Purcell! Doc!" that found the combination key to Ronnie's guarded yesterdays and last nights and 10 minutes ago's. "Ronnie, I'll set that door. Purcell's memories open for you. You can't close it, but feel like this about it." And he planted in a strong set, questioning, cool, open, a feeling of absorbing without words. It will give information when you need it, like a dictionary. The grown-up straightened away from the fence, preparing to walk off. Behind a dam pressed grief and anger for the death of the man he called Purcell. And any time you want to be the old chief, at any age he lived, just make believe you are him. Grief and anger pressed more strongly against the dam, and the man turned and left rapidly, letting his thoughts flicker and scatter through private memories, that Ronnie did not share, that no one shared, breaking thought contact with everyone so that the man could be alone in his own mind to have his feelings in private. Ronnie picked up the empty glass that had held his chocolate milk from the back steps where he had left it, and went inside. As he stepped into the kitchen, he knew what another kitchen had looked like for a 5-year-old child who had been Purcell 90 years ago. There had been an iron sink and a brown and green spotted faucet, and the glass had been heavier and transparent, like real glass. Ronnie reached up and put the coloured plastic tumbler down. "That was a nice young man, dear. What did he say to you?" Ronnie looked up at his mamma, comparing her with the remembered mamma of 50 years ago. He loved the other one, too. "He told me he's glad I play Indian." End of Games by Catherine MacLean.
The Gravity Business by James E. Gunn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vern Seward. The flivver descended vertically towards the green planet circling an old orange sun. It was a spaceship, but not the kind the men had once dreamed about. The flivver was shaped like a crude bullet, blunt at one end of a fat cylinder and tapering abruptly to a point at the other. It had been slapped together out of sheet metal and insulation board, and it sold, fully equipped, for $15,730. It didn't behave like a spaceship either. As it hurtled down, its speed increased with dramatic swiftness. Then at the last instant before impact, it stopped, just like that. A moment later it thumped the last few inches into ankle-deep grass and knee-high white flowers of the meadow. It was a shock of a jar that made the sheet metal walls boom like thunder machines. The flivver rocked unsteadily on its flat stern before it decided to stay upright. Then all was quiet. Outside. Inside the big central cabin, Grandpa waved his perkit irately in the air. "Now look what you made me do. Just when I had the blame thing practically whipped, too." Grandpa was a white-haired 90-year-old who could still go a fast round or two with a man or woman half his age. But he had a habit of lapsing into tantrums when he got annoyed. "Now, Grandpa," Fred soothed, but his face was concerned. Fred, once called Young Fred, was Grandpa's only son. He was 60, and his hair had begun to gray at the temples. "That landing was pretty rough, Junior." Junior was Fred's only son. Because he was 35 and capable of exercising adult judgment, and because he had the youngest adult reflexes, he sat in a pilot's chair, the control stick between his knees, his thumb still over the on-off button on the top. "I know it, Fred," he said, frowning. "This world fools me. It has a diameter less than that of Mercury, and yet it has the gravitational pull as great as Earth." Grandpa started to say something, but an 8-year-old boy looked up from the navigator's table beside the big computer and said, "Well, gosh, Junior, that's why we picked this planet. We fed all the orbital data into Abacus, and Abacus said that the orbital perturbations indicated that the second planet was unusually heavy for its size. Then Fred said, 'That looks like heavy metals,' and you said, 'Maybe uranium.'" "That's enough for," Junior interrupted. "Never mind what I said." Those were the Peppergrass men, 4 generations of them, looking remarkably alike, although some vital elements seemed to have dwindled until 4 looked pale and thin-faced and wizened. "Now 4, Reba said automatically. "Don't call your father Junior. It sounds disrespectful." Reba was 4's mother and Junior's wife. On her own, she was a red-haired beauty with the loveliest figure this side of Antares. That Junior had won her was, to Grandpa, the the most hopeful thing he had ever noticed about the boy. "But everybody calls Junior Junior," Ford complained. "Besides, Fred is Junior's father, and Junior calls him Fred." "That's different," Reba said. Grandpa was still waving his puzzle circuit indignantly. "See?" The puzzle circuit was a flat box equipped with push buttons and 13 slender openings in the top. One of the openings was lighted. "That landing made me push the wrong button, and that dead blasted thing beat me again." "Stop picking on Junior," Joyce said sharply. She was Junior's mother and Fred's wife, still slim and handsome as she approached 60, but somehow ice water had replaced the warm blood in her veins. "I'm sure he did the best he could." "Anybody who talks about gravitational pull," Grandpa said, snorting, "deserves anything anybody could say about him. There's no such thing, Junior. You ought to know by now that gravitation is the effect of the curving of space-time around matter. Einstein proved that 200 years ago." "Go back to your games, Grandpa," Fred said impatiently. "We've got work to do." Grandpa knitted his bushy white eyebrows and petulantly pushed the last button on his perkit. The last light went out. "You've got work to do, have you? Whose flivver do you think this is, anyhow?" "It belongs to all of us," Four said shrilly. "He gave us all a sixth share." "Oh, that's right, Four," Grandpa muttered. "So I did. But whose money bought it?" "You, Grandpa," Fred said. "That's right. And who invented the gravity polarizer and the space flivver, eh? Who made it possible, this gallivanting all over space?" "You, Grandpa," Fred said. "You bet. And who made $100 million out of it, that the rest of you vultures are just hanging around to gobble up when I die?" "And who spent it all trying to invent perpetual motion machines and longevity pills," Joyce said bitterly, "and fixed it so that we have to go searching for uranium on habitable worlds all through this deadly galaxy? You, Grandpa." "Well, now," Grandpa said, protesting, "I've got a little put away yet. You'll be sorry when I'm dead and gone." "You're never going to die, Grandpa," Joyce said harshly. "Just before we left, we bought a 100-year contract with that Life Begins at 90 longevity company." "Well, now," said Grandpa, blinking. "How'd you find out about that? Well, now." In confusion, he turned back to the perkit and jabbed a button. 13 slim lights sprang on. "I'll get you this time." Four stretched and stood up. He looked curiously into the corner by the computer where Grandpa's chair stood. "You bought that perkit from Earth, didn't you? What's the game?" Grandpa looked up, obviously relieved to drop this act of intense concentration. "Well, I'll tell you, boy. You play against the perkit, taking turns, and you can put out 1, 2, or 3 lights. The player who makes the other turn out the last light is the winner." "That's simple," Forrest said without hesitation. "The winning strategy is to—" "Don't be a kibitzer," Grandpa snapped. "When I need your help, I'll ask for it. No dag-blamed machine's going to outthink Grandpa," he snorted indignantly. Four shrugged his narrow shoulders and wandered to the view screen. Within it was the green horizon, curving noticeably. Four angled the picture towards the ship, sweeping through green, peaceful woodland and plain and blue lake until he stared down at the meadow at the flivver's stern. "Look," he said suddenly. "This planet not only has flora, it has fauna." He rushed to the airlock. "Four," Reba called out warningly. "It's all right, Reba," Four assured her. "The air is within 1% Earth normal, and the bioanalyzer can find no microorganisms viable within the Terran spectrum." "What about microorganisms?" Reba began, but the boy was gone already. Reba's face was troubled. "That boy," she said to Junior. "Sometimes I think we made a terrible mistake with him. He should have friends, playmates. He's more like an old man than a boy." But Junior nodded meaningfully at Fred and disappeared into the chart room. Fred followed casually. Then, as the door slid shut behind him, he asked impatiently, "Well, what's all the mystery?" "No use bothering the others yet," Junior said, his face puzzled. "You see, I didn't let the flivver drop those last few inches. The polarizer quit." "Quit?" "That's not the worst. I tried to take it up again. The flivver, it won't budge." The thing was a featureless blob, a 2-foot sphere of raspberry gelatin, but it was alive. It rocked back and forth in front of Four. It opened a raspberry-colored pseudomouth and said plaintively, "Fweep! Fweep!" Joyce drew her chair further back towards the wall, revulsion on her face. "Four, get that nasty thing out of here." "You mean fweep?" Four asked in astonishment. I mean, that thing, whatever you call it. Joyce fluttered her hand impatiently. Get it out. Four's eyes widened further. But Fweep's my friend. Nonsense, Joyce said sharply. Earthmen don't make friends with aliens. And that's nothing but a blob. Fweep? Queried the raspberry lips. Fweep? If it's Four's friend, Reba said firmly, it can stay. If you don't like it around, Grammy, you can always go to your own room. Joyce stood indignantly. Well, and don't call me Grammy. It makes me sound as old as that goat over there. She glared malignantly at Grandpa. If you'd rather have that blob than me, well... She swept grandly out of the central cabin and into one of the private rooms that opened out from it. Fweep? Asked the blob. Sure, Forrest said. Go ahead, sweep. Swiftly, the sphere rolled across the floor. Behind it, it left a narrow path of sparkling clean tile. Grandpa glanced warily at Joyce's door to make sure it was completely closed. Then he cocked a white eyebrow at Reba. Good for you, Reba, he said admiringly. 40 years now I've wanted to do that. Never had the nerve. Why, thanks, Grandpa, Reba said, surprised. I like you, gal. Never forget it. I like you too, Grandpa. If you had been a few years younger, Junior would have had some competition. You bet he would. Grandpa leaned back and cackled. Then he leaned over confidentially towards Reba and whispered, Beats me why you ever married a jerk like Junior anyhow. Reba looked thoughtfully at the airlock door. Maybe I saw something in him that nobody else saw, the man he might become. He's been submerged in his family too long. He's still a child to all of you, and to himself. Reba smiled at Grandpa brilliantly. And maybe I thought he might grow into a man like his grandfather. Grandpa turned red and looked quickly toward Four. The boy was staring intently at Fweep. What you doing, Four? Trying to figure out what Fweep does with the sweepings, Four said absently. The outer inch or two of his body gets cloudy, then slowly clears. I think I'll try him with a bigger particle. That's the ideal, Four. You'll be a peppergrass yet. How about building me a perkit? You get the other one figured out? It was easy, Grandpa said breezily. Once you understood the principle, the player who moves second can always win if he uses the right strategy. Dividing the 13 lights into 3 sections of 4 each. That's right, Four agreed. I can make you a new one by cannibalizing the other perkit, but I'll need a few extra parts. Grandpa pushed the wall beside his chair, and a drawer slid out of it. Inside were row after row of nipple-topped, flat-sided, flexible, free-fall bottles, and a battered cigar box. Thought you'd say that, he said, picking out the box. Help yourself. With the other hand, he lifted out one of the bottles and took a long drag on it. Ah! He sighed, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and carefully put the bottle away. What's that stuff you drink, Grandpa? Four asked. Tonic, boy. Keeps me young and frisky. Now, about that perkit. Did you ever work on the Niccolo Tartangula's puzzle about the 3 lovely brides, the 3 jealous husbands, the river, and the 2-passenger rowboat? Yep, Grandpa said. Too easy. Four thought for a moment. There's a modern variation with 3 missionaries and 3 cannibals, same river, same rowboat, and only one of the cannibals can row. If the cannibals outnumber the missionaries... Sounds good, boy, Grandpa said eagerly. Whip it up for me. Okay, Grandpa. Four looked at Fweep again. The translucent sphere had paused at Grandpa's feet. Grandpa reached down to pat it. For an instant, his hand disappeared into Fweep, and then the alien creature rolled away. This time, its path seemed crooked. Its gelatinous form jiggled. Yeah, it said. As if in response, the flivver vibrated. Grandpa looked querulously at the airlock. Flivver shouldn't shake like that. Not with the polarizer on. The airlock door swung inward. Through the oval doorway walked Fred, followed closely by Junior. They were sweat-stained and weary, scintillation counters dangling heavily from their belts. Any luck? Reba asked brightly. Do we look it? Junior grumbled. Where's Joyce? Fred asked. Might as well get everybody in on this at once. Joyce! The door to his wife's room opened instantly. Behind it, Joyce was regal and slim. The pose was spoiled immediately by her avid question. Any uranium, radium, thorium? No, Fred said slowly, and no other heavy metals either. There's a few low-grade iron deposits, and that's it. Then what makes this planet so heavy? Reba asked. Junior shrugged helplessly and collapsed into a chair. Your guess is as good as anybody's. Then we've wasted another week on this worthless rock, Joyce complained. She turned savagely on Fred. This was going to make us all filthy rich. We were going to find radioactives and retire to Earth like billionaires. And all we've done is spent a year of our lives in this cramped old flivver, and we don't have many of them to spare. She glared venomously at Grandpa. We've got Fweepland, Forrest said solemnly. Fweepland, Reba repeated. This planet. It's not big, but it's fertile, and it's harmless. As real estate, it's worth almost as much as solid uranium. A good thing, too, Junior said glumly, because this looks like the end of our search. Short of a miracle, we'll spend the rest of our lives right here. Involuntary columnist. Joyce spun on him. You're joking, she screeched. I wish I were, Junior said, but the polarizer won't work. Either it's broken or there's something about the gravity around here that just won't polarize. It's these 23 models, Grandpa put in disgustedly. They never were any good. The land of Fweep turned slowly on its axis. The orange sun set and rose again and stared down once more on the meadow where the improbable spaceship rested on its improbable stern. The 16 Earth hours that the rotation had taken had changed nothing inside the ship either. Grandpa looked up from his perkit and said, If I were you, Junior, I'd take a good look at that TV repairman when we get back to Earth. If we get back to Earth, he amended. You can't be Forrest's father. All over the universe, gravity's the same. And if it's gravity, the polarizer will polarize it. That's just supposition, Junior said stubbornly. The fact is, it isn't because it doesn't. QED. Maybe the polarizer's broken, Fred suggested. Grandpa snorted. Broken smoking. Nothing to break, young Fred. Just a few coils of wire, and they're all right. We checked. We know the power plant's working. The lights are on. The air and water recirculation systems are going. The food resynthesizer is okay. And anyway, the polarizer could work from storage batteries if it had to. Well, then it goes deeper, Junior insisted. It goes right to the principle of polarization itself. For some reason, it doesn't work here. Why? Before we can discover the answer to that, we'll have to know more about polarization itself. How does it work, Grandpa? Grandpa gave him a sarcastic grin. Now you're curious, eh? Couldn't be bothered with Grandpa's inventions before. Oh, no, too busy. Accept without questions the blessings that the good Lord provideth. Let's not get on any pulpits, Fred growled. Come on, Grandpa. What's the theory behind polarization? Grandpa looked at the four faces staring at him hopefully, and the jeering grin turned into a smile. Well, he said, at last. You know how light's polarized, eh? The smile faded. No, I guess you don't. He cleared his throat professorially. Well, now, in ordinary light, the vibrations are perpendicular to the ray in all directions. When light is polarized by passing through crystals, or by reflection or refraction at non-metallic surfaces, the path of the vibrations are still perpendicular to the ray, but they're in straight lines, circles, or ellipses. The faces were still blank and unillumined. Gravity is similar to light, he pressed on. In the absence of matter, gravity is non-polarized. Matter polarizes gravity in a circle around itself. That's how we've always known it, until the invention of spaceships and later the polarizer. The polarizer polarizes gravity into a straight line. That makes the ship take off and continue accelerating until the polarizer is shut off or the angle is shifted. The faces looked at him silently. Finally, Joyce could endure it no longer. That's just nonsense. We all know it. Grandpa's no genius. He's just a tinkerer. One day he happened to tinker out the polarizer. He doesn't know how it works any more than I do. Now, wait a minute, Grandpa protested. That's not fair. Maybe I didn't figure out the theory myself, but I read everything the scientists ever wrote about it. Wanted to know what made the blame thing work. What I told you is what the scientists said, near as I can remember. Now me, I'm like Edison. I do it and let everybody else worry over why. The only thing you ever did was the polarizer, Joyce snapped. And then you spent everything you got from it on those fool perpetual motion machines and those crazy longevity schemes, when any moron would know that they were impossible. Grandpa squinted at her sagely. That's what they said about the gravity polarizer before I invented it. But you don't really know how it works, Junior persisted. Well, no, Grandpa admitted. Actually, I was just fiddling around with some coils when one of them took off. Went right through the ceiling, dragging a battery behind it. I guess it's still going. Ought to be out near the Horseshoe Nebula by now. Luckily, I remember how I wound it. Why won't the ship work then, if you know so much? Joyce demanded ironically. Well, now, Grandpa said in bafflement, it rightly should, you know. We're stuck, Reba said softly. We may as well admit it. All we can do is set the transmitter to send out an automatic distress call, which, Joyce interrupted, might get picked up in a few centuries. And make the best of what we got, Reba went on, unheeding. If we look at it the right way, it's quite a lot. A beautiful, fertile world, Earth gravity, the flivver. Even if the polarizer won't work, there's the resynthesizer. It will keep us in food and clothes for years. By then, we should have a good-sized community built up, because out here, we won't have to stop with one child. We can have all the babies we want. You know the law. 1 child per couple, Joyce reminded her frigidly. You can condemn yourself to exile from civilization if you wish. Not me. Junior frowned at his wife. I believe you're actually glad it happened. I could think of worse things, Reba said. I like your spunk, Reb, Grandpa muttered. Speaking of children, Junior said, where's Four? Here. Four came through the airlock and trudged across the room, carrying a curious contraption made of tripod legs supporting a small box from which dangled a plumb bob. Behind Four, like a round raspberry shadow, rolled Fweep. Fweep? He queried hopefully. Not now, said Four. Where have you been? Reba asked anxiously. What have you been doing? I've been all over Freepland, Four said wearily, trying to locate its center of gravity. Well, Fred prompted, it shifts. That's impossible, Junior said. Not for Fweep, Four replied. What do you mean by that? Joyce suspiciously asked. It shifted, Four explained patiently, because Fweep kept following me. Fweep? Junior repeated stupidly. Fweep? Fweep said eagerly. He's why the flivver won't work. What Grandpa invented was a linear polarizer. Fweep is a circular polarizer. He's what makes this planet so heavy. He's why we can't leave. The land of Fweep rotated once on its axis, and Grandpa lowered a nippled bottle from his lips. He sighed. I got it figured out, Four, he said, holding out the perket proudly. A missionary takes over a non-rowing type cannibal, leaves him there. Then a rowing cannibal takes over another cannibal and leaves him there and... Not now, Grandpa, Four said inattentively as he watched Fweep making the grand tour of the cabin. The raspberry sphere swept over a scattering of crumbs, engulfed them, absorbed them. Four looked at Joyce. Joyce was watching Fweep too. Rat poison? Four asked. Joyce started guiltily. How did you know? There's no use trying to poison Fweep, Four said calmly. He's got no enzymes to act on, no nervous system to paralyze. He doesn't even use what he eats on a molecular level at all. Well, what level does he use? Junior wanted to know. Point the scintillation counter at him. Junior dug one of the counters out of the supply cabinet and aimed the pickup at Fweep. The counter began to hum. As Fweep approached, the hum rose in pitch. As it passed, the hum dropped. Junior looked at the counter's dial. He's radioactive, all right. Not much, but enough. But where does he get the radioactive material? He uses ordinary matter, Four said. He must have used up the few deposits of natural radioactives a long time ago. He uses ordinary substances on an atomic level, Junior said unbelievingly. Four nodded. And that skin of his, whatever it is he uses for skin, is more efficient at stopping particle emissions than several feet of lead. Fred studied Fweep thoughtfully. Maybe we can feed him enough enriched uranium from the pile to put him over the critical mass. And blow him up? I don't think that's possible. But even if it were, it might be a trifle more disastrous for us. Four giggled at the thought. Joyce glared at him furiously. Four, act to your age. We've got to do something with him. It's preposterous that we should be detained here at the whim of a mere blob. I don't figure it's whim, Grandpa said. Circular gravity is what he's got for one reason or another, so he just naturally bends space-time continuum around him. Conscious or subconscious? I don't know, but protoplasm is always more efficient than machines, so the flivver won't move. I don't care why that thing does it, Joyce said icily. I want it to stop, and the sooner the better. If it won't turn the gravity off, we'll just have to do away with it. How? Four asked.
Fweep's skin is pretty close to impervious, and you can't shoot him, stab him, or poison him. He doesn't breathe, so you can't drown or strangle him. You can't imprison him. He eats everything, and violence might just be more dangerous to us than to him. Right now, Fweep is friendly, but suppose he got mad. He could lower his radioactive shield, or he might increase the gravity a few times. Either way, you'd feel rather uncomfortable, Grammy.
Don't call me Grammy. Well, what are we going to do? Just sit around and wait for that thing to die?
We'd have a long wait,
Four observed.
Fweep is the only one of his kind on this planet.
Well,
He's probably immortal.
and he doesn't reproduce?
Reba asked sympathetically.
Probably not. If he doesn't die, there's no point in reproducing. Reproduction is nature's way of providing racial immortality for mortal creatures.
But he must have some way of reproduction.
Reba argued.
An egg or something. He couldn't just have sprung into being as he is now.
Maybe he just developed.
Four offered.
It seems to me that he's bigger than when we first landed.
He must have been here a long, long time, Fred said. Fweepland, as Four calls it, kept its atmosphere and its water, which a planet this size ordinarily would have lost by now. Reba looked at Fweep kindly.
We can thank the little fella for that anyway. I thank him for nothing,
Joyce snapped.
He lured us down here by making us think this planet had heavy metals, and I want him to let us go immediately.
Fred turned to his wife impatiently. Well, try making him understand. And if you can make him understand what you want him to do, try making him do it. Joyce looked at Fred with startled eyes.
Fred!
She said in a high, shocked voice, and turned blindly toward her room. Grandpa lowered his bottle and smacked his lips.
Well, boy,
he said to Fred.
I thought you'd never do that. I didn't think you had it in you.
Fred stood up apologetically. I'd better go calm her down, he muttered, and walked quickly after Joyce.
Give her one for me,
Grandpa called. Fred's shoulders twitched as the door closed behind him. From the room came the filtered sound of high-pitched voices, rising and falling, like some reedy folk music.
Makes you think, doesn't it?
Grandpa said, looking at Fweep benignly.
Maybe this whole theory of gravitation is cockeyed. Maybe there's a Fweep for every planet and sun, big and little, polarizing the gravity in circles, and the matter business is not a cause, but a result.
What I can't understand, Junior said thoughtfully, is why the polarizer worked for a little while when we landed. Long enough to keep us from being squashed. Then it quit.
Fweep didn't recognize it immediately. Didn't know what it was or where it came from,
Four explained.
All he knew is he didn't like linear polarization, and he neutralized it as soon as he could. That's when we dropped.
Linear polarization is uncomfortable for him, is it?
Grandpa said.
Makes you wonder how something like Fweep could ever develop.
He's no more improbable than people,
said Four.
Less than some I've known,
Grandpa conceded.
If he can eat anything,
Reba said.
Why does he keep sweeping the cabin for dust and lint?
He wants to be helpful,
Four replied without hesitation.
And he's lonely. After all,
he added wistfully,
he's never had any friends.
How do you know all these things?
Joyce asked from her doorway, excitement in her voice.
Can you talk to it?
Behind her, Fred said, Now, Joyce, you promised.
But this is important.
Joyce cut him off eagerly.
Can you talk to it, I mean?
Some,
Four admitted.
Have you asked it to let us go?
Yes.
Well, what did it say?
He said he didn't want his friend to leave him.
At the word, Fweep rolled swiftly across the floor and bounced into Four's lap. It nestled against him lovingly and opened raspberry lips.
Friend,
it said.
Well, now,
Grandpa said maliciously, his eye on Joyce.
That's no problem. We can just leave Four here with Fweep.
In a voice filled with sanctimonious concern, Joyce said,
That's quite a sacrifice to ask. But, Joyce!
Reba cried, horrified.
Grandpa was joking, but you actually meant it. Four is only a baby, and yet you let him.
Never mind, Reba,
Four said evenly.
It was just what I was going to suggest myself. It's the one really logical solution.
Friend,
said Fweep gently. The land of Fweep turned like a fat old man toasting himself in front of an open fire, and Junior sat at the computer's keyboard, swearing in steady monotone.
Junior,
said Joyce, shocked. Junior swung around impatiently. Sorry, Mother, but this damn thing won't work.
I'm sure calling it names won't help. And besides, you shouldn't expect the machine to do something we can't do. And if it did work, it would only say that the logical answer is the one that I said.
Mother, Junior warned. We decided not to talk about it anymore. For strange enough, without encouraging him to think like a martyr. It's out of the question. If that's the only way we can leave this planet, then we'll stay here until Four has a beard as white as Grandpa's.
Well,
Joyce said in a stiff, offended tone, and sat back in her chair. Grandpa lowered the nippled bottle from his lips and chortled.
Junior, I apologize for all the mean things I ever said about you. Maybe you got the makings of a peppergrass yet.
Junior turned back to the keyboard and studied it, his chin in his hand. It's just a matter of stating the problem in terms the computer can work on.
I'll take it all back,
Grandpa said.
That computer won't help you with this problem, Junior. It ain't a long, complicated calculation. It's a simple problem in logic. It's a Perkit problem, like the one about the cannibals and the missionaries. We can't leave Fweepland because Fweep won't let our polarizer work. He won't let our polarizer work because he doesn't like the gravity that's polarized in a straight line, and he don't want Four to leave him. Now, Fweep ain't the brightest creature in the universe, so he can't understand why we're so gosh-fired eager to leave. And as long as he's got Four, he's happy. Why should he make himself unhappy? As a favor to Four, he'd let us leave if we leave Four here with him, which we ain't gonna do. That's the problem. All we gotta do is figure out the answer. No use making a Perkit, because a puzzle circuit is just a miniature computer with a solution built in. If you can build the Perkit, you've already solved the problem. And if you can state the problem to Abacus, you've already got the answer. All you want from it then is decimal points.
That may be, Junior said stubbornly. But I still want to know why this computer won't work. It won't even do simple arithmetic. Where's Four? He's the only one who can understand this thing.
He's outside playing in the meadow with Fweep,
Reba said, her voice soft.
No, here they come now.
Through the airlock came Four, carrying Fweep on his shoulder like a raspberry cat without head or tail. Four's thin face glowed with exertion and glistened with sweat. Already the orange sun had begun to paint his skin tan.
We've been playing dodgeball,
Four panted.
Fweep was the ball, and I had to dodge him.
There's something wrong with this computer, Junior complained. Take a look at it.
Sure, Daddy,
Four said promptly, and he took his father's place at the keyboard. After a few moments, he began to frown, then detached the front panel and started sorting through the maze of wires and electronic components. Grandpa watched him with a wary eye. Joyce was unable to restrain herself any longer.
The way you people talk, a person would think we were never going to leave this godforsaken, miserable, uncivilized planet.
That seems to be the general idea,
Grandpa chuckled, enjoying her dismay. Unless we can build a reaction rocket ship to push us out of Fweep's range, Fred said glumly. We've got iron ore, Junior put in eagerly. Grandpa snorted.
Come on, use your brains. You'd have to build a ship. These flivvers weren't built for the stresses of reaction flight. By the time you solved all the problems of motors and alloys and rocket tube linings, fuel, ship construction, personnel protection, and all the rest of it, this planet would be another Detroit, and your great-great-great-grandchildren would be living in it. You couldn't build a blast furnace even if you had the Pleat Congressional Microfilm Library. You'd do better to figure out how Fweep does what he does and doing something practicing on that.
Well, Junior said peevishly, trying to get away is better than sitting here and talking about it. Reba stared thoughtfully at Junior and said,
Maybe Fweep would go with us. Yes,
Joyce said excitedly.
Maybe the dear little thing will go with us. That would solve everything.
Without looking around, Forrest said,
I asked him already. Fweep's afraid to come along.
I'm sure we would be very good to him,
Joyce said swiftly.
I've always liked pets. Why, I once had a goldfish of my very own.
Which you let die, Fred said dryly, because you forgot to feed it.
Oh, he's not afraid of people,
Ford told them.
He's afraid of space and unpolarized gravity and things like that. He's lived there all his life. That's a long time. And it makes him feel awfully funny just to think about leaving. He said he can still remember the way our linear gravitation felt inside when we landed.
Well,
Joyce said firmly,
he'll just have to fight it, that's all. If a person let that kind of neurotic impulse rule his life, he'll be completely demoralized in no time.
Ford glanced over his shoulder at Joyce to see if she were joking. Shaking his head, he returned to the computer's innards. A moment later, he swung around and stared accusingly at Grandpa.
You've cannibalized Abacus. Well, now,
Grandpa protested, licking his lips nervously.
You see, That's where you got the parts for the Perkit,
Forrest said with merciless logic. Joyce stood up virtuously and shook her finger at Grandpa.
First you entice us out here in this nasty old flivver, and then you get us stuck, and now you've ruined the computer for your nasty old games.
Well, now,
Grandpa blustered.
the gol darn thing wouldn't work, would it? We didn't need it. Not with 4 around. He figures everything out in his head, and we just use abacus to sort of check him. Ain't that right now?
5 pairs of eyes stared at him in silence.
Well, now,
Grandpa said defensively.
I got it all worked out anyhow. We can leave here any time we get ready.
The land of Fweep turned and grew small in the view screen, and Junior sat at the pilot's chair, his hand on the control stick, his eyes fixed on the moving dials in front of him. There were 3 others in the room. Reba, who looked at the dwindling Fweep land and sighed. Joyce, who sat tautly in her chair, her face fixed and unbelieving. And Fred, who looked down at Joyce and shook his head. Grandpa opened the door to his room and stepped cockily into the central cabin, shutting the door behind him.
Well,
he demanded confidently,
are we heading to Earth?
Junior gestured toward the screen. If Forrest's coordinates are right.
Speaking of coordinates,
Grandpa said briskly,
make sure you got the coordinates of Fweepland. It'll take a long time for that atmosphere to dissipate. Nice little world like that is worth its weight in uranium to a good real estate salesman.
How did you do it?
Joyce challenged. Grandpa slapped her familiarly on the shoulder.
A problem of gravity,
he said gaily.
But a simple one. Nothing for an old Perkit man like me. I guess you folks won't laugh at Grandpa and his Perkits anymore. Not only did Grandpa get you out of Fweepland, but he's taking you back with a valuable little subdivision in the 3rd quadrant to file on.
I hate to spoil the party, Fred said, but have you thought about what you're going to do with Fweep?
Fweep?
Grandpa repeated, puzzled.
Why should I do anything about Fweep?
We can't take him back to Earth with us.
Why not?
Grandpa demanded. In the first place, the Immigration Authority would have to pass him. That might take years with Fweep's powers and ability. More important, if Fweep got loose on Earth, every flivver would have the same problem we had here. And the next time, Fweep might not be so cooperative. I don't know what you did to Fweep in there, but if he's still alive, the IA isn't going to take a chance. Grandpa considered the prospect without dismay.
I wonder if we could smuggle him in. With all those flivvers not working, they'd have to pay us before they could take off.
Grandpa, Fred said sternly, that would be blackmail, or worse. Besides getting into trouble with the IA, you'd get it from the WBI and the ICC. Grandpa waved his hand impatiently.
We'll solve that problem when we come to it. After all, an old Perkit man like me.
What did you do at Fweep?
Joyce repeated. Grandpa cleared his throat with pride.
Well, now, I'll tell you. Just happened to notice that Fweep liked my tonic. Every time I took a little nip, the little beast was around my chair, trying to clean my hand for me.
Tonic?
Joyce sniffed.
Liquor, you mean?
Now, that's not right,
Grandpa objected.
I said tonic and I mean tonic. Got a little alcohol in it for preservative maybe, but the important part is the minerals. That's the Longevity Institute's secret. It's what keeps me young. Want a little nip?
He leered at Joyce.
You mean you got Fweep drunk?
Fred exclaimed.
Well, now, that was the effect, but I can't swear it was the alcohol. Not unless Fweep can use the stuff on a molecular level if he wants. On the other hand, maybe it was the minerals in there that affected him. Little world like Fweepland, maybe it lacks a few things when it was made. But the way I look at it, it stood to reason the little fella could use a drink. All alone all these centuries, he must have got pretty dry. But whatever it was, he sure got high. Lost all control.
Poor Fweep, Reba murmured.
Poor nothing,
Grandpa said.
He was the happiest little critter I ever saw. When Fore explained to him just what we wanted, he went right to work on that bottle, and...
Gramps' door swung open once more.
Grandpa, Grandpa,
Fore shouted.
Fweep, we've been calling him by the wrong pronoun. Look!
Fore came running out of the room. Behind him rolled a tiny raspberry sphere, about the size of a marble. Occasionally it hopped in the air and said, "Fweep!" in a small, high voice. Behind it rolled and hopped a second raspberry marble. "Fweep!" it said. Behind it came another and another until the cabin was full of them, rolling and bouncing and calling, "Fweep!" Dazedly, Junior counted them. 101, 102, 100 and...
"Oh, Junior,"
Reba said, hugging him excitedly.
"Aren't they cute?"
"What happened?"
Grandpa asked, as dazed as Junior.
Maybe it was the tonic,
Forrest said.
but I suspect it was the unpolarized gravity. All of a sudden, Fweep started splitting like an amoeba, over and over. Do you suppose that was what made him nervous? That's the way the little fella reproduces, all right,
said Grandpa.
I wonder if he has to wait until the race becomes civilized enough to discover the polarizer, eh?
Oh, gasped Joyce, brushing a Fweep out of her lap. Grandpa looked at the cabin and its occupants happily. I'd like to remind you, Fred said gravely, this multiplies our problem of what to do with Fweep over 100 times. What problem? Asked Grandpa. The only problem we got is how we're going to spend all the cash. We're in business, the gravity business. We'll call it Gravity Incorporated, and we can reclaim every little hunk of rock in the solar system. Each one of these little fellas is worth a fortune. We'll give the satellites and asteroids Earth normal gravities and atmospheres, and by golly, we're rich. Rich? Joyce echoed. A smile slowly replaced the expression of distaste. She snapped her fingers. Here, Fweepy, she said in her most enticing tone. Here, little darlings, come to dear Joyce. But they had all hopped to 4 and were clustered around him like a raspberry bubble bath. Through them, his face peered, thin and happy. Grandpa looked at Reba. She was hugging Junior happily and smiling at 4. Grandpa looked back at the boy.
We'll have to be exclusive, though, Grandpa said. Considering the Fweep's likes and dislikes, that is, we'll sell them only to people with children.
End of The Gravity Business by James E. Gunn. Recording by Vern Seward.
Hall of Mirrors by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Isaiah Barker of Binghamton, New York. Hall of Mirrors by Frederick Brown. It is a tough decision to make, whether to give up your life so that you can live it over again. For an instant you think it is temporary blindness, this sudden dark that comes in the middle of a bright afternoon. It must be blindness, you think. Could the sun that was tanning you have gone out instantaneously, leaving you in utter blackness? Then the nerves of your body tell you that you are standing, whereas only a second ago you were sitting comfortably, almost reclining, in a canvas chair, in the patio of a friend's house in Beverly Hills, talking to Barbara, your fiancée, looking at Barbara in a swimsuit, her skin golden tan in the brilliant sunshine. Beautiful. You wore swimming trunks. Now you do not feel them on you. The slight pressure of the elastic waistband is no longer there against your waist. You touch your hands to your hips. You are naked and standing. Whatever has happened to you is more than a change to sudden darkness or to sudden blindness. You raise your hands gropingly before you. They touch a plain, smooth surface, a wall. You spread them apart, and each hand reaches a corner. You pivot slowly. A second wall, then a third, then a door. You are in a closet about 4 feet square. Your hand finds the knob of the door. It turns, and you push the door open. There is light now. The door has opened to a lighted room. A room that you have never seen before. It is not large, but it is pleasantly furnished. Although the furniture is of a style that is strange to you. Modesty makes you open the door cautiously the rest of the way, but the room is empty of people. You step into the room, turning to look behind you into the closet, which is now illuminated by light from the room. The closet is and is not a closet. It is the size and shape of one, but it contains nothing. Not a single hook, no rod for hanging clothes, no shelf. It is an empty, blank-walled, 4x4 foot space. You close the door to it and stand looking around the room. It is about 12 by 16 feet. There is one door, but it is closed. There are no windows, 5 pieces of furniture. 4 of them you recognize more or less. One looks like a very functional desk. Another is obviously a chair, a comfortable-looking one. There is a table, although its top is on several levels instead of only one. Another is a bed or couch. Something shimmering is lying across it, and you walk over and pick the shimmering something up and examine it. It is a garment. You are naked, so you put it on. Slippers are part way under the bed, and you slide your feet into them. They fit and they feel warm and comfortable, as nothing you have ever worn on your feet has felt. Like lamb's wool, but softer. You are dressed now. You look at the door, the only door of the room except that of the closet, from which you entered it. You walk to the door, and before you try the knob, you see the small typewritten sign pasted just above it that reads, "This door has a time lock set to open in 1 hour. For reasons you will soon understand, it is better that you do not leave this room before then. There's a letter for you on the desk. Please read it." It is not signed. You look at the desk and see that there's an envelope lying on it. You do not yet go to take that envelope from the desk and read the letter that must be in it. Why not? Because you are frightened. You see other things about the room. The lighting has no source that you can discover. It comes from nowhere. It is not indirect lighting. The ceiling and the walls are not reflecting it at all. They didn't have lighting like that back where you came from. What did you mean by back where you came from? You close your eyes. You tell yourself, I am Norman Hastings. I am an associate professor of mathematics at the University of Southern California. I am 25 years old, and this is the year 1954. You open your eyes and look again. They didn't use that style of furniture in Los Angeles, or anywhere else that you know of, in 1954. That thing over in the corner, you can't even guess what it is. So might your grandfather at your age have looked at a television set. You look down at yourself, at the shimmering garment you found waiting for you. With thumb and forefinger, you feel its texture. It's like nothing you've ever touched before. I am Norman Hastings. This is 1954. Suddenly, you must know, and at once. You go to the desk and pick up the envelope that lies upon it. Your name is typed on the outside, Norman Hastings. Your hands shake a little as you open it. Do you blame them? There are several pages, typewritten. Dear Norman, it starts. You turn quickly to the end to look for the signature. It is unsigned. You turn back and start reading. Do not be afraid. There is nothing to fear, but much to explain. Much that you must understand before the time lock opens that door. Much that you must accept and obey. You have already guessed that you are in the future, in what, to you, seems to be the future. The clothes in the room must have told you that. I planned it that way so the shock would not be too sudden, so that you would realize it over the course of several minutes rather than read it here, and quite probably disbelieve what you read. The closet from which you have just stepped is, as you have by now realized, a time machine. From it you stepped into the world of 2004. The date is April 7th, just 50 years from the time you last remember. You cannot return. I did this to you, and you may hate me for it. I do not know. That is up to you to decide, but it does not matter. What does matter, and not to you alone, is another decision which you must make. I am incapable of making it. Who is writing this to you? I would rather not tell you just yet. By the time you have finished reading this, even though it is not signed, for I knew you would look first for a signature, I will not need to tell you who I am. You will know. I am 75 years of age. I have, in this year 2004, been studying time for 30 of those years. I have completed the first time machine ever built, and thus far its construction, even the fact that it has been constructed, is my own secret. You have just participated in the first major experiment. It will be your responsibility to decide whether there shall be any more experiments with it, and whether it should be given to the world, or whether it should be destroyed and never used again. End of the first page. You look up for a moment, hesitating to turn the next page. Already you suspect what is coming. You turn the page. I constructed the first time machine a week ago. My calculations had told me that it would work, but not how it would work. I had expected it to send an object back in time. It works backward in time only, not forward, physically unchanged and intact. My first experiment showed me my error. I placed a cube of metal in the machine. It was a miniature of the one you just walked out of, and set the machine to go backward 10 years. I flicked the switch and opened the door, expecting to find the cube vanished. Instead, I found it had crumbled to powder. I put in another cube and sent it back 2 years. The second cube came back unchanged, except that it was newer, shinier. That gave me the answer. I had been expecting the cubes to go back in time, and they had done so, but not in the sense I had expected them to. Those metal cubes had been fabricated about 3 years previously. I had sent the first one back years before it had existed in its fabricated form. 10 years ago, it had been ore. The machine returned it to that state. Do you see how our previous theories of time travel have been wrong? We expected to be able to step into a time machine in, say, 2004, set it for 50 years back, and then step out in the year 1954. But it does not work that way. The time machine does not move in time. Only whatever is within the machine is affected, and then just with relation to itself, and not the rest of the universe. I confirmed this with guinea pigs by sending one 6 weeks old 5 weeks back, and it came out a baby. I need not outline all my experiments here. You will find a record of them in the desk, and you can study it later. Do you understand now what has happened to you, Norman? You begin to understand, and you begin to sweat. The I who wrote the letter you are now reading is you. Yourself at the age of 75 in this year of 2004. You are that 75-year-old man, with your body returned to what it had been 50 years ago, with all the memories of 50 years of living wiped out. You invented the time machine, and before you used it on yourself, you made these arrangements to help you orient yourself. You yourself wrote the letter which you are now reading. But if those 50 years are, to you, gone, what of all your friends, those you loved? What of your parents? What of the girl you were going to marry? You read on. Yes, you will want to know what has happened. Mom died in 1963. Dad in 1968. You married Barbara in 1956. I am sorry to tell you that she died only 3 years later in a plane crash. You have one son. He is still living. His name is Walter. He is now 46 years old and is an accountant in Kansas City. Tears come into your eyes, and for a moment you can no longer read. Barbara dead. Dead for 45 years. And only minutes ago, in subjective time, you were sitting next to her, sitting in the bright sun of a Beverly Hills patio. You forced yourself to read again. But back to the discovery. You begin to see some of its implications. You will need time to think to see all of them. It does not permit time travel as we have thought of time travel, but it gives us immortality of a sort. Immortality of the kind I have temporarily given us. Is it good? Is it worthwhile to lose the memory of 50 years of one's life in order to return one's body to relative youth? The only way I can find out is to try as soon as I have finished writing this and made my other preparations. You will know the answer. But before you decide, remember that there is another problem, more important than the psychological one. I mean overpopulation. If all who are old or dying can make themselves young again, the population would double every generation. Nor would the world, not even our own relatively enlightened country, be willing to accept compulsory birth control as a solution. Give this to the world, as the world is today in 2004, and within a generation there will be famine, suffering, war, perhaps a complete collapse of civilization. Yes, we have reached other planets, but they are not suitable for colonizing. The stars may be our answer, but we are a long way from reaching them. When we do someday, the billions of habitable planets that must be out there will be our answer, our living room. But until then, what is the answer? Destroy the machine? But think of the countless lives it can save, the suffering it can prevent. Think of what it would mean to a man dying of cancer. Think. You finish the letter and put it down. You think of Barbara dead for 45 years, and of the fact that you were married to her for 3 years, and those years are lost to you. 50 years lost. You damn the man of 75 who you became and who has done this to you, who has given you this decision to make. Bitterly, you know what the decision must be. You think that he knew too, and realize that he could leave it safely in your hands. Damn him, he should have known. Too valuable to destroy. Too dangerous to give. The other answer is painfully obvious. You must be custodian of this discovery and keep it secret until it is safe to give. Until mankind has expanded to the stars and has new worlds to populate, or until, even without that, he has reached a state of civilization where he can avoid overpopulation by rationing births to the number of accidental or voluntary deaths. If neither of those things has happened in another 75 years, and are they likely so soon, then you, at 75, will be writing another letter like this one. You will be undergoing another experience similar to the one you're going through now. And making the same decision, of course. Why not? You'll be the same person again. Time and again. To preserve the secret until mankind is ready for it. How often will you sit again at a desk like this one, thinking the thoughts you are thinking now, feeling the grief you now feel? There is a click at the door, and you know the time lock has opened, that you are now free to leave this room. Free to start a new life for yourself in place of the one you have already lived and lost. But you are in no hurry now to walk directly through that door. You sit there, staring straight ahead of you blindly, seeing in your mind's eye the vista of a set of facing mirrors, like those in an old-fashioned barber shop, reflecting the same thing over and over again, diminishing into far distance. Frederick Brown. End of Hall of Mirrors. This recording is in the public domain.
I Like Martian Music by Charles E. Fritsch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Messingham. I Like Martian Music by Charles E. Fritsch. Longtree played. His features relaxed into a gentle smile of happiness, and his body turned a bright red-orange. Longtree sat before his hole in the ground and gazed thoughtfully among the sandy red hills that surrounded him. His skin at that moment was a medium yellow, a shade between pride and happiness at having his brief symphony almost completed, with just a faint tinge of red to denote that uncertain, cautious approach to the last note which had eluded him thus far. He sat there unmoving for a while, and then he picked up his blowstring and fitted the mouthpiece between his thin lips. He blew into it softly and at the same time gently strummed the 3 strings stretching the length of the instrument. The note was a firm, clear one which would have made any other musician proud. But Longtree frowned, and at the disappointment his body flushed a dark green and began taking on a purple cast of anger. Hastily he put down the blowstring and tried to think of something else. Slowly his normal colour returned. Across the nearest hill came his friend Channel Jumper, striding on the long, thin, ungainly legs that had given him his name. His skin radiated a blissful orange. "Longtree!" Channel Jumper exclaimed enthusiastically, collapsing on the ground nearby and folding his legs around him. "How's the symphony coming?" "Not so good," Longtree admitted sadly, and his skin turned green at the memory. "If I don't get that last note, I may be this colour the rest of my life." "Why don't you play what you've written so far? It's not very long, and it might cheer you up a bit." "You're a good friend, Channel Jumper," Longtree thought, "and when Red Sand and I are married after the music festival, we'll have you over to our hole for dinner." As he thought this, he felt his body take on an orange cast, and he felt better. "I can't seem to get that last note," he said, picking up the blowstring again and putting it into position. "The final note must be conclusive, something completed itself and yet be able to sum up the entire meaning of the symphony preceding it." Channel Jumper hummed sympathetically. That's a big job for one note. It might be a sound no one has ever heard before." Longtree shrugged. "It may even sound alien," he admitted, "but it's got to be the right note." "Play and we'll see," Channel Jumper urged. Longtree played, and as he played his features relaxed into a gentle smile of happiness and his body turned orange. Delicately he strummed the 3 strings of the blowstring with his long nailed fingers. Softly he pursed his frail lips and blew expertly into the mouthpiece. From the instrument came sounds the like of which Channel Jumper had never before heard. The Martian sat and listened in evident rapture, his body radiating a golden glow of ecstasy. He sat and dreamed, and as the music played, his spine tingled with growing excitement. The music swelled, surrounding him, permeating him, picking him up in a great hand and sweeping him into new and strange and beautiful worlds. Worlds of tall metal structures, of vast stretches of greenness and of water and of trees and of small pale creatures that flew giant metal insects. He dreamed of these things which his planet Mars had not known for millions of years. After a while the music stopped, but for a moment neither of them said anything. At last Channel Jumper sighed. "It's beautiful," he said. "Yes," Longtree admitted. "But," Channel Jumper seemed puzzled, "but somehow it doesn't seem complete. Almost, but not quite. As though... Longtree sighed. "One more note would do it. One more note, no more, no less, at the end of the crescendo could tie the symphony together and end it. But which one? I've tried them all and none of them fit." His voice had risen higher in his excitement, and Channel Jumper warned, "Careful, you're beginning to turn purple." "I know," Longtree said mournfully, and the purple tint changed to a more acceptable green. "But I've got to win first prize at the festival tomorrow. Red Sand promised to marry me if I did." "You can't lose," Channel Jumper told him, and then remembered, "if you can get that last note." "If," Longtree echoed despairingly, as though his friend had asked the impossible. "I wish I had your confidence, Chan. You're orange most of the time, while I'm a spectrum." "I haven't your artistic temperament," Channel Jumper told him. "Besides, orange is such a homely colour I feel ashamed to have it all the time." As he said this, he turned green with shame, and Longtree laughed at the paradox. Channel Jumper laughed too, glad that he had diverted his friend's attention from the elusive and perhaps non-existent note. "Did you know the space rocket is due pretty soon?" he said. "Perhaps even in time for the music festival." "Space rocket? Oh, I forgot you were busy composing and didn't get to hear about it," Channel Jumper said. Well, Big Wind, who has a telescope in his hull, told me a rocket is coming through space towards us, possibly from the third planet. Oh, Longtree said, not particularly interested. I wonder if they'll look like us, Channel Jumper wondered. If they're intelligent, of course they will, Longtree said certainly, not caring. Their culture will probably be alien, though, and their music... He paused and turned a very deep yellow. Of course, they might even be able to furnish the note I need to complete my symphony. Channel Jumper shook his head. You've got to compose it all yourself, he reminded. Or you don't qualify. And if you don't qualify, you can't win. And if you don't win, you can't marry Red Sand. But just one little note, Longtree said. Channel Jumper shrugged helplessly and turned sympathetically green. I don't make the rules, he said. No. Well, Longtree went on in sudden determination. I'll find that last note if I have to stay permanently purple. Channel Jumper shuddered jestingly at this, but remained pleasantly orange. And I'll leave you alone so you can get to work, he said, unfolding himself. Goodbye, Longtree said, but Channel Jumper's long legs had already taken him over to the nearest sand dune and out of sight. Alone, Longtree picked up the blowstring once more, placed it against his stomach, and gave out with a clear, beautiful, experimental note which was again not the one he desired. He still had not found it an hour later, when the sound came. The sound was a low, unpleasant rumble, a sound lower than any Longtree had ever heard, and he wondered what it was. Thinking of it, he remembered he had seen a large flash of fire in the sky a moment before the roar came. But since this last thought was clearly not likely at all, he dismissed the whole thing as imagination and tried to coax some new note from the blowstring. A half-hour later, Channel Jumper came bounding excitedly over a sand dune. "They're here!" he cried, screeching to a halt and emitting yellow flashes of colour. "Who's here?" Longtree demanded, turning violet in annoyance at the interruption. "The visitors from space," Channel Jumper explained. "They landed near my hole. They're little creatures, only half as big as we are, but thicker and grey-coloured." "Grey-coloured?" Longtree repeated incredulously, trying to picture the improbability. "But only on the outside," Channel Jumper went on. "They have an outside shell that comes off, and inside they're sort of pink-orange." "Aha!" Longtree said, as though he'd suspected it all the time. "Evidently they wear grey suits of some kind, probably for protection." "They took them off anyway," Channel Jumper said, eager to impart his knowledge. "And they were sort of pink-orange underneath. There are only 2 of them, and one has long hair." "Strange," Longtree mused, thinking of their own hairless bodies. "Wonder what they want." Channel Jumper shrugged to indicate he didn't know. "The short-haired one followed me," he said. Longtree felt the chill blue of fear creep along his spine, but immediate anger at himself changed it conveniently to purple, and he was certain Channel Jumper hadn't noticed. When he had controlled himself, he said, "Well, it doesn't matter. I've got to get on with my symphony. That last note." "He's here!" Channel Jumper announced. "What?" Channel Jumper pointed eagerly, and Longtree's eyes followed the direction to where the alien stood at the top of a nearby dune, staring at them. Longtree could feel his skin automatically turning red with caution, blending with the sand while the ever-trusting Channel Jumper remained bright orange. "Good gosh!" the alien exclaimed. "Not only do they look like modified grasshoppers, they change colour too." "What'd he say?" Longtree demanded. "How should I know?" Channel Jumper said. "It's in another language." "And his voice!" Longtree exclaimed, almost disbelieving it. "Low, lower than even our drums rumble." "And they talk in squeaks yet," the alien told himself aloud. Longtree regarded the alien carefully. As Channel Jumper had said, the creature was short and had close-cropped hair on its head. The legs were brief and pudgy, and Longtree felt a shade of pity for the creature who could obviously not get around as well as they. It was undoubtedly intelligent, the space rocket testified to that, and the fact that the creature's skin colour stayed a peaceful pink-orange helped assure Longtree the alien's mission was friendly. The alien raised a short arm and stepped slowly forward. "I come in peace," he said in the language they could not understand. "My wife and I are probably the only humans left alive. When we left Earth, most of the population had been wiped out by atomics. I think we were the only ones to get away." Longtree felt his redness subside to orange, and he wondered idly what the alien had said. Except for a natural curiosity, he didn't really care, for he remembered suddenly the symphony he had to finish by tomorrow if he were to marry Redsand. But there was the element of politeness to consider, so he nudged Channel Jumper. "Don't just stand there. Say something." Channel Jumper flustered and turned several colours in rapid succession. He stammered, "Welcome to our planet, O visitor from space," and motioned the alien to sit down. "That's not very creative," Longtree accused. "What's the difference?" Channel Jumper pointed out, "when he doesn't understand us anyway." "You guys don't really look like grasshoppers," the man from Earth apologized, coming forward. "It's just the long legs that fooled me from up there. Boy, am I glad to find somebody intelligent on Mars. From the air, we couldn't see any cities or anything, and we were afraid the planet didn't have any life. I wish we could understand each other, though." Longtree smiled pleasantly and wished the creature would go away so he could search for the last note to his symphony. He picked up his blowstring so the alien wouldn't sit on it. "Play for him," Channel Jumper suggested, seating himself by segments. "Just the last part to see how he reacts. Music is universal, you know." Longtree was going to do just that thing, for despite Channel Jumper's warning that he must compose every single note by himself, he felt an alien viewpoint might be helpful. He started playing. Channel Jumper sat dreaming, glowing radiantly, but the alien seemed somewhat perturbed by the music and fidgeted nervously. Could it be, Longtree wondered, that the incredible beauty of his composition might not translate acceptably to alien ears? He dismissed the thought as unlikely. That's a bit high, isn't it?" the creature said, shaking his head. Lost in the sweeping melodies, neither Longtree nor Channel Jumper paid any attention to the meaningless syllables. Longtree played on, oblivious to all else, soaring toward the great screaming crescendo that would culminate with the missing note. Vaguely he became aware that the creature had gotten up, and he turned a small part of his attention to the action. Longtree smiled inwardly, pleased, and turned yellow with pride to think that even a man from another planet should so appreciate his symphony that he got up and danced a strange dance, and even sang to the music. The alien held on to his ears and leapt erratically, singing, "No, no, stop it! It's too high! My head's bursting!" Channel Jumper too seemed pleased by this show of appreciation, though neither of them understood the words, and Longtree swept into the final notes of the rising crescendo with a gusto he had not previously displayed. He stopped where he'd always stopped, and the final note came. It startled the Martians, then the realization swept over them in glad tides of colour. The symphony was complete now, with that final alien sound. Longtree could win both the festival prize and Redsand with it. The last note was a soft popping sound that had come from the creature from another planet. They looked to see him sagging to the ground, his head soft and pulpy. "My symphony's complete!" Longtree exclaimed jubilantly, a brilliant yellow now. But Channel Jumper's yellow happiness was tinged with green. "A pity," he said. "The creature had to give its life in exchange for the note." "I believe it really wanted to," Longtree said, turning solemn. "Did you see how it danced to the music as though in the throes of ecstasy, and it didn't change colour once? It must have died happy to know it gave itself to a good cause." "You could probably get by with claiming to use the creature as an auxiliary instrument," mused Channel Jumper, practical once more, "and eliminate any claim he might have assisted you. But what about the festival? This one looks as though he doesn't have another note in him." "There's the other one," Longtree reminded. "The one with the long hair. We can save that one until tomorrow." "Of course," Channel Jumper agreed, standing up. "I'll go get it, and you can keep it safe here in your hole until tomorrow night." "You're a good friend, Channel Jumper," Longtree began, but the other was already bounding out of sight over a sand dune. Blissfully he raised the blowstring into position and played the opening notes to his symphony. The alien lay unmoving with its head in a sticky puddle, but Longtree took no notice. He didn't even consider that after the festival he would never be able to play his symphony again in all its glorious completeness. His spinal column tingled pleasantly, and his skin turned the golden yellow of unbearable happiness. The music was beautiful. End of I Like Martian Music by Charles E. Fritsch. Recording by Paul Messingham.
Later Than You Think by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Nelson. Later Than You Think by Fritz Leiber. Obviously, the archaeologist's study belonged to an era vastly distant from today. Familiar similarities here and there only sharpened the feeling of alienage. The sunlight that filtered through the windows in the ceiling had a wan and greenish cast, and was augmented by radiation from some luminous material impregnating the walls and floor. Even the wide desk and the commodious hassocks glowed with a restful light. Across the former were scattered metal-backed wax tablets, styluses, and a pair of large and oddly formed spectacles. The crammed bookcases were not particularly unusual, but the books were bound in metal, and the script on their spines would have been utterly unfamiliar to the most erudite of modern linguists. One of the books, lying open on a hassock, showed leaves of a thin, flexible, rustless metal covered with luminous characters. Between the bookcases were phosphorescent oil paintings, mainly of sea bottoms, in somber greens and browns. Their style, neither wholly realistic nor abstract, would have baffled the historian of art. A blackboard with large colored crayons hinted equally at the schoolroom and the studio. In the center of the room, midway to the ceiling, hung a fish with iridescent scales of breathtaking beauty. So invisible was its means of support that, also taking into account the strange paintings and the greenish light, one would have sworn that the object was to create an underwater scene. The explorer made his entrance with a theatrical swirl of movement. He embraced the archaeologist with a warmth calculated to startle that crusty old fellow. Then he settled himself on a hassock, looked up and asked a question in a speech and idiom so different from any we know that it must be called another means of communication rather than another language. The import was, "Well, what about it?" If the archaeologist were taken aback, he concealed it. His expression showed only pleasure at being reunited with a long-absent friend. "What about what?" he queried. "About your discovery." "What discovery?" The archaeologist's incomprehension was playful. The explorer threw up his arms. "Why, what else but your discovery, here on Earth, of the remains of an intelligent species? It's the find of the age. Am I going to have to coax you? Out with it." "I didn't make the discovery," the other said tranquilly. "I only supervised the excavations and directed the correlation of material. You ought to be doing the talking. You're the one who's just returned from the stars." "Forget that." The explorer brushed the question aside. "As soon as our spaceship got within radio range of Earth, they started to send us a continuous newscast covering the period of our absence. One of the items, exasperatingly brief, mentioned your discovery. It captured my imagination. I couldn't wait to hear the details." He paused, then confessed, "You get so eager out there in space. A metal film droplet of life lost in immensity. You rediscover your emotions." He changed color, then finished rapidly. "As soon as I could decently get away, I came straight to you. I wanted to hear about it from the best authority, yourself." The archaeologist regarded him quizzically. "I'm pleased that you should think of me and my work, and I'm very happy to see you again. But admit it now. Isn't there something a bit odd about your getting so worked up over this thing? I can understand that after your long absence from Earth, any news of Earth would seem especially important. But isn't there an additional reason?" The explorer twisted impatiently. "Oh, I suppose there is. Disappointment, for one thing. We were hoping to get in touch with intelligent life out there. We were specially trained in techniques for establishing mental contact with alien intelligent life forms. Well, we found some planets with life upon them, all right, but it was primitive life, not worth bothering about." Again he hesitated embarrassedly. "Out there you get to thinking of the preciousness of intelligence. There's so little of it, and it's so lonely. And we so greatly need intercourse with another intelligent species to give depth and balance to our thoughts. I suppose I set too much store by my hopes of establishing a contact." He paused. "At any rate, when I heard that what we were looking for you had found here at home, even though dead and done for, I felt that at least it was something. I was suddenly very eager. It is odd, I know, to get so worked up about an extinct species, as if my interest could mean anything to them now, but that's the way it hit me." Several small shadows crossed the windows overhead. They might have been birds, except they moved too slowly. "I think I understand," the archaeologist said softly. "So get on with it, and tell me about your discovery," the explorer exploded. "I've already told you that it wasn't my discovery," the archaeologist reminded him. "A few years after your expedition left, there was begun a detailed resurvey of Earth's mineral resources. In the course of some deep continental borings, one party discovered a cache, whether a very large box or a rather small room, with metallic walls of great strength and toughness. Evidently, its makers had intended it for the very purpose of carrying a message down through the ages. It proved to contain artifacts, models of buildings, vehicles, and machines, objects of art, pictures, and books, hundreds of books, along with elaborate pictorial dictionaries for interpreting them. So now we even understand their languages." "Languages?" interrupted the explorer. "That's queer. Somehow one thinks of an alien species as having just one language." "Like our own, this species had several, though there were some words and symbols that were alike in all their languages. These words and symbols seem to have come down unchanged from their most distant prehistory." The explorer burst out. "I am not interested in all that dry stuff. Give me the wet. What were they like? How did they live? What did they create? What did they want?" The archaeologist gently waved aside the questions. "All in good time. If I am to tell you everything you want to know, I must tell it in my own way. Now that you are back on Earth, you will have to reacquire those orderly and composed habits of thought which you have partly lost in the course of your wild interstellar adventurings." "Curse you, I think you're just trying to tantalize me." The archaeologist's expression showed that this was not altogether untrue. He casually fondled an animal that had wriggled up onto his desk, and which looked rather more like an eel than a snake. "Cute little brute, isn't it?" he remarked. When it became apparent that the explorer wasn't to be provoked into another outburst, he continued, "It came to my task to interpret the contents of the cache, to reconstruct its maker's climb from animalism and savagery to civilization, their rather rapid spread across the world's surface, their first fumbling attempts to escape from the Earth." "They had spaceships?" "It's barely possible. I rather hoped they did, since it would mean the chance of a survival elsewhere, though the negative results of your expedition rather lessen that." He went on. "The cache was laid down when they were first attempting spaceflight, just after their discovery of atomic power, in the first flush of their youth. It was probably created in a kind of exuberant fancifulness, with no serious belief that it would ever serve the purpose for which it was intended. He looked at the explorer strangely. If I am not mistaken, we have laid down similar caches. After a moment, the archaeologist continued. My reconstruction of their history, subsequent to the laying down of the cache, has been largely hypothetical. I can only guess at the reasons for their decline and fall. Supplementary material has been very slow in coming in, though we are still making extensive excavations at widely separated points. Here are the last reports. He tossed the explorer a small metal leaf pamphlet. It flew with a curiously slow motion. That's what struck me so queer right from the start, the explorer observed, putting the pamphlet aside after a glance. If these creatures were relatively advanced, why haven't we learned about them before? They must have left so many things, buildings, machines, engineering projects, some of them on a large scale. You'd think we'd be turning up traces everywhere. I have 4 answers to that, the archaeologist replied. The first is the most obvious: time. Geologic ages of it. The second is more subtle. What if we should have been looking in the wrong place? I mean, what if the creatures occupied a very different portion of the Earth than our own? Third, it's possible that atomic energy, out of control, finished the race and destroyed its traces. The present distribution of radioactive compounds throughout the Earth's surface lends some support to this theory. Fourth, he went on, it's my belief that when an intelligent species begins to retrogress, it tends to destroy, or rather debase, all the things it has laboriously created. Large buildings are torn down to make smaller ones. Machines are broken up and worked into primitive tools and weapons. There's a kind of unraveling or erasing. A cultural second law of thermodynamics begins to operate, whereby the intellect and all its works are gradually degraded to the lowest level of meaning and creativity. But why? The explorer sounded anguished. Why should any intelligent species end like that? I grant the possibility of atomic power getting out of hand, though one would have thought they'd have taken the greatest precautions. Still, it could happen. But that fourth answer, it's morbid. Cultures and civilizations die, said the archaeologist evenly. That has happened repeatedly in our own history. Why not species? An individual dies, and is there anything intrinsically more terrible in the death of a species than in the death of an individual? He paused. With respect to the members of this one species, I think that a certain temperamental instability hastened their end. Their appetites and emotions were not sufficiently subordinated to their understanding and to their sense of drama, their enjoyment of the comedy and tragedy of existence. They were impatient and easily incapacitated by frustration. They seemed to have been singularly guilty in their pleasures, behaving either like gloomy moralists or gluttons. Because of taboos and an overgrown possessiveness, he continued, each individual tended to limit his affection to a tiny family. In many cases, he focused his love on himself alone. They set great store by personal prestige, by the amassing of wealth and the exercise of power. Their notable capacity for thought and manipulative activity was expended on things rather than persons or feelings. Their technology outstripped their psychology. They skimped fatally when it came to hard thinking about the purpose of life and intellectual activity and the means for preserving them. Again the slow shadows drifted overhead. And finally, the archaeologist said, they were a strangely haunted species. They seem to have been obsessed by the notion that others, greater than themselves, had prospered before them and then died, leaving them to rebuild a civilization from ruins. It was from those others that they thought they derived the few words and symbols common to all their languages. Gods? Mused the explorer. The archaeologist shrugged. Who knows? The explorer turned away. His excitement had visibly evaporated, leaving behind a cold and miserable residue of feeling. "I am not sure I want to hear much more about them," he said. "They sound too much like us. Perhaps it was a mistake, my coming here. Pardon me, old friend, but out there in space even our emotions become undisciplined. Everything becomes indescribably poignant. Moods are tempestuous. You shift in an instant from zenith to nadir. And remember, out there you can see both." "I was very eager to hear about this lost species," he added in a sad voice. "I thought I would feel a kind of fellowship with them across the eons. Instead, I touch only corpses. It reminds me of when, out in space, there looms up before your prow, faint in the starlight, a dead sun. They were a young race. They thought they were getting somewhere. They promised themselves an eternity of effort. And all the while there was wriggling toward them out of that future for which they yearned. Oh, it's so completely futile and unfair." "I disagree," the archaeologist said spiritedly. "Really, your absence from Earth has unsettled you even more than I first surmised. Look at the matter squarely. Death comes to everything in the end. Our past is strewn with our dead. That species died, it's true. But what they achieved, they achieved. What happiness they had. What they did in their short span is as significant as what they might have done had they lived 1,000,000,000 years. The present is always more important than the future, and no creature can have all the future. It must be shared, left to others." "Maybe so," the explorer said slowly. "Yes, I guess you're right. But I still feel a horrible wistfulness about them, and I hug to myself the hope that a few of them escaped and set up a colony on some planet we haven't yet visited." There was a long silence. Then the explorer turned back. "You old devil," he said in a manner that showed his gayer and more boisterous mood had returned, though diminished. "You still haven't told me anything definite about them." "So I haven't," replied the archaeologist with guileful innocence. "Well, they were vertebrates." "Oh? Yes. What's more, they were mammals." "Mammals? I was expecting something different." "I thought you were." The explorer shifted. "All this matter of evolutionary categories is pretty cut and dried. Even a knowledge of how they looked doesn't mean much. I'd like to approach them in a more intimate way. How did they think of themselves? What did they call themselves? I know the word won't mean anything to me, but it will give me a feeling of recognition." "I can't say the word," the archaeologist told him, "because I haven't the proper vocal equipment. But I know enough of their script to be able to write it for you as they would have written it. Incidentally, it is one of those words common to all their languages, that they attributed to an earlier race of beings." The archaeologist extended one of his 8 tentacles toward the blackboard. The suckers at its tip firmly grasped a bit of orange crayon. Another of his tentacles took up the spectacles and adjusted them over his 3-inch protruding pupils. The eel-like glittering pet drifted back into the room and nosed curiously about the crayon as it traced rat. The end of Later Than You Think, by Fritz Leiber.
The Next Logical Step, by Ben Bova. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by The Collie. The Next Logical Step, by Ben Bova. Ordinarily, the military least wants to have the others know the final details of their war plans. But, logically, there would be times. I don't really see where this problem has anything to do with me, the CIA man said. And frankly, there are a lot of more important things I could be doing. Ford, the physicist, glanced at General Leroy. The general had that quizzical expression on his face, the look that meant he was about to do something decisive. Would you like to see the problem firsthand? The general asked innocently. The CIA man took a quick look at his wristwatch. Okay, if it doesn't take too long. It's late enough already. It won't take very long, will it, Ford? The general said, getting out of his chair. Not very long, Ford agreed. Only a lifetime. The CIA man grunted as they went to the doorway and left the general's office. Going down the dark, deserted hallway, their footsteps echoed hollowly. I can't overemphasize the seriousness of the problem, General Leroy said to the CIA man. 8 ranking members of the general staff have either resigned their commissions or gone straight to the violent ward after just one session with the computer. The CIA man scowled. Is this area secure? General Leroy's face turned red. This entire building is as secure as any edifice in the free world, mister. And it's empty. We're the only living people inside here at this hour. I'm not taking any chances. Just want to be sure. Perhaps if I explain the computer a little more, Ford said, changing the subject, you'll know what to expect. Good idea, said the man from CIA. We told you that this is the most modern, most complex, and delicate computer in the world. Nothing like it has ever been attempted before, anywhere. I know that they don't have anything like it, the CIA man agreed. And you also know, I suppose, that it was built to simulate actual war situations. We fight wars in this computer. Wars with missiles and bombs and gas. Real wars, complete down to the tiniest detail. The computer tells us what will actually happen to every missile, every city, every man, who dies, how many planes are lost, how many trucks will fail to start on a cold morning, whether a battle is won or lost. General Leroy interrupted. The computer runs these analyses for both sides, so that we can see what's happening to them, too. CIA man gestured impatiently. War game simulations aren't new. You've been doing them for years. Yes, but this machine is different, Ford pointed out. It not only gives a much more detailed war game, it's the next logical step in the development of machine-simulated war games. He hesitated dramatically. Well, what is it? We've added a variation of the electroencephalograph. The CIA man stopped walking. The electro what? Electroencephalograph. You know, a recording device that reads the electrical patterns of your brain, like the electrocardiograph. Oh. But you see, we've given the EEG a reverse twist. Instead of using a machine that makes a recording of the brain's electrical wave output, we've developed a device that will take the computer's readout tapes and turn them into electrical patterns that are put into your brain. I don't get it. General Leroy took over. You sit at the machine's control console, a helmet is placed over your head, you set the machine in operation, you see the results. Yes, Ford went on. Instead of reading rows of figures from the computer's printer, you actually see the war being fought. Complete visual and auditory hallucinations. You can watch the progress of the battles. And as you change strategy and tactics, you can see the results before your eyes. The idea originally was to make it easier for the general staff to visualize strategic situations, General Leroy said. But everyone who's used the machine has either resigned his commission or gone insane, Ford added. The CIA man cocked an eye at Leroy. You've used the computer? Correct. And you have neither resigned nor cracked up. General Leroy nodded. I called you in. Before the CIA man could comment, Ford said, the computer's right inside this doorway. Let's get this over with while the building is still empty. They stepped in. The physicist and the general showed the CIA man through the room-filling rows of massive consoles. It's all transistorized and subminiaturized, of course, Ford explained. That's the only way we could build so much detail in the machine and still have it small enough to fit inside a single building. A single building? Oh yes, this is only the control section. Most of this building is taken up by the circuits, the memory banks, and the rest of it. They showed him finally to a small desk, studded with control buttons and dials. The single spotlight above the desk lit it brilliantly, in harsh contrast to the semi-darkness of the rest of the room. Since you've never run the computer before, Ford said, General Leroy will do the controlling. You just sit and watch what happens. The general sat in one of the well-padded chairs and donned a grotesque headgear that was connected to the desk by half a dozen wires. The CIA man took his chair slowly. When they put one of the bulky helmets on him, he looked up at them, squinting a little at the bright light. This isn't going to, well, do me any damage, is it? My goodness, no, Ford said. You mean mentally? No, of course not. You're not on the general staff, so it won't affect you the way it did the others. Their reaction had nothing to do with the computer per se. Several civilians have used the computer with no ill effects, General Leroy said. Ford has used it many times. The CIA man nodded, and they closed the transparent visor over his face. He sat there and watched General Leroy press a series of buttons and then turn a dial. Can you hear me? The general's voice came muffled through the helmet. Yes, he said. All right, here we go. You're familiar with Situation 121. That's what we're going to be seeing. Situation 121 was a standard war game. The CIA man was well acquainted with it. He watched the general flip a switch, then sit back and fold his arms over his chest. A row of lights on the desk console began blinking on and off. 1, 2, 3. Down to the end of the row, then back to the beginning again, on and off, on and off. And then, somehow, he could see it. He was poised, incredibly, somewhere in space, and he could see it all in a funny, blurry, double-sided, dreamlike way. He seemed to be seeing several pictures and hearing many voices all at once. It was all mixed up, and yet it made a weird kind of sense. For a panicked instant, he wanted to rip the helmet off his head. It's only an illusion, he told himself, forcing calm on his unwilling nerves. Only an illusion. But it seemed strangely real. He was watching the Gulf of Mexico. He could see Florida off to his right and the arching coast of the southern United States. He could even make out the Rio Grande River. Situation 121 started, he remembered, with the discovery of missile-bearing enemy submarines in the Gulf. Even as he watched the whole area, as though perched on a satellite, he could see, underwater and close up, the menacing, shadowy figure of a submarine gliding through the crystal blue sea. He saw, too, a patrol plane as it spotted the submarine and sent an urgent radio warning. The underwater picture dissolved in a bewildering burst of bubbles. A missile had been launched. Within seconds, another burst, this time a nuclear depth-charge, utterly destroyed the submarine. It was confusing. He was every place at once. The details were overpowering, but the total picture was agonizingly clear. 6 submarines fired missiles from the Gulf of Mexico. 4 were immediately sunk, but too late. New Orleans, St. Louis, and 3 Air Force bases were obliterated by hydrogen-fused warheads. The CIA man was familiar with the opening stages of the war. The first missile fired at the United States was the signal for whole fleets of missiles and bombers to launch themselves at the enemy. It was confusing to see the world at once. At times he could not tell if the fireball and mushroom cloud was over Chicago or Shanghai, New York or Novosibirsk, Baltimore or Budapest. It did not make much difference, really. They all got it in the first few hours of the war, as did London and Moscow, Washington and Peking, Detroit and Delhi, and many, many more. The defensive systems on all sides seemed to operate well, except that there were never enough anti-missiles. Defense systems were expensive compared to attack rockets. It was cheaper to build a deterrent than to defend against it. The missiles flashed up from submarines and railway cars, from underground silos and stratospheric jets. Secret ones fired off automatically when a certain airbase command post ceased beaming out a restraining radio signal. The defensive systems were simply overloaded, and when the bombs ran out, the missiles carried dust and germs and gas. On and on, for 6 days and 6 firelit nights. Launch, boost, coast, re-enter, death. And now it was over, the CIA man thought. The missiles were all gone. The airplanes were exhausted. The nations that had built the weapons no longer existed. By the rules he knew of, the war should have ended. Yet the fighting did not end. The machine knew better. There were still many ways to kill an enemy, time-tested ways. There were armies fighting in 4 continents, armies that had marched overland or splashed ashore from the sea or dropped out of the skies. Incredibly, the war went on. When the tanks ran out of gas and the flamethrowers became useless and even prosaic artillery pieces had no more rounds to fire, there were still ample guns and even simpler bayonets and swords. The proud armies, the descendants of the Alexanders, the Caesars, the Temujins, the Wellingtons, the Grants, the Rommels, relived their evolution in reverse. The war went on. Slowly, inevitably, the armies split apart into smaller and smaller units until the tortured countryside that so recently had felt the impact of nuclear war once again knew the tread of bands of armed marauders. The tiny savage groups stranded in alien lands, far from the homes and families that they knew to be destroyed, carried on a mockery of a war, lived off the land, fought their own countrymen if the occasion suited, and revived the ancient terror of hand-wielded, personal, one head at a time killing. The CIA man watched the world disintegrate. Death was an individual business now, and none the better for no longer being mass-produced. In agonized fascination, he saw the myriad ways in which a man might die. Murder was only one of them. Radiation, disease, toxic gases that lingered and drifted on the once innocent winds, and finally, the most efficient destroyer of them all, starvation. 3 billion people, give or take a meaningless 100 million, lived on the planet Earth when the war began. Now, with the tenuous thread of civilization burned away, most of those who were not killed by the fighting itself succumb inexorably to starvation. Not everyone died, of course. Life went on. Some were lucky. A long darkness settled on the world. Life went on for a few, a pitiful few, a bitter, hateful, suspicious, savage few. Cities became pest holes. Books became fuel. Knowledge died. Civilization was completely gone from the planet Earth. The helmet was lifted slowly off his head. The CIA man found that he was too weak to raise his arms and help. He was shivering and damp with perspiration. "Now you see," Ford said quietly, "why the military men cracked up when they used the computer." General Leroy even was pale. How can a man with any conscience at all direct a military operation when he knows that that will be the consequence? The CIA man struck up a cigarette and pulled hard on it. He exhaled sharply. "Are all the war games like that? Every plan?" "Some are worse," Ford said. "We picked an average one for you. Even some of the brushfire games get out of hand and end up like that." "So, what do you intend to do? Why did you call me in? What can I do?" "You're with the CIA," the general said. "Don't you handle espionage?" "Yes, but what's that got to do with it?" The general looked at him. "It seems to me that the next logical step is to make damn certain that they get the plans to this computer. And fast!" End of The Next Logical Step by Ben Bova. Recording by The Collie.
Polony Undiverted by Sidney Van Sciyoc. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Polony Undiverted by Sidney Van Sciyoc. With the whole world at her doorstep, what she wanted was completely out of reach. Polony's dream formed around a glare of light, a tang of men's lotion. Then she was awake to Brindle poking her. "I'm hungry." She struggled to burrow back into sleep. "I'm starving, kid. I can't sleep." She bleared at the time spot. It was 3 a.m. "Go away." Give me an omelet." Brindle ate a lot lately. His features were coarsening from it. His body was plumpening. She argued and protested and whined, and he hit her. But it didn't make her feel good any more when he hit her. Kitchen Central was in op for the night. She punched storage. Dried ingredients materialized on the cook grid, a flat metal sheet set into the countertop. Later, as she took the omelet up, she heard Brindle setting the opera tapes. She scowled. But when opera shattered their live, she dropped the skillet and cried, "Oh, do we have to listen to that trash?" Her voice was more weary than shrill. The opera routine was getting old. "What you callin' trash?" He twitched his plump shoulders. "It makes me sick." He spat profanity. It wasn't a good fight. He knew something was wrong, and he hit her too hard. She slugged back, hurt her hand, cursed, ran and locked herself into the sleep. She was asleep when he came pounding. She woke and pointed the lock open. She glared. He said nothing. He ordered his smaller collections, his miniature horses, his ballpoint pens, and his old-time cereal box missiles onto his store shelf before mounting his sleep shelf and pointing out the light. She could hear him not sleeping. Finally he muttered, "Too damn much cheese, but it was okay." She said nothing. She didn't almost cry as she might have a month before. Brundle had appeared on their grid a year before, a dark, pugnacious young man, jittering and nervous. "Claire Webster around?" "Mother isn't here." Her mother collected men. She met them at drinking clubs or collector meets. She gave them her grid card and took theirs, making them promise to come see her. If a man came, she tacked his card on her bulletin board. If he came twice or three times, she marked this card with colored pencil. Brundle twitched his shoulders. "I got the evening. Want to have dinner, kid?" She was 17 and tired of collecting china roosters and peach canned labels. She was tired of seeing the same stupid people every day. Somewhere there was someone handsome and perfect, and she had to find him and become perfect too. She couldn't waste all her life being stupid like her mother. It took her 2 hours to see that Brendle was the perfect person. He was handsome, aggressive, easy to be with. He quarreled all the time, and he even had a full-time job. She married him. She dropped her little girl collections and diversions. She was no longer a formless adolescent. She was very solid, very adult. But the solidness had gone. She had found that Brendle's aggressiveness masked fear. His quarrelsomeness masked insecurity. Worse, he had no imagination. He plotted. It had begun 2 weeks before. Brendle had come home from work tight and tense. He tried eating. He tried opera and quarreling. He tried exercises. Finally he said, "I'm going to go see Latsker Smith. Want to come?" Who the hell's Latsker Smith? Already she was sick of the opera routine and a little sick of Brendle. "Drives a car. From Boston. Fella at the plant told me. He's in Center City." Minutes later they gridded out of the suburban maze. They materialized on a corner grid in Center City. There was no one on the dusty street. There was no car near the gaunt brick building where Latsker Smith was staying. They plopped on the doorstep. Brendle fidgeted and talked. Latsker Smith was the son of a rich industrialist. His father wouldn't support him unless he worked, and Latsker wouldn't work. So he had to live on government non-employment allowance. His pre-grid automobile and airplane were his only diversions. Since he couldn't leave Boston by automobile, Boston being walled up like any city by the streetless suburbs, he saved his allowance until he could commercial grid his car to another city. There he raced and squealed and spun through the deserted streets of Center City until he had saved enough to commercial grid the car elsewhere. A throbbing split the air. A red splinter of car hurtled around the corner and squealed to the curb. A tall, lank man unfolded, ignoring them. Brendle sprang to overwhelm him. He pulled him to the steps to make introductions. But Latsker Smith peered absently at Poloni, and she was embarrassed that Brendle acted like an eager child confronting some heroic figure from a dream. "Latster's pop got money." Brendle launched into his story again. When the story fizzled, she said, "Why couldn't you get a job?" Smith held his head tilted. "Don't want a job." "If you had a job, you wouldn't have to stay one place so long." "No use being any place if I have to leave my car." She pursed her lips. Inside the car she could see seats, straps, a wheel. It was incomprehensible that he strapped himself in and hurtled through the streets. "It's a stupid thing to do," she said. "You'll get killed." "No," he said. If you hit something, you will. I've heard those atrocity stories. There were more people killed in automobiles from nothing to hit, he said. She flung out her arms. Buildings, poles. His lack of response offended her. No need to hit them. I've seen the films. She had seen the crumpled metal, the severed limbs, the spreading blood. Driver error. No drivers left. Too expensive on government allowance. No one stupid enough left, you mean? But it was stupid to glare when he wouldn't frown. Okay, what's it feel like? She demanded. He lifted his shoulders and dropped them. It must feel some way. She peered down into the machine, trying to imagine herself hurtling in it. You fly an airplane, too, she accused. He nodded. I bet it feels just like gritting, and it takes longer. Gritting, he snorted mildly. There's no sensation at all to gritting. Then how does it feel to fly? She prodded. Brendel moved restlessly, bored. Let's get going. We just got here, stupid, she protested. He was already pulling her to the corner grid. I'm getting hungry. She tried to jerk her arm free, but couldn't. How long will you be here? She called back, swatting Brendel's arm. He lifted his shoulders and dropped them. If I come, but Brendel had given their number. They were outside their own door, and she hadn't felt a thing. Today she resented not feeling a thing. These weirdos, they talk too much. I'm hungry. She resented punching his food and didn't even want to quarrel. She drowsed back into sleep, remembering. Everything was empty. She ate, she slept, she quarreled, she gritted around seeing friends. What else was there? She couldn't get a job. There weren't that many jobs. And with the government allowance for not working, who needed a job? Who needed anything? A time of plenty, her school machine had called it. You just gritted around collecting and arguing to make it interesting. There were so many people moving so fast that you had to quarrel and push or you'd get stepped on. It was all stupid. Brendel didn't help a bit. He was stupid too. She tried to imagine Latsker Smith echoing through the empty streets in his scarlet splinter of car. Latsker Smith couldn't be stupid. She slept 3 hours before the grid bell rang. Elka, her cousin, stood on the grid, loose-haired, big-toothed. She swung a hat box. I didn't get you up. No, Poloni said hopelessly. I'm gritting to NYC, hatting, and it's not even 7. Paul, I'm contritus, but you weren't sleeping, and I don't need hats. You haven't seen the darling I got in Paris. I gritted over with Celia Kyle, and honestly, there was a shot that... She convinced Elka that she was not going hatting. Elka took her toll in coffee and gritted after her Paris hat. Poloni barely admired it, and Elka left. Before she could dial Brendel's breakfast, her mother was on the grid. Fluffy, fleecy, thrusting a wad of bills at her. Just on my way to Mexico, Toodle. Punch me some coffee? Breathless moments later, she was gone. What took so long? Brendel demanded when she woke him. Mama stopped. She hated him like this, his face creased and puffy from sleep. She had never thought he would get fat. He gulped his breakfast and left. Sometimes she hated him for just being. The grid bell rang. It was a salesman. He insinuated she didn't have the money to buy his product. She said his merchandise stank. He left grinning, but she didn't feel better. The bell rang. A young man muttered, "Miss Grid," and disappeared. She had gotten to the dress when she heard the door open. She eyed the hall reflector and saw Farron, her mother's brother, slip into the cook. She dressed hastily. Farron would order breakfast and keep the silver to keep in from his own grid for the deposit. He was plumped up to the counter, a woolly-haired man, attacking a stack of egg cakes. "Let me have them," he purred, taking spoon and knife from a pocket. The government allowance is hardly sufficient for a man of my tastes, shielded by your father's fortune as you are. You could get a job." She punched coffee. She wished he would go away. He was always watching, smiling, spinning together soft words. "And add to the work shortage?" He wagged his woolly head. "Then don't complain. There should be a syrup pitcher, too." He produced it, purring. The grid bell rang. Two pig-faced men in black Gridco uniforms blocked the doorway. "You got Farron Carmichael's inside, lady?" "No. You always lied to Gridco collectors." "We traced him here from Dallas." "Well, he isn't here now." "How come we heard him talking?" "He isn't here." Gridco could not remove a grid even though the subscriber refused to pay his quarterly bill. The grid was held by law to be essential to human existence in the twisting, walled alleys of suburbia. Gridco could only send collectors to follow until their quarry fell or was pushed into their hands, and a man who had once fallen into Gridco's hands paid eagerly forever after. "We can pull another trace." "Do that." She slammed the door. She had time for a quick swallow of coffee before the bell rang. "He didn't go no farther." She sighed. "Well, he won't come out. I can't make him." "He'll come sometime." They leaned back against nothing, waiting. "You're blocking my grid." Dutifully they stepped into the narrow corridor. She slammed the door. "They are going to stand there until you go out." Farron drained his coffee cup. "I'll settle here, then." "If you—" He tutted. "Thank you for the lunch invitation." "I—" She bit her tongue. She would not get mad. He wagged his head. "I'll peruse Brindle's books. Fine collection for a young man, books." Gritting her teeth, she hurtled back to the dress. The collectors rang every 5 minutes after that. They kept ringing until she went and told them Farron would not come out. It wasn't the way she had imagined it would be when she was married. What with punching Brindle's meals, sending out his clothes, going collecting with him and quarreling, she hardly had a minute. And the same stupid people, Elka, Farron, his mother and father, were always there. The bell rang. Her father scowled, seeing Farron on Brindle's best sit-shelf. "Where?" he said grimly. "Mexico," she said. "Pottery," he said. "Going." The bell rang. A heavy-jawed youth said, "Miss Webster gave me—" "My mother has gone to Mexico." She slammed the door. Minutes later, Sella Kyle gridded in, crisp, prim blonde. "I haven't seen you in such a time, Paul. Coffee?" She entertained Sella and wished she would go and knew Farron knew she wanted Sella to go and found it amusing. Every 5 minutes the collectors rang. She had just talked Sella out the door when Lucia Collins gridded in. Lucia had never been Poloni's close friend in school, but now Lucia was always near, pushing, prodding at Poloni, smiling too brightly at Brindle. "You two are coming to lunch with me." "I've already asked Farron to lunch." "Silly, he can punch his own." "Oh, no," Poloni said. "I take the silver." Farron smiled comfortably. Lucia flipped her hand at him. "Atrocious man. Now, Poloni." It ended with Lucia inviting herself to come back to lunch. She had hardly vacated the grid when Elka appeared. She unwrapped her purchases, smirking at Farron. "You'd be surprised the number of hats a girl needs." She stayed half an hour. Another young man came for her mother. Two salesmen, a traveling circular, and a friend came. Then Brindle was on the grid. "Who these lugs for?" "Uncle Farron," she said shortly. He lifted a lip at them, then bounced inside. "Forget your bill, Ferry?" "Hey, kid, punch drinks." "I refuse to honor it," Farron said. Brindle was already fishing in his pocket. "Drinks, kid." She went to punch. She hated his trying to give money to everyone who came along. "No, no, it is a matter of principle," Farron insisted. but the money changed hands, and there were certain other obligations. How much you need? Brindle fished into his pocket again, grinning. The bell rang. It was Lucia. All these ravenous people waiting on me? She had changed into a fire-red daysuit. Dobble, you should have fed the beasts. She snapped her fingers. Up, beasts. I'll help you punch, Dob. Glowering, Poloni moved toward the cook. Brindle followed, chattering and arguing with Lucia. Poloni was beginning to think again of a swiftly accelerating car, of her body encased beside that of Latsker Smith and hurtled through dusty streets. Brindle said, "How many for opera?" She whirled and glared. "Poloni's a bug on opera. Tell them how you like opera, kid." She glared. The last time Lucia and Farron had been here, he had done this, and the time before. Didn't he have any imagination? Tell them, kid. Fool, didn't he know they were laughing at him? She wanted to tear loose from her whole life. It was trivial. It was every day. It was gossip and collections and stupid people. She had to tear loose, or she would go on, all her life, being nothing but herself. She was too good for that. She was too good for Brindle. He had tricked her and turned her into a fattening fool. It was stupid to stay with him. Ah, come on, kid. She drew herself up very straight and imagined she must look imposing. "I'll ask you all to leave," she said calmly. Gone were the smiles. "I'm closing my grid to public access. I'll ask you to leave immediately." The words came out stiffly and precisely. She imagined she must already be more than just herself. "What the hell?" "Brindle, you may come back when I am gone. I shall not return." She smiled, remotely. "I'm tired of punching your food and going collecting and quarreling and being hit around." "I never hit you hard," he said indignantly. Lucia stared at him. "Dobble." "Well, she made me do it. What am I supposed to do?" "Dobble, you're perfectly justified." But Lucia's eyes remained on Brindle, bright and greedy. Poloni glared. She would not stay and fight Lucia for Brindle. She flung the door open. The two collectors snapped alert. "I want to be alone," she intoned. Brindle eyed her balefully, but he had already noticed Lucia's interest. "Where are we going to go?" "We can go to my live," Lucia said. "I think Dobble deserves her little whim." Brindle could not believe she was not going to fight. "You kid, you're acting like a kid." Farron took Brindle's arm. "Don't stoop in conventional pettiness, Brindle." Brindle flushed. "I'm coming back. You're not rooking me out of my collections." He turned abruptly and stepped on the grid. Giving a 3-passenger order, he disappeared. Lucia followed. Farron stepped on, tossed bills to the collectors, and disappeared. Poloni closed the door. She leaned against it, breathing the silence. Then she hurried through the live, setting it in order. She straightened the books Farron had been examining and found 2 missing. Even as Lucia was punching dinner and saying all the things designed to make Brindle want Poloni back only briefly as a point of pride, Poloni was whisking into a brisk trouser suit and wondering how much had piled up in the account where she kept her parents' gifts. Even as Brindle was feeling Lucia's face with his eyes, letting her excitement speak to his own, Poloni was at the bank, having her balance marked into her deposit clip. Even as Farron was smiling and wondering how much the 2 books would bring, Poloni was rapping at the door of the apartment house in Center City and being told that, yes, Mr. Smith still lived there. Presently, Latsker Smith roared around the corner and braked his car. He unfolded from the cockpit. He nodded. "Have you got money to go to Boston yet?" She held herself very straight. He shook his head. "I have money," she said. The pale eyes clung to her. "My parents give me an allowance, and I could get jobs wherever we were. I just want to ride with you. I wouldn't even talk unless you wanted me to. She had to be with him. She had to sit and stand beside him, as relaxed and withdrawn as he was. She had to freeze people with her words and with her unrespondingness. She had to make an end of stupidness. He took a deposit slip from a pocket. He pointed to a figure. Match that? She withdrew her own clip and showed him a figure that exceeded his. How much allowance? She told him. He nodded to the car. Wait there. Take me 5 minutes to pack. Dreadingly, joyously, she folded into the car. She watched as he lanked up the steps. She settled back, holding her shoulders rigid and her head straight. She would sit and stand by him. She would chill people with her reserve. She would be very solid and very adult. But minutes later she looked at her wrist and saw that he had been more than 5 minutes. She wished he wouldn't take so long. When he came down the steps, 2 at a time, she tried not to remember that she hated people who came down steps 2 at a time. She didn't like the way his hair flopped against his forehead either. And she almost got out of the car when she saw his trouser suit was much too short. It made him look off balance. He got into the car. Don't touch this. He pointed to the starter button. He scowled. Or this, or this, or this. He pointed to the pedals, to the gear shift lever. He reached out and heaved his suitcase into her lap. He said brusquely, "Don't let it bump the door panel." A corner dug into her stomach. And then he turned his head and ignored her completely, and she forgot the steps, the hair and the trouser suit, and knew she would not get out of the car so long as he was in it. End of Poloni Undiverted by Sidney Van Sayok. The Romantic Analog by W.W. Skupeldeckel. Norm Benner's fancy was pretty well fixed on thoughts of electronic calculators until the invention started making passes at the inventor. Mathematicians are just like people. Old, young, fat, thin, male, female. This one was male, 35, with steady brown eyes and a nice smile when he remembered to use it. His name was Norman Benner, and besides being a mathematical whiz generally, he had designed and built an electronic brain, or calculator, which was in some ways smarter than himself, and a lot less diffident. Electronic calculators are invariably given acronymic names, such as BINAC, SEAC, and MANIAC, and 9 out of 10 of them are of the digital type. This is a nice way of saying that they count on their fingers. They're nearly as big as yachts and cost more, but can calculate 1,000,000 times faster than any human. Norm's machine was of the analog type, which is less flexible, less complex, and vastly smaller and cheaper. He called it the IQWIA, which stood for I can work 'em all. It could, too. It was especially good at deriving equations from curves, which was really something. Charlie Oglethorpe burst into the office one morning, catching Norm in a brown study. "Hi, genius. How is she perking now?" "All right, except the pen skips a little sometimes and makes a messy curve. Have to damp that arm better. When can I have her to work on?" "Soon as I finish these Mugu problems." Charlie stared at him. Mugu. Guided Missile Center. It's nice business if we can get it. The digitals are all booked up months ahead, and the particular type of problem they send us is right up our alley. "I thought you were kidding me, like that Boolean algebra stuff." "Wasn't kidding then, either." "I'll stick to instrument making, thanks. You math guys never have any fun." Norm shrugged, turned to the telephone, and called an extension. "Hermosa." It was a rich, pleasant voice. "Vic, how about the rest of the Mugu cards? Ready yet?" "I'll send them up right away. Just finished them." "Who was that?" Charlie inquired. Vic Hermosa. Smart boy. Charlie smiled a little. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," Norm called. The door opened, and a small, neat girl entered. Her long bob was dark and silky, but wind-blown. She tossed her head and her hair settled into place, as if she had just brushed it. She extended a pack of punched cards. "Thank you," Norm said, gravely. The girl looked up at him suddenly, and he stepped back a little. She had surprising, deep violet eyes, and their glance seemed to have a tangible impact. She nodded grave acknowledgment and left. "Damn it, I wish I could do that," Norm complained. "Make goo-goo eyes?" "No, shake my head so my hair would automatically be combed like hers. I've been fighting this cowlick ever since I've been a kid. Stocking caps, gunk, the works. Still got it, and the part moves around and I have to hunt for it." "Know who she is?" "Nope. Clerk? Messenger, I guess. They're always hiring new ones." "Doesn't she ever speak?" "Of course she Come to think of it, I've never heard her. Must say it's a relief after the usual yakety yak. Haven't had anything to talk to her about, anyway. She's just a child." "A pretty one, though." "Yes, she is." "You sure don't know anything about women. If anyone made eyes at me that way, I'd do something about it." "What, for instance?" Norm inquired dryly. "Well, of course, I'm married, but I'd find out who she was, anyhow. Sometimes I think you're dead and don't know it." "Sometimes I agree with you," Norm said. He fed one of the punch cards into the transmitter head, which fingered the holes and told Iquia what the problem was. Iquia began drawing a curve on the curve tracer. It would have taken Norm or anyone else days to arrive at the answer. "See? Skips here and there, but I can ink in the gaps. Looks like the pen catches on the paper a little. I'll grind the point while I'm at it. Say, that thing really thinks, doesn't it?" "In a way. Generally the digitals have it all over the analogs when it comes to reasoning, but I build an extra brain into her." "Where?" "The Y path, remember? Tries several appropriate methods in succession. I analyzed my own methods of attack, and built the same methods into her. She's an electronic me, except faster and more accurate." "I bet. She's more alive than you are. Why don't you step out a little? First thing you know, you'll be getting old, and it'll be too late." "Leave the matchmaking to the women. I may be old, but I'm not an old fool. It's fall, not spring." "Yeah? All you need to be an old fool is just a little more time." Norm ignored him, and took a card from his desk. It seemed to be an extra, not with the pack. He put it in the machine. The curve tracer began to draw a rather abrupt curve, which meandered half across the sheet before Norm realized what it was. Suddenly an image leapt to his mind's eye, and he watched with fascination while the pen traced this mathematical impossibility to the far end of the paper, and in obedience to several successive negative factors in the problem retraced in the opposite direction a little lower down. A head, a slightly lifted elbow, full rounded breast, a knee luxuriously drawn up, a dangling arm, all in one continuous line. There was nothing obvious about it. It was formalized, but with the individual style that is the artist's signature. Once seen, the image persisted. "Hey, Charlie, look at this." "Yeah? What about it?" "What about it? You ever see anything like it?" "Sure. It's a closed loop, like a hysteresis curve." "An hysteresis curve. But this isn't one. Look closely." "Of course. It has harmonics and variables in it. Might be one of those gas discharge curves, if the gas tube happened to be defective. I've seen some funny—" "Look! It's a reclining figure, with the head turned toward you. See? And the forearm over the head. Here." breast, knee here, foot with the toe pointed, calf, thigh, and the near arm hanging. Remarkable once you see it. You're crazy. All I can see is a closed loop with some wrinkles in it. Why, it's nearly as plain as a photograph. I can't understand. Plain my eye. If that's the arm hanging down and this the hand, where are the fingers? That hand is just an oval. You got some imagination if you can get a reclining figure out of that. Not a nude of the beer garden type, I grant you. This is real art. Know what this means? Have you any idea how complex a formula must be to trace a curve like this? Just a plain hyperbola is bad enough. This is a test of the machine. Those Mugu boys have worked out this formula to see if she could break it down and draw the equivalent curve, though I don't see how they did it. Even the larger digitals would find this a tough nut to crack. But our baby is a whiz at curves, see? I wonder how they justify the machine time on it. Of course it is barely possible that they derived the equation themselves, but it must have taken weeks if they did. Maybe it took us long, as you say, but I still can't see any reclining figure in that curve. It's just a closed curve with some wiggles and bumps on it. In any case, I'm going to send this to Mugu right away. They'll want to know how long it took. I wouldn't, if I were you. Why not? Maybe trouble developed in the machine. Better run some more cards through it first. But right now, I'm going home. We're having a roast tonight. Say, why don't you come to supper with us? Alice would be delighted. She was just wondering what happened to you. I'll phone her. No, no, I have to. Look, I got to find out what this means, you see? It isn't that. Explain it to Alice, will you? We need this contract. Need all the work we can get. You understand? Sure, sure. How about next week? Okay? Well, see you in the morning. Charlie left, grinning to himself as he closed the door behind him. Norm didn't see the grin. He was already puzzled enough. Iquia behaved herself perfectly on the next 5 cards and kept her mind on her business. Meanwhile, Norm studied the first curve again. Funny Charlie couldn't see it. The figure was puzzling at first until you got the idea. But then it was so clear. Or was it? Suddenly, he couldn't see it himself. He turned it upside down and sideways. It was just a funny closed curve, having neither mathematical nor structural significance. Maybe he was going crazy. He threw the curve down on his desk and, soothed by the whirring of the tracer motor, fell into a brown study. Suddenly the image of the brunette with the violet eyes appeared. No reclining nude, she. She shook her head in that habitual gesture and her long bob fell perfectly in place. She turned, with demurely downcast lashes, and looked up at him with her violet eyes, and Norm came out of his trance with a start. He removed the last curve, a simple hyperbolic curve, probably a problem in attenuation or decay of some kind, and put in the last punch card. The machine started up immediately. The curve was elliptical, then a vertical downstroke, retraced, and with a gentle half loop added. It was writing. Propinq. What might this be? He watched, fascinated, as the letters continued. Propinquity is the mother of love, it said, and stopped. His trained mathematical logic gave him an immediate solution to the enigma. He was cracking up. It was utterly impossible to derive the equation to write propinquity in Spencerian script in less than 100 man-hours, nor could a mathematical calculator be hired for so frivolous a purpose. It was fantastic, impossible. Therefore, it was not so, and he was either dreaming or crazy. Maybe thinking about that little brunette. Surely not. Still, he had been driving himself pretty hard. In the morning he would be fresh and alert. If it were a trick, he'd catch the trickster, and if it turned out to be a perfect logical curve, he'd see a doctor. He left the curve in the machine, closed the ventilator in the wall over his desk, and turned on the burglar alarm. This was nothing so crude as a loose board with a switch, but a quite elaborate electronic circuit that produced a field near the door. It wouldn't work on ghosts, but if any material body entered that field, it would trip the alarm and start a regular Mardi Gras. Security required by government contracts hardly demanded so much, but for a small plant it was sufficiently cheap, and Charlie had had a lot of fun with it. Charlie! Have to keep him out too, and being its daddy, he'd know how to disable the alarm. Of course, it would really be sufficient to tie a thread across the door, which would break if anyone entered. He had no thread, but after a moment's thought, he pulled a 3-cent stamp out of his billfold and turned out the office light. After glancing up and down the hall, he stuck the stamp on the door so that it would tear if the door opened. In the morning the stamp was still intact, and it was hard to see, even in broad daylight. The paper in the curve tracer was perfectly blank, and there was no punch card in the transmitter head. It might still be an elaborate joke, but the chances were small. He might be cracking up, or may have imagined the whole thing. The best thing to do would be to put it entirely out of his mind. He succeeded in this until mid-morning, when Iquia called him a handsome devil. He jerked the punch card out of the transmitter and called Vic. "Hermosa." That voice! It made chills run up and down his backbone. A man had no right to have a voice like that. "Vic, bring up the calculations for the last batch of punch cards, will you? I want to check something. The card numbers are F141 through F152." "Right away." Vic wasn't especially gabby. A good-looking young Latin, who knew as much math as most. They'd probably lose him to the draft any day now. Presently someone knocked on the door. "Come in." It wasn't Vic. It was the girl. She laid the pack of problems and their attached worksheets on the desk, shook her head into place. Did she even have to comb it in the morning when she got up? Looked him briefly in the eye and turned to go. "How is Vic these days?" Norm inquired, whimsically. "Is he able to get about?" The girl smiled politely at this obvious badinage and left. He checked the problems against cards as he came to them. He knew the punch code well enough to do this in his head, since the kind of operation indicated was quite obvious. But the problems ended with F151, and the handsome devil card was F152. He got on the phone again. "Vic, what's your next card number?" "F153." One expected a little guy to have a high voice. This one was quite deep, but soft. "Are the cards numbered very far ahead?" "We usually number a couple of dozen cards and assign the numbers to the problems as they come in, from a scratch sheet." "Any of the cards been lost?" "Oh, yes, on occasion. So far, we've recovered them all. There are only 2 rooms where they could be, up there or down here." That voice! How could a man have a voice like that? And why should he care if one did? Why even notice it? Instead of going to the cafeteria for lunch, he drove downtown and consulted the family doctor, who laughed at him. Reassured, he returned to the plant and got a sandwich and milk before going to his office. Old Doc Heffelbauer might be wrong, but he usually wasn't. Norm liked several men, but he didn't dream about any of them. If he was off his rocker, it was in some other manner. Visual delusions, for instance. The thing to do was to see Vic face to face. He called the office manager. "Henry, send Vic Hermosa up there, will you? I want to talk to him." "Vic Hermosa? He's in the army. Didn't you know?" "No, I didn't. Who is the guy that answers the phone in that fruity voice?" Henry lowered his voice. "Guy? That's Vic's sister, Virginia. She took Vic's place when he left. Simplified the security investigation, and she's good, too. About as good as Vic, I'd say." "You mean to tell me a little girl like her could have a voice that deep?" "Startling, isn't it? Of course, it's actually a low contralto or tenor, but you expect her to be a lyric soprano. Shall I send her up to see you?" "No, no. I want to think a bit first. Say, who interviewed her?" "Charlie, I suppose. Just a formality, anyhow. The Hermosas and the Oglethorpes are neighbors, you know." Wonderful stuff. Esoteric phenomena in a sealed office. His very own calculating machine made calculated love to him. His best friend was evasive, and the junior mathematician he thought he had been talking to every day for a couple of weeks was in the army. He might hammer away at all concerned until all the cards were accounted for, but that would disrupt office routine. Strategy, that was the thing. Be mighty peculiar if he couldn't break up this business, now that he had an idea what was going on. But did he? Whoever punched the cards needed the proper equations derived first, and that called for a digital or an analog computer, preferably his own Equia, because she was especially good at curves. Deriving them by the old methods was just too much horsework for any joke. And it didn't have to be a joke, either. The joke might be just the cover for a more sinister activity. Bosh! If that were the case, why call attention to it with funny business? But what hurt was the girl's being mixed up in it. He could take a rib from Charlie, for instance, but the girl was practically a stranger, unfortunately. Women could be cruel, as his mother had often warned him. He thought of his mother's last year in the hospital and winced. She had sacrificed so much for him, and yet was it really better to be a free bachelor than an old family man like Charlie? There wasn't anything the matter with Alice that he could see. Charlie loved her, that was plain. Tonight should solve the thing, once and for all. He left the plant, speaking to everyone he met, as he usually did. Then he sneaked back in, with the guard's help, and hid in his own office with the lights out. His phone rang, and he almost answered it before he remembered that he was supposed to be gone. The building was by no means deserted. Probably there was someone working overtime in more than one department, though the main business for the day was finished. After a bit, the phone rang again, and he ignored it. Waiting was hard. He couldn't read, so he let his mind wander. The next modification to Equia. What a romantic old thing she was. He needed a haircut. He'd have to get one tomorrow, before the hair grew down over his ears. What a voice that girl had. And those eyes. Would they get further work from Mugu? How could they contact other government agencies? Equia was working out pretty good. Would it be better to try to sell Equias to anyone who wanted them, or to keep the old girl busy and work problems for others? Eventually the former, though for the time being it might be better to continue as they were until the old girl was well known. Under present conditions that shouldn't take. What was that hissing noise? A radiator? He listened closely. Hiss, hiss, hiss. No, it was a rubbing sound, with a scrape and an occasional hollow thump. Not loud, but close at hand. The ventilating system, how obvious. Now he watched a white hand disengage the catches and carefully lower the grill to his desk. A small figure in white coveralls wormed its way out of the opening, landed on its hands on top of his desk, kicked feet clear, and cartwheeled to the floor with disdainful ease. A headshake settled a long bob in place. Who could do that? Virginia Hermosa, and no one else. She couldn't see him against the shine of the window. She turned Equia on and let her warm up, meanwhile fastening a large sheet of paper on the bed of the curve tracer with tape. She put a blank card in the punching head, opened the door of the patching panel cabinet, and rearranged the patch cords there. What a lab assistant she would make! Wasted in setup, Anyone could punch cards, with a little practice. Well, not anyone, but any mathematician could. How thoroughly she knew this machine. Charlie must have told her, or her brother, plenty. With the curved tracer running at slow speed, she held the stylus steadily on the words she had written on the paper. The coordinates and rates were fed into Iquia's brain. She derived the horrible equations corresponding to the script, and obligingly translated these in turn to punchings on the card. So simple, when you saw it. But who would think of putting a burglar alarm on an air duct? She could go all over the building, through the walls, if she chose. She was small enough to get through the ducts easily, though the vertical sections must be tough, even for so athletic a girl. The punching had stopped. Virginia restored everything to its original condition. Stuck the card she had punched into a pile of them, folded the paper and stuffed it into her pocket, and turned to go. Norm put on the lights. Startled, she whirled, churning the air with her hands to keep her balance. He held his hand out for the paper. "No," she said, her voice shrill with excitement. Wordlessly he closed in on her, and after a brief struggle pulled the paper out of her pocket. It said simply, "I love you." Norm looked at Virginia, who turned her head away. "I can't appreciate the joke just now, though I realize it must be very funny. Charlie will enjoy it. But what a lot of trouble. Suppose you had got stuck in the duct. Then what? Is it worth the risk? And the violation of security is very serious." "I'm going to quit anyway," she muttered. So deep a voice for such a small girl. "Why did you do it?" "Well, it all started as a joke. Charlie said you were shy well, I see. Natural enough, I suppose. And you pretended to be your brother on the phone." "No, I never said I was Vic," she denied quickly. He was handling this all wrong. He wasn't getting anywhere. All this was just talk, evasive talk. "Charlie hired you?" "Yes, when Vic left for basic training." "I see. Charlie's quite a joker, and it was hard to refuse him." "It was kind of a joke at first, but you're overlooking something. He's very fond of you. He really is. He brags all the time about how smart you are, and what a nice guy." "Charlie's married, and he wants to see me married too." "And you don't like girls? Listen, you made that drawing too, and all the other stuff?" "Yes." An idea raised its pretty head. "Listen, I've decided to be very angry about this. You've made a fool of me, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. Now, I know a place that's quiet and has very good steaks. I'm going to take you to supper and bawl you out. Better get into street clothes, and don't take all night." "Sorry, I couldn't possibly. Some other time, perhaps." "Tonight. Now. Get going." "No, I have a date." "Break it." "No, you may be my boss, and I may be a forward hussy, but tonight I'm going home, and you can't stop me." How silly could you get? Suddenly he understood the way of a man with a maid. Love was older than conversation, and they both saw and understood through and beyond any silly words. In fact, the sillier the words, the better. "That's what you think. You're going with me, or you're going to jail. They'll put you in a dark cell with the rats. They have their own specially bred rats, you know," he leered slyly. "You wouldn't dare!" He shrugged elaborately and turned to the phone. She darted past him to the door, and he caught her, pulled her back out of the hall. She was surprisingly strong and determined, and she ducked when he kissed her. "That one was a mess, wasn't it?" he complained. She relaxed and began to laugh, and he joined her. She looked into his eyes a long moment, and pulled his head down, kissed him tenderly. You don't give a girl much choice, one big rat or a lot of little ones. "I'll give you no choice at all. I'll teach you to play tricks on me. Hurry up and change." "One of the girls keeps a semi-formal in her locker. I can borrow it, and we could go dancing." "I don't dance. Never learned. Couldn't we just talk?" We could, but we won't. You'll never learn any younger. You seem light enough on your feet. Come on, it'll be fun. Tonight I can do anything. You take too long to change, and I'll tear the building down brick by brick with my bare hands. Hear me?" "No, please don't. I'll hurry, I promise." He waited impatiently at the door of the locker room. Now that he knew how to talk to a girl, he wanted to talk and talk and talk some more. He planned extravagant things to say when she came out, but when she appeared, smiling, he was struck dumb. She took his arm, and they half ran, half skipped out of the building to his car. End of The Romantic Analog by W.W. Scoopledickel.
The Snowball Effect by Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Amato. The Snowball Effect by Catherine MacLean. All right, I said, what is sociology good for? Wilton Caswell, Ph.D., was head of my sociology department, and right then he was mad enough to chew nails. On the office wall behind him were 3 or 4 framed documents in Latin that were supposed to be signs of great learning, but I didn't care at that moment if he papered the walls with his degrees. I had been appointed dean and president to see to it that the university made money. I had a job to do, and I meant to do it. He bit off each word with great restraint. Sociology is the study of social institutions, Mr. Holloway. I tried to make him understand my position. Look, it's the big money men who are supposed to be contributing to the support of this college. To them, sociology sounds like socialism. Nothing can sound worse than that. And an institution is where they put Aunt Maggie when she began collecting Wheaties in a stamp album. We can't appeal to them that way. Come on now. I smiled condescendingly, knowing it would irritate him. What are you doing that's worth anything? He glared at me, his white hair bristling and his nostrils dilated like a warhorse about to whinny. I could say one thing for him. These scientists and professors always keep themselves well under control. He had a book in his hand, and I was expecting him to throw it, but he spoke instead. This department's analysis of institutional accretion, by the use of open system mathematics, has been recognized as an outstanding and valuable contribution to— The words were impressive, whatever they meant, but this still didn't sound like anything that would pull in money. I interrupted. Valuable in what way? He sat down at the edge of his desk thoughtfully, apparently recovering from the shock of being asked to produce something solid for his position, and ran his eyes over the titles of the books that lined his office walls. Well, sociology has been valuable to business in initiating worker efficiency and group motivation studies, which they now use in management decisions. And, of course, since the Depression, Washington has been using sociological studies of employment, labor, and standards of living as a basis for its general policies of— I stopped him with both raised hands. Please, Mr. Caswell, that would hardly be a recommendation. Washington, the New Deal, and the present administration are somewhat touchy subjects to the men I have to deal with. They consider its value debatable, if you know what I mean. If they got the idea that sociology professors are giving advice and guidance— No, we have to stick to brass tacks and leave Washington out of this. What specifically has the work of this specific department done that would make it as worthy to receive money as, say, a heart disease research fund? He began to tap the corner of his book absently on the desk, watching me. Fundamental research doesn't show immediate results, Mr. Holloway, but its value is recognized. I smiled and took out my pipe. All right, tell me about it. Maybe I'll recognize its value. Professor Caswell smiled back tightly. He knew his department was at stake. The other departments were popular with donors and pulled in gift money by scholarships and fellowships, and supported their professors and graduate students by research contracts with the government and industry. Caswell had to show a way to make his own department popular. Or else. I couldn't fire him directly, of course, but there are ways of doing it indirectly. He laid down his book and ran a hand over his ruffled hair. Institutions, organizations, that is. His voice became more resonant. Like most professors, when he had to explain something, he instinctively slipped into his platform lecture mannerisms and began to deliver an essay. Have certain tendencies built into the way they happen to have been organized, which cause them to expand or contract without references to the needs they were founded to serve. He was becoming flushed with the pleasure of explaining his subject. All through the ages it has been a matter of wonder and dismay to men that a simple organization, such as a church to worship in, or a delegation of weapons to a warrior class, merely for defense against an outside enemy, will either grow insensately and extend its control until it is a tyranny over their whole lives, or, like other organizations set up to serve a vital need, will tend to repeatedly dwindle and vanish, and have to be painfully rebuilt. The reasons can be traced to little quirks in the way they were organized, a matter of positive and negative power feedbacks. Such simple questions as, is there a way a holder of authority in this organization can use the power available to him to increase his power, provide the key. But it still could not be handled until the complex questions of interacting motives and long-range accumulations of minor effects could somehow be simplified and formulated. In working on the problem, I found the mathematics of open system, as introduced to biology by Ludwig van Bertalanffy and George Kreiser, could be used as a base that would enable me to develop a specifically social mathematics, expressing the human factors of intermeshing authority and motives in simple formulas. By these formulations, it is possible to determine automatically the amount of growth and period of life of any organization. The UN, to choose an unfortunate example, is a shrinker-type organization. Its monetary support is not in the hands of those who personally benefit by its governmental activities, but instead in the hands of those who would personally lose by any extension or encroachment of its authority on their own. Yet by the use of formula analysis... That's theory, I said. How about proof? My equations are already being used in the study of limited-sized federal corporations. Washington... I held up my palm again. Please, not that nasty word again. I mean, where else has it been put into operation? Just a simple demonstration, something to show that it works, that's all. He looked away from me thoughtfully, picked up the book, and began to tap it on the desk again. It had some unreadable title and his name on it in gold letters. I had the distinct impression again that he was repressing an urge to hit me with it. He spoke quietly. All right, I'll give you a demonstration. Are you willing to wait 6 months? Certainly, if you can show me something at the end of that time. Reminded of time, I glanced at my watch and stood up. Could we discuss this over lunch? He asked. I wouldn't mind hearing more, but I'm having lunch with some executors of a millionaire's will. They have to be convinced that by furtherance of research into human ills, he meant that the money should go to research fellowships for postgraduate biologists at the university, rather than to a medical foundation. I see you have your problems too, Caswell said, conceding me nothing. He extended his hand with a chilly smile. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Holloway. I'm glad we had this talk. I shook hands and left him standing there, sure of his place in the progress of science and the respect of his colleagues, yet seething inside, because I, the president and dean, had boorishly demanded that he produce something tangible. I frankly didn't give a hoot if he blew his lid. My job isn't easy. For a crumb of favorable publicity and respect in the newspapers and an annual ceremony in a silly costume, I spend the rest of the year going hat in hand, asking politely for money at everyone's door, like a well-dressed panhandler, and trying to manage the university on the dribble I get. As far as I was concerned, a department had to support itself, or be cut down to what student tuition pays for, which is a handful of overcrowded courses taught by an assistant lecturer. Caswell had to make it work, or get out. But the more I thought of it, the more I wanted to hear of what he was going to do for a demonstration. At lunch, 3 days later, while we were waiting for our order, he opened a small notebook. Ever hear of feedback effects? Not enough to have it clear. You know the snowball effect, though. Sure, start a snowball rolling downhill and it grows. Well, now. He wrote a short line of symbols on a blank page, and turned the notebook around for me to inspect it. Here's the formula for the snowball effect. It's the basic general growth formula, covers everything. It was a row of little symbols arranged like an algebra equation. One was the concentric spiral going up, like a cross-section of a snowball rolling in snow. That was the growth sign. I hadn't expected to understand the equation, but it was almost as clear as a sentence. I was impressed and slightly intimidated by it. He had already explained enough so that I knew that, if he was right, here was the growth of the Catholic Church and the Roman Empire, the conquests of Alexander, and the spread of the smoking habit, and the change in rigidity of the unwritten law of styles. Is it really as simple as that? I asked. You notice, he said, that when it becomes too heavy for the cohesion strength of snow, it breaks apart. Now, in human terms... The chops and mashed potatoes and peas arrived. Go on, I urged. He was deep in the symbology of human motives, and the equations of human behavior in groups. After running through a few different types of grower and shrinker type organizations, we came back to the snowball, and decided to run the test by making something grow. You add the motives, he said, and the equation will translate them into organization. How about a good selfish reason for the inns to drag others into the group? Some sort of bounty on new members, a cut of their membership fee, I suggested uncertainly, feeling slightly foolish. And maybe a reason why the members would lose if any of them resigned, or some indirect way they could use to force each other to stay in. The first is the chain letter principle, he nodded. I've got that. The other, he put the symbols through some mathematical manipulation so that a special grouping appeared in the middle of the equation. That's it. Since I seemed to have the right idea, I suggested some more, and he added some, and juggled them around in different patterns. We threw out a few that would have made the organization too complicated, and finally worked out an idyllically simple and deadly little organization setup where joining had all the temptation of buying a sweepstakes ticket, going in deeper was as easy as hanging around a racetrack, and getting out was like trying to pull free from a Malayan thumb trap. We put our heads closer together and talked lower, picking the best place for the demonstration. Abington? How about Waukesha? I have some student sociological surveys of it already. We can pick a suitable group from that. This demonstration has got to be convincing. We'd better pick a little group that no one in his right mind would expect to grow. There should be a suitable club. Picture Professor Caswell, head of the Department of Sociology, and with him the president of the university, leaning across a table toward each other, sipping coffee and talking in conspiratorial tones over something they were writing in a notebook. That was us. Ladies, said the skinny female chairman of the Waukesha Sewing Circle, today we have guests. She signaled for us to rise, and we stood up, bowing to a polite applause and smiles. Professor Caswell and Professor Smith, my alias. They are making a survey of the methods and duties of the clubs of Waukesha. We sat down to another ripple of applause and slightly wider smiles, and then the meeting of the Waukesha Sewing Circle began. In 5 minutes, I began to feel sleepy. There were only about 30 people there, and it was a small room, not the halls of Congress, but they discussed their business of collecting and repairing second-hand clothing for charity with the same endless, boring, parliamentary formality. I pointed out to Caswell the member I thought would be the natural leader, a tall, well-built woman in a green suit, with conscious gestures and a resonant, penetrating voice, and then went into a half-doze while Caswell stayed awake beside me and wrote in his notebook. After a while, the resonant voice roused me to attention for a moment. It was the tall woman holding the floor over some collective dereliction of the club. She was being scathing. I nudged Caswell and murmured, "Did you fix it so that a shover has a better chance of getting into office than a non-shover?" "I think there's a way they could find for it," Caswell whispered back and went to work on his equation again. "Yes, several ways to bias the elections." "Good. Point them out tactfully to the one you select. Not as if she'd use such methods, but just as an example of the reason why only she could be trusted with initiating the change. Just mention all the personal advantages an unscrupulous person could have." He nodded, keeping a straight and sober face as if we were exchanging admiring remarks about the techniques of clothing repairing, instead of conspiring. After the meeting, Caswell drew the tall woman in the green suit aside and spoke to her confidently, showing her the diagram of organization we had drawn up. I saw the response glitter in the woman's eyes, and knew she was hooked. We left the diagram of organization and our typed copy of the new bylaws with her, and went off soberly, as befitted two social science experimenters. We didn't start laughing until our car passed the town limits, and began the climb to University Heights. If Caswell's equations meant anything at all, we had given that sewing circle more growth drives than the Roman Empire. 4 months later, I had time out from a very busy schedule to wonder how the test was coming along. Passing Caswell's office, I put my head in. He looked up from a student research paper he was correcting. "Caswell, about that sewing club business. I'm beginning to feel the suspense. Could I get an advance report on how it's coming? I'm not following it. We're supposed to let it run the full 6 months. But I'm curious. Could I get in touch with that woman? What's her name?" "Searles. Mrs. George Searles. Would that change the results?" "Not in the slightest. If you want to graph the membership rise, it should be going up in a log curve, probably doubling every so often." I grinned. "If it's not rising, you're fired." He grinned back. "If it's not rising, you won't have to fire me. I'll burn my books and shoot myself." I returned to my office and put in a call to Waukesha. While I was waiting for the phone to be answered, I took a piece of graph paper and ruled it off into 6 sections, one for each month. After the phone had rung in the distance for a long time, a servant answered with a bored drawl. "Mrs. Searles' residence." I picked up a red gummed star and licked it. "Mrs. Searles, please." "She's not in just now. Could I take a message?" I placed the star at the 30 line in the beginning of the first section. 30 members they'd started with. No thanks. Could you tell me when she'll be back? Not until dinner. She's at the meeting. The sewing club? I asked. No, sir, not that thing. There isn't any sewing club anymore. Not for a long time. She's at the civic welfare meeting. Somehow I hadn't expected anything like that. Thank you, I said and hung up, and after a moment noticed I was holding a box of red gummed stars in my hand. I closed it and put it down on top of the graph of membership in the sewing circle. No more members. Poor Caswell. The bet between us was ironclad. He wouldn't let me back down on it even if I wanted to. He'd probably quit before I put through the first slow move to fire him. His professional pride would be shattered, sunk without a trace. I remembered what he said about shooting himself. It had seemed funny to both of us at the time, but what a mess that would make for the university. I had to talk to Mrs. Searles. Perhaps there was some outside reason why the club had disbanded. Perhaps it had not just died. I called back. This is Professor Smith, I said, giving the alias I'd used before. I called a few minutes ago. When did you say Mrs. Searles would return? About 6:30 or 7 o'clock. 5 hours to wait. And what if Caswell asked me what I had found out in the meantime? I didn't want to tell him anything until I had talked it over with that woman Searles first. Where is this civic welfare meeting? She told me. 5 minutes later I was in my car, heading to Waukesha, driving considerably faster than my usual speed, and keeping a careful watch for highway patrol cars as the speedometer climbed. The town meeting hall and theater was a big place, probably with lots of small rooms for different clubs. I went in through the center door and found myself in the huge central hall, where some sort of rally was being held. A political-type rally. You know, cheers and chants, with bunting already down on the floor, people holding banners, and plenty of enthusiasm and excitement in the air. Someone was making a speech up on the platform. Most of the people there were women. I wondered how the Civic Welfare League could dare hold its meeting at the same time as a political rally that could pull its members away. The group with Mrs. Searles was probably holding a shrunken and almost memberless meeting somewhere in an upper room. There probably was a side door that would lead upstairs. While I glanced around, a pretty girl usher put a printed bulletin in my hand, whispering, "Here's one of the new copies." As I attempted to hand it back, she retreated. "Oh, you can keep it. It's the new one. Everyone's supposed to have it. We've just printed up 6,000 copies to make sure there'll be enough to last." The tall woman on the platform had been making a driving, forceful speech about some plans for rebuilding Waukesha's slum section. It began to penetrate my mind dimly as I glanced down at the bulletin in my hands. Civic Welfare League of Waukesha, the United Organization of Church and Secular Charities. That's what it said. Below began the rules of membership. I looked up. The speaker, with a clear, determined voice and conscious, forceful gestures, had entered the home stretch of her speech, an appeal to the civic pride of all citizens of Waukesha. With a bright and glorious future, potentially without poor and without uncared for ill, potentially with no ugliness, no vistas which are not beautiful, the best people in the best planned town in the country, the jewel of the United States. She paused and then leaned forward intensely, striking her clenched hand on the speaker's stand with each word for emphasis. "All we need is more members. Now get out there and recruit." I finally recognized Mrs. Searles, as an answering sudden blast of sound half deafened me. The crowd was chanting on the top of their lungs, "Recruit! Recruit!" Mrs. Searles stood still at the speaker's table, and behind her, seated in a row of chairs, was a group that was probably the board of directors. It was mostly women, and the women began to look vaguely familiar, as if they could be members of the sewing circle. I put my lips close to the ear of the pretty usher while I turned over the stiff printed bulletin on a hunch. "How long has the League been organized?" On the back of the bulletin was a constitution. She was cheering with the crowd, her eyes sparkling. "I don't know," she answered between cheers. "I only joined 2 days ago. Isn't it wonderful?" I went into the quiet outer air and got into my car, with my skin prickling. Even as I drove away, I could hear them. They were singing some kind of organization song, with the tune of Marching Through Georgia. Even at the single glance I had given it, the Constitution looked exactly like the one we had given to the Waukesha Sewing Circle. All I told Caswell when I got back was that the Sewing Circle had changed its name, and the membership seemed to be rising. Next day, after calling Mrs. Searles, I placed some red stars on my graph for the first 3 months. They made a nice curve, rising more steeply as it reached the 4th month. They picked up the first increase in membership simply by amalgamating with all the other types of charity events in Waukesha, changing the club name with each fusion, but keeping the same constitution. The constitution with the bright promise of advantages, as long as there were always new members being brought in. By the 5th month, the League had added a mutual babysitting service, and had induced the local school board to add a nursery school to the town service, so as to free more women for League activity. But charity must have completely organized by then, and expansion had to be in other directions. Some real estate agents evidently had been drawn into the whirlpool early, along with their ideas. The slum improvement plans began to blossom, and take on a tinge of real estate planning later in the month. The first day of the 6th month, a big 2-page spread appeared in the local paper of a mass meeting which had approved a full-fledged scheme for slum clearance of Waukesha's Shacktown section, plus plans for rehousing, civic building, and rezoning, and good prospects for attracting some new industries to the town, industries which had already been contacted and seemed interested by the privileges offered. And with all this, an arrangement for securing and distributing the club members alone most of the profit that would come to the town in the form of a rise in the price of building sites and a boom in the building industry. The profit distributing arrangement was the same one that had been built into the organization plan for the distribution of the small profits of membership fees and honorary promotions. It was becoming an openly profitable business. Membership was rising more rapidly now. By the 2nd week of the 6th month, news appeared in the local paper that the club had filed an application to incorporate itself in the Waukesha Mutual Trade and Civic Development Corporation, and all the local real estate promoters had finished joining en masse. The mutual trade part sounded to me as if the Chamber of Commerce was on point of being pulled in with them, ideas, ambitions, and all. I chuckled while reading the next page of the paper, on which a local politician was reported of having addressed the club with a long flowery oration on their enterprise, charity, and civic spirit. He had been made an honorary member. If he allowed himself to be made a full member, with contractual obligations and its lures, if politicians went into this too. I laughed, filing the newspaper with the other documents on the Waukesha test. These proofs would fascinate any businessman with the sense to see where his bread was buttered. A businessman is constantly dealing with organizations, including his own, and finding them either inert, cantankerous, or both. Caswell's formula could be a handle to grasp them with. Gratitude alone would bring money into the university in carload lots. The end of the 6th month came. The test was over, and the end reports were spectacular. Caswell's formulas were proven to the hilt. After reading the last newspaper reports, I called him up. "Perfect, Wilt, perfect! I can use this Waukesha thing to get you so many fellowships and scholarships and grants for your department that you'll think it's snowing money." He answered somewhat disinterestedly. "I've been busy working with students on their research papers and marking tests, not following the Waukesha business at all, I'm afraid. You say the demonstration went well and you're satisfied?" He was definitely putting on a chill. We were friends now, but obviously he was still peeved whenever he was reminded that I had doubted his theory would work, and he was using its success to rub my nose in the realization that I'd been wrong. A man with a string of degrees after his name is just as human as anyone else. I had needled him pretty hard that first time. "I'm satisfied," I acknowledged. "I was wrong. The formulas work beautifully. Come over and see my file of documents on it if you want a boost for your ego. Now let's see the formula for stopping it." He sounded cheerful again. I didn't complicate that organization with negatives. I wanted it to grow. It falls apart naturally when it stops growing for more than 2 months. It's like the great stock boom before an economic crash. Everyone in it is prosperous as long as the prices just keep going up and new buyers come into the market. But they know what would happen if it stopped growing. You remember, we built in as one of the incentives that the members know they're going to lose if membership stops growing. Why, if I tried to stop it now, they'd cut my throat. I remember the drive and frenzy of the crowd in the one early meeting I'd seen. They probably would. "No," he continued, "we'll just let it play out to the end of its tether and die of old age." "When will that be?" "It can't grow past the female population of the town. There are only so many women in Waukesha, and some of them don't like sewing." The graph on the desk before me began to look sinister. Surely Caswell must have made some provision for... "You underestimate their ingenuity," I said into the phone. "Since they wanted to expand, they didn't stick to sewing. They went from general charity to social welfare schemes to something that's pretty close to an incorporated government. The name is now the Waukesha Mutual Trade and Civic Development Corporation, and they're filing an application to change it to Civic Property Pool and Social Dividend. Membership contractual, open to all. That social dividend sounds like a technocrat climbed on the bandwagon, eh?" While I spoke, I carefully added another red star to the curve above the 1,000-member level, checking with the newspaper that still laid open on my desk. The curve was definitely some sort of log curve now, growing more rapidly with each increase. Leaving out practical limitations for a moment, where does the formula say it will stop? I asked. When you run out of people to join it. But after all, there are only so many people in Waukesha. It's a pretty small town. They've opened a branch office in New York, I said carefully into the phone a few weeks later. With my pencil very carefully, I extended the membership curve from where it was then. After the next doubling, the curve went almost straight up and off the page, allowing for a lag of contagion from one nation to another. Depending on how much their citizens intermingled, I'd give the rest of the world about 12 years. There was a long silence while Caswell probably drew the same graph in his own mind. Then he laughed weakly. Well, you asked me for a demonstration. That was as good an answer as any. We got together and had lunch in a bar, if you can call it lunch. The movement we started will expand by hook or by crook, by seduction or by bribery or by propaganda or by conquest. But it will expand, and maybe a total world government will be a fine thing, until it hits the end of its rope in 12 years or so. What happens then? I don't know. But I don't want anyone to pin that on me. From now on, if anyone asks me, I've never heard of Waukesha. The Snowball Effect by Catherine McLean. Sweet Tooth by Robert F. Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Amato. Sweet Tooth by Robert F. Young. Sugardale 3 miles, the state highway sign said. Dexter Foote turned into the side road that the arrow indicated. He had no way of knowing it at the time, but by his action, he condemned his new convertible to a fate worse than death. The side road meandered down a long slope into a wooded hollow, where a breeze born of cool bowers and shaded brooks made the July afternoon heat less oppressive. A quantity of the peak that had been with him ever since setting forth from the city departed. There were worse assignments, after all, than riding up a fallen star. Abruptly, he applied his brakes and brought the convertible to a screeching halt. His blue eyes started from his boyish face. Well, they might. The two Humpty Dumpty-ish creatures, squatting in the middle of the road, were as big as heavy tanks, and, judging from their skin tone, were constructed of similar material. They had arms like jointed cranes, and legs like articulated girders. Their scissors-like mouths were slightly open, exposing maws the hue of an open hearth at tapping time. Either they were all body and no head, or all head and no body. Whichever was the case, they had both eyes and ears. The former had something of the aspect of peak holes in a furnace door, while the latter brought to mind lopsided TV antennae. As Dexter watched, the foremost of the two metallic monsters advanced upon the convertible and began licking the chrome off the grill with a long tongue-like tongue. Meanwhile, its companion circled to the rear and took a big bite out of the trunk. There was an awesome crunch, and the convertible gave a convulsive shudder. At this point, Dexter got out and ran. More accurately, he jumped out and ran. 100 feet down the road, he stopped and turned. He was just in time to see monster number 1 bite off the red headlight. Crunch! Not to be outdone, monster number 2 bit off the right tail light. Crunch, crunch! An acrid odor affronted Dexter's nostrils, and he discerned a faint yellow haze hovering about the convertible. The rear wheels went in 2 bites. The 250 HP motor required 3. Crunch, crunch, crunch! The upholstery caught fire and began to burn. A gout of flame shot up as the gas tank exploded. Far from discouraging the two monsters, the resultant inferno merely served to whet their appetites. Crunch, 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 crunch! Dexter's shoulders sagged, and the spot next to his heart that the convertible had shared with his best girl gave a spasmodic twinge. Removing his suit coat and slinging it over his shoulder, he turned his back on the grisly repast and set out sadly for Sugardale. He had not gone far before his stalled thought processes got into gear again. The falling star he had been assigned by his editor to write up had been an unusually brilliant one, according to the report the paper had received. Maybe its unusualness did not stop there. Maybe it was something more than a mere meteorite. Certainly the two monsters could not be classified as local woodland creatures. All of which was fine as far as copy was concerned, but it didn't bring his convertible back. Presently he saw 2 sizable deposits of slag at the side of the road, and approaching them more closely, he discovered that they were still warm. Could they be the remains of a previously devoured automobile? He wondered. What an ignominious fate indeed to overtake a car. He looked at the 2 deposits once more before moving on. All he could think of were 2 piles of elephant dung. A mile and a half later, he emerged in a small valley that sported a handful of houses, a scattering of business places, a church or two, and a goodly number of trees. A roadside sign informed him that he had reached his destination, that its population was 350, and that its speed limit was 20 miles per hour. The population, however, was nowhere in evidence, and the speed limit seemed silly in view of the absence of cars. A scared-looking housewife, upon whose door he knocked, told him he'd probably find the local minion of the law at the Sugardale Inn, sucking up beer the way he always is when he should be out earning his money. The inn turned out to be a sagging 3-story structure in desperate need of a paint job. There was a Model A sedan parked in front of it, the first automobile Dexter had seen. Formerly, the establishment had provided a haven for weary travelers. Now it provided a haven for contented cockroaches. Its fin de siècle bar was a collector's item, and standing at it, 1 foot propped on the brass bar rail, was a lone customer. He was tall and thin, and somewhere in his 60s, and he was wearing blue denim trousers and a blue chambray shirt. There was a lackluster badge pinned on the fading shirt front, and a beat-up sombrero sat atop the graying head. "Sheriff Jeremiah Smith at your service," he said calmly when Dexter dashed up to him. He took a sip from the schooner of beer that sat at the bar before him. "Got troubles, have you, young man?" "My car," Dexter said. "I was driving along the road and—" "Got ate up, did it? Well, it's not the first one to get ate up around here." Jeremiah Smith faced the doorway that led to the lobby. "Mrs. Creasy, get this young man a beer," he called. A plump, middle-aged woman, whose dark hair fell down over her eyes like a thicket, came into sight behind the bar. She flicked a cockroach off the drain board with an expert forefinger, drew Dexter a schooner, and set it before him. Jeremiah Smith paid for it. "Drink her down, young man," he said. "I know how I'd feel if my car got ate up." Manfully, Dexter dispatched half the contents of his schooner, after which he had introduced himself and explained the nature of his mission to Sugardale. "I never figured on anything like this, though," he concluded. "You must have made it through just before the roadblock was set up," Jeremiah said. "You were lucky." Dexter started at him. "Lucky? I lost my car." "Pshaw! What's a car to a newspaper man when a big story's in the air? Take this newspaper fellow I saw on TV Saturday night. Big stories went out long ago," Dexter said. "Newspaper men work for a living the same as anybody else. Get back to my car. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Jeremiah looked hurt. "I've done everything I can do. The minute I saw those tanks, I knew it was a job for the Army, and the state police agreed with me. So we notified them, after which we advised everybody to stay indoors and to keep their cars under lock and key. All we can do now is wait." Jeremiah sighed. "Crazy if you ask me. Tanks eating automobiles." "I imagine," Dexter said thoughtfully, "that our diet would give them pause, too. Where did this star of yours fall?" "In Ed Hallam's North Timber lot. Take you there if you like. There's not much to see, though. Just a big hole in the ground." Dexter finished his beer. "Come on," he said. The Model A parked in front of the inn turned out to be Jeremiah's. They took off down the road at a brisk pace, wound through woods, dales, pastures, and fields. Dexter hadn't the remotest idea where he was, when at last Jeremiah pulled up beside a grove larger and darker than the others. The old man squinted into the lengthening shadows. "Seems to me them auto-eating tanks ought to make better reading than a common ordinary falling star." Halfway out of the car, Dexter stared at him. "You mean to tell me you don't see the connection?" "What connection?" Dexter got the rest of the way out. "Between the automobile eaters and the spaceship, of course." Jeremiah stared at him. "What spaceship?" "Oh, never mind," Dexter said. "Show me the fallen star." It was in a clearing deep in the woods, or rather the crater-like hole it had made was. Peering down into the hole, Dexter saw the dark pitted surface of what could very well have been an ordinary, if unusually large, meteorite. There was nothing that suggested an opening of any kind, but the opposite wall of the crater did look as though some heavy object had been dragged, or had dragged itself, up to the level of the clearing. The underbrush showed signs of having been badly trampled in the recent past. He pointed out the signs to Jeremiah. "See how those saplings are flattened? No human being did that. I'll bet if we followed that trail, we'd come to the remains of the first car they consumed. Whose car was it, by the way?" "Mrs. Hopkins' new Buick. She had just started out for the city on one of her shopping trips. She was so scared when she came running back into town, her hair was standing straight out behind her head. Maybe, though, it was because she was running so fast. Abruptly, Jeremiah leaned forward and squinted at the ground. Looks almost like a big footprint right there, don't it? He straightened. But if the darn thing is a spaceship, like you say, how come it buried itself? Because whoever or whatever was piloting it didn't or couldn't decelerate enough for an orthodox landing, Dexter explained. Lucky it hit the clearing. You'd have had a forest fire on your hands. Jeremiah looked worried. Maybe we'd better be getting back to the road. I feel kind of guilty leaving my Model A sitting there all alone. Dexter followed him back through the woods and climbed into the front seat beside him. The road took them to the main highway, and not long thereafter, Jeremiah turned off the highway into another road, a familiar road heralded by a familiar sign that said, Sugardale 3 miles. 2 slag deposits marked the spot where once Dexter's proud convertible had stood. He gazed at them sadly as they passed. Suddenly, Jeremiah brought the Model A to a screeching halt. The 2 desecrators of the American dream incarnate were in the midst of another repast. The victim this time, judging by the still visible star and the OD color scheme, was an Army staff car. The grill and the motor were already gone, and half of the roof was missing. Yellow haze shrouded the sorry scene, and the countryside was resounding to a series of horrendous crunches. "Do you think if I sort of zoom by we could make it?" Jeremiah asked. "I hate to go all the way around the other way." "I'm game if you are," Dexter said. Zoom! The 2 monsters didn't even look up. "You'd think my Model A wasn't good enough for him," Jeremy said peevishly. "Count your blessings. Look, there's someone up ahead." The someone turned out to be a 2-star general, a chicken colonel, and an enlisted man. Jeremiah stopped, and the trio climbed into the back seat. "Ate your staff car, did they, General?" he chuckled, taking off again. "Well, that's the way it goes." "The name," said the general, whose middle-aged face had a greenish cast, "is General Longcomb, and I was on my way to Sugardale to reconnoiter the situation before committing any troops to the area. This is my aide, Colonel Mortby, and my driver, Sergeant Wilkins." "Sheriff Smith, at your service," said Jeremiah. "This here's Dexter Foote, who came to Sugardale to do a big story on our falling star." "Tell me about these VEMs of yours, Sheriff," General Longcomb said. Jeremiah twisted around. VEMs? "Vehicle-eating monsters," Colonel Mortby interposed. He was a small man with a pleasant youthful face. "It's standard Army operating procedure to give an object a name before investigating it." "Oh." Jeremiah twisted back again, saved the Model A from going into the ditch with a Herculean yank on the wheel. "Well, Dexter here seems to think that our falling star is a spaceship, and that they landed in it, and I'm inclined to believe he's right. After seeing the VEMs in person, I'm inclined to believe he's right myself," Colonel Mortby said. "I think that what we have to do with here," he went on presently, when the general made no comment, "is a form of metal-based life capable of generating an internal temperature of at least 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The acrid odor they give off while feasting probably arises from a substance analogous to our gastric juices, which their heat-resistant stomachs supplied to accomplish digestion. Only in this case, digestion consists primarily of melting down the metal they consume and then isolating its waste matter, after which the pure metal is reprocessed into body tissue, and the waste matter is thrown off in the form of slag. I think we might go so far as to call them a couple of animate open hearths." Dexter had turned around in the front seat and was looking at the colonel admiringly. "I think you've hit the nail right on the head, sir," he said. General Longcomb was scowling. "We're here to survey the situation, Colonel, not jump to conclusions." He addressed the back of Jeremiah's weather-beaten neck. "I trust we'll have no trouble finding suitable accommodations in Sugardale, Sheriff." "Mrs. Creasy'll be glad to put you up at the inn, if that's what you mean," Jeremiah said. Mrs. Creasy was more than glad. Indeed, from the way she looked at the officers and the NCO through a thicket of hair, you would have thought they were the first rumors she had in months, discounting the cockroaches, of course. The general said, petulantly, "Let's get down to business, Colonel. I want an armored company brought up immediately, and I want the Fallen Star area put off limits at once. Have the sheriff show you where it is." He turned to Sergeant Wilkins. "Sergeant, get on the phone as soon as the colonel gets off it, and arrange for my personal Cadillac to be delivered here first thing." After phoning his paper, Dexter headed for the dining room, and sat down beside General Longcomb. "Anything new on the VEMs, General?" he asked. General Longcomb sighed. There were shadows under his eyes, and his cheeks showed signs of sagging. "They're still in circulation. Scared the wits out of a couple of teenagers and ate their hot rod. We've got them under constant surveillance, of course, and what with all the underbrush they trample, it's easy enough to track them. But we can't stop them. They eat our gas grenades and our fragmentation grenades, and they're impervious to our tank killers and our anti-tank mines. A small A-bomb would take care of them nicely, but even assuming there's an area around here large enough and isolated enough to permit us to use an A-bomb, there's no way of herding them into it. It just so happens there is such an area, Jeremiah Smith said. Tilson Valley, about 10 miles south of here. You'd have to vacate Old Man Tilson, of course, but he'd be glad to go if you made it worth his while. He hasn't grown a thing but weeds anyway since he got his pension. Just sits around all day and sucks up beer. But there's still no way of getting the VEMs out there, General Longcomb objected. Tell me, General, Dexter said, have they eaten any of your jeeps or trucks or personnel carriers? General Longcomb shook his head. They've had plenty of opportunity to, too. I have a theory, Dexter said. The look that promptly settled on General Longcomb's face made no bones about what he thought of presumptuous young reporters with theories. Colonel Mortby, however, was considerably less biased. It won't do any harm to listen to what he's got to say, sir, he pointed out, and it may even do some good. It'll be at least a day before the ship is excavated, and even then we may not know any more about the sort of life forms we're dealing with than we do now. Dexter needed no further invitation. I think it's pretty clear by now, he began, that our two visitors from Planet X aren't attracted by metal in just any old form at all, but by metal in the form of new or nearly new automobiles. This strongly suggests that their landing was unpremeditated, because if it had been premeditated, they probably would have come down in a section of the country where such metallic concoctions are in plentiful supply, near a city or a large town, or close to a heavily traveled throughway. But what is it about these new cars of ours that they find so irresistible? Let's try an analogy. Suppose one of us had gone into a bakery to buy a birthday cake, and that money was no object. Which cake is he most likely to buy? The answer is obvious, the one with the most visual appeal. To return to our visitors from Planet X, suppose that all their lives they've been eating metal in various but uninspired ingot forms, the metallic equivalents, let's say, of beans and bread and hominy grits. Now suppose they find their way to another planet, where visual appeal and metallic creation is a major occupation, and suppose that shortly after disembarking from their spaceship, they come upon a new convertible. Wouldn't they react in the same way we would react if all our lives our diet had been confined to beans and bread and hominy grits, and we traveled to another planet, disembarked, and came upon a delicious birthday cake, just begging to be eaten? Wouldn't they make pigs of themselves and start looking for more cakes? But if it's the ornate nature of our late-model cars that attracts them, why did they eat the staff car? Colonel Mortby asked. And why did they eat the teenager's hot rod and our gas and fragmentation grenades? I suggest, Dexter said, that they ate the staff car because at the moment there weren't any other cars immediately available. As for the teenager's hot rod, I imagine it was loaded down with enough chrome accessories to sink a battleship. And as for your grenades, your men threw them at them first, did they not? Colonel Mortby nodded. I see what you mean, sort of like throwing candy at a baby. I'll buy your theory, Mr. Foote. And now, if I may, Dexter continued, I'd like to propose a means of getting rid of our unwanted visitors from Planet X. General Longcomb sighed. Very well, Mr. Foote. Go on. You mentioned earlier, sir, that there was no way of herding the VEMs into an isolated area. However, I think there is a way. Suppose we were to remove all of the automobiles from the vicinity with the exception of one, and suppose we were to park that one in the middle of Tilson Valley as bait, with a remote-controlled A-bomb underneath it. But how would they know that the bait was there? Through association, Dexter said. All the automobiles they've consumed thus far were in operation shortly before they began to eat them, so by now they must have established an unconscious relationship between the sound of the motors and the taste of the metal. Therefore, if we keep the bait idling and set up a PA system to amplify the sound, eventually they'll hear it, their mouths will salivate, and they'll come running. General Longcomb offered no comment. He appeared to be in deep thought. My car is in West Virginia, Colonel Mortby said. My car was eaten, Dexter said. General Longcomb opened his mouth. My car, he began. Sergeant Wilkins entered the room and saluted smartly. The General's Cadillac has just arrived, sir, he said. Old Man Tilson cooperated readily enough, once he was assured he would be indemnified not only for his ramshackle house, but for the young mountain of beer bottles that stood in his backyard, and the command post was moved forthwith to the lip of the valley. Jeremiah Smith was allowed to go along as an observer, and Dexter was accorded a similar favor. By evening, everything was in place. The Colonel's Cadillac, parked in the valley's center, had something of the aspect of a chrome-bedizened lamb resting on an altar of crabgrass, buttercups, and mustard weeds. Surrounding it were half a dozen floodlights. Suspended over it was a microphone. Standing next to it was a pole supporting 3 PA speakers, and located several hundred feet away was a TV camera. Beyond this impressive display, Old Man Tilson's homestead could be discerned, and beyond the homestead rose his mountainous collection of beer bottles. Colonel Mortby came out from the command post tent and walked over to where Dexter and Jeremiah were standing, looking down into the valley. He handed each of them a pair of cobalt blue glasses. "If you watch the blast, make sure you wear these," he said, raising his voice above the amplified purring of the Cadillac's motor. "You'll be glad to know that the 2 VEMs are already on their way, Mr. Foote. Our walkie-talkie squad just called in. However, the creatures move so slowly that they probably won't be here before dawn." Dexter came out of a brown study. "One thing still bugs me," he said. "Why should 2 members of a race of extraterrestrials, technically intelligent enough to build spaceships, behave like a pair of gluttonous savages the minute they land on another planet?" "But you explained that," Jeremiah pointed out. "They just can't resist eating American automobiles." "I'm afraid I got carried away by my analogy. Civilized beings simply don't go running across the countryside the minute they land and start gobbling up everything that strikes their eye. They make contact with the authorities first, and then they go running across the countryside and start gobbling up everything that strikes their eye." Colonel Mortby grinned. "You've got a good point there, Mr. Foote. Well, I'm going to see if I can't catch 40 winks or so. It's been a trying day." "Me too," Jeremiah said, heading for his Model A. Left alone, Dexter wedged a flashlight in the fork of a little tree, sat down in its dim radiance, got out pen and notebook, and began his article. "The Solid Cheese Cadillac," he wrote, by Dexter Foote. Dawn found him dozing over page 16. "There they are!" someone shouted, jerking him awake. "The filthy fiends!" The someone was General Longcomb. Joining him, Dexter saw the 2 VEMs. They were moving relentlessly across the valley floor toward the helpless Cadillac. Jeremiah came up, rubbing his eyes. Colonel Mortby could be discerned through the distance of the command post tent, leaning over a technician's shoulder. The 2 VEMs reached the Cadillac and began licking the chrome with their long tongue-like tongues. General Longcomb went wild. He waved his arms. "Monsters!" he screamed. "I'll blow you to kingdom come personally!" and stomped into the tent. Dexter and Jeremiah started to put on their cobalt blue glasses. Abruptly, thunder sounded, and a shadow darkened the land. Looking skyward, Dexter saw it. The ship, the saucer, whichever word you cared to apply to it. But whichever noun you chose, you had to prefix it with the adjective gigantic, for the ventral hatch alone, which had just yawned open, was large enough to accommodate the Sugardale Methodist Church. In the command post tent, the general, as yet unaware of the UFO's presence, was giving the countdown in an anguished voice. 2. In the valley, the 2 VEMs were trying vainly to extricate themselves from a huge metallic net that had dropped over them. 1. On the lip of the valley, Dexter Foote was grappling with an insight. 0. "It wasn't a dud after all," General Longcomb said. "They canceled out the chain reaction with some kind of a ray. I wonder," he shook his head wistfully, "what a weapon, though." He and Colonel Mortby and the tech were standing by the chrome-stripped carcass of the Cadillac. Dexter and Jeremiah had just come up. "My theory turned out to be a little bit off-center," Dexter said. "You see, I overlooked the possibility that our children aren't necessarily the only galactic small fry who run away from home and get themselves in Dutch. My birthday cake analogy still holds true, but I would have done better to have compared our late-model automobiles to appetizing candy bars, or Easter baskets filled with jelly and chocolate chickens." The general regarded him blankly. "I'm afraid I don't follow you at all, Mr. Foote." "Did you ever turn a pair of hungry kids loose in a candy store, sir?" Understanding came to General Longcomb's eyes then, and he turned and gazed sadly at his chromeless Cadillac. "I wonder if they still have castor oil on Planet X," he said. "I bet they have its equivalent," grinned Dexter Foote. Sweet Tooth by Robert F. Young. Two Weeks in August by Frank M. Robinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Amato. 2 Weeks in August, by Frank M. Robinson. I suppose there's a guy like McCleary in every office. Now, I'm not a hard man to get along with, and it usually takes quite a bit more than overly bright remarks from the office boy to bother me. But try as I might, I could never get along with McCleary. To be disliked as he was, you have to work at it. What kind of guy was he? Well, if you came down to the office one day, proud as punch because of something little Johnny or Josephine had said, it was a sure cinch that McCleary would horn in with something his little Louie had spouted off that morning. At any rate, when McCleary got through, you felt like taking Johnny to the doctor to find out what made him subnormal. Or maybe you happened to buy a new Super 8 that week, and were bragging about the mileage, the terrific pickup, and how quickly she responded to the wheel. Leave it to McCleary to give a quick rundown on his own car that would make you feel like selling yours for junk at the nearest scrap heap. Well, you see what I mean. But by far the worst of it was when vacation time rolled around. You could forgive a guy for topping you about how brainy his kids are, and you might even find it in your heart to forget the terrific bargain he drove to work in. But vacation time is when he'd really get on your nerves. You could pack the wife and kids in Old Reliable and roll out to the lake for your 2 weeks in August. You might even break the bank and spend the 2 weeks at a poor man's Sun Valley. But no matter where you went, when you came back, you'd have to sit in silence and listen to McCleary's account of his vacation to the Adirondacks, or his tramp in the Canadian wilds, or maybe even the old French Quarter. The trouble was he always had the photographs, the ticket stubs, and the souvenirs to prove it. Where he got the money, I'll never know. Sometimes I tell the wife about it, and she'd sniff and wonder what kind of shabby house they lived in, that they could afford all the other things. I never looked them up myself. Tell you the truth, I was afraid I'd find the McClearys lived on Park Avenue. Now, you look forward to a vacation all year, but particularly during the latter part of July, when, what with the heat and the stuffy office, you begin to feel like a half-done hot dog on a barbecue. I was feeling even worse than usual, as I was faced with spending my 2 weeks in my own backyard, most of my vacation dough having gone to pay the doctor. The only thing I minded was having McCleary find out about it, and seeing that phony look of sympathy roll across his fat face while he rambled on about the vacation he was going to have. It was lunchtime, and we had just finished talking about the latest on television, and what was wrong with the administration, and who'd win the pennant, when Bob Young brought up the subject of vacations. It turned out he was due for a trip to the Ozarks, and Donley was going after walleye pike in northern Wisconsin. I could sense McCleary prick up his ears clear across the room. "How about you, Bill?" Donley asked me. "Got any plans?" I winked heavily and jerked a thumb warningly toward McCleary, making sure McCleary couldn't see the gesture. "My vacation is really going to be out of the world this time," I said. "Me and the wife are going to Mars. Dry, you know. Even better than Arizona for her sinus." Even with the wink, they were caught off guard for a minute. "Mars?" Donley said feebly, edging his chair away. "Yeah, sure. Great place. Never been there myself, though." Young just gaped, then grinned as he caught on. "I understand it's a wonderful spot," he chipped in. I casually peeled the hard-boiled egg the wife had packed in my lunch bucket, and leaned back in my swivel chair. "It's really swell," I said, dreamily, but out loud enough so McCleary couldn't help but overhear. Drifting down the Grand Canal at evening, the sun a faint golden disk behind the crystal towers of Marsport. I let my voice drift into a long sigh, and reached for Donley's sack of grapes. About this time, McCleary had gnawed his way through a big pastrami sandwich and waddled over. He stood there expectantly, but we carefully ignored him. "Always wanted to go myself," Donley said in the same tone of voice he would have used to say that he'd like to go to California someday. "Pretty expensive, though, isn't it?" "Expensive?" I raised a studdedly surprised eyebrow. "Oh, I suppose a little, but it's worth it. The wife and I got a roomette on the Princess of Mars for $139.50. That's one way, of course." "Mars," Young sighed wistfully. There was a moment of silence, with all three of us paying silent tribute to the ultimate in vacations. McCleary slowly masticated a leaf of lettuce, his initial look of suspicion giving way to half-belief. "Let's hear some more about it," Young said enthusiastically, suddenly recovering from his reverie. "Oh, there isn't much more," I said indifferently. "We plan to stay in the Red Sands Hotel in Marsport. American plan. Take in Marsport, with maybe a side trip to Crystallite. If we have time, we might even take a waterway cruise to the North Pole." I broke off and dug Dunley in the ribs. Man, you never fished until you have a Martian flying fish at the end of the line. I grabbed a ruler off the desk and began using it as an imaginary rod and reel. Talk about fight. Oh, sorry, Mac. My ruler had amputated part of a floppy lettuce leaf that hung from McCleary's sandwich. I settled down in my chair again and started paying attention to my lunch. Nothing like it, I added, between mouthfuls of liverwurst. How about entertainment? Young winked slyly. Well, you know, the wife will be along, I said. But some of the places near the Grand Canal, and those Martian mist maidens. Brother, if I was unattached. There ain't any life on Mars, McCleary said, suspicious again. All three of us looked at him in shocked silence. He says there's no life on Mars, Donnelly repeated. You ever been there, McCleary? I asked sarcastically. No, but just the same. All right, I cut in. Then you don't know whether there is or isn't. So kindly reserve your opinion until you know a little about the subject under discussion. I turned back to Donnelly and Young. Really a wonderful place for your health. Dry, thin air, nice and cool at night, and beautiful. From Mars part you can see low-slung mountains in the distance, dunes of soft red sand stretching out to them. If I were you, Bob, I'd forget about the Ozarks and sign up on the rocket. There ain't any rockets going to Mars, McCleary said obstinately. Isn't, I corrected. I mean there is. Besides, McCleary, just because you've never heard of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The government's still working on V2, McCleary said flatly. They haven't even reached the moon yet. I sighed softly, acting disgusted at having to deal with somebody as stupid as McCleary. Mac, that's the government. And besides, they're dealing with military rockets. And did you ever hear of the government perfecting something before private industry? Who perfected the telephone, the radio, television? The government? No, private industry, of course. Private industry has always been ahead of the government on everything, including rockets. Get on the stick, Mac. McCleary started in on his lettuce loaf again, looking very shrewd. How come I never heard of it before now? He asked, springing the clincher argument. Look, Mac, this is relatively new. The company's just starting, can't afford to take full-page ads and that sort of thing. Just give him time, that's all. Why, a couple of years from now, you'll be spending your vacation on Venus or Jupiter or someplace like that. From now on, California and the Bahamas will be strictly old hat. McCleary looked half-believing. Where'd you get your tickets? I waved vaguely in the direction of downtown. Oh, there must be at least a couple agencies downtown. Might even be able to find them in the phone book. Look under Interplanetary Rocket Lines, or something like that. You might have a little difficulty, of course. Like I say, they're not too well advertised. McCleary was about to say something more, but then the 1 o'clock bell rang, and we went back to the office grind. Well, McCleary didn't say anything more about it the next day, even though we'd throw in a chance comment about Mars every now and then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Mac didn't rise to the bait. We gradually forgot about it. The next couple weeks came and went, and then my 2 weeks in August. Like I said before, my vacation dough had gone to pay the doctor, so I stayed at home and watered the begonias. The Monday morning after vacation, we were all back in the office, if anything looking more fagged than when we had left. When lunchtime rolled around, Donnelly and Young and I piled our lunches on Donnelly's desk. His desk was near a window on the north side of the building so we could get the breeze, and talked about what we had done during vacation. McCleary ambled up, and like it usually does after McCleary comes around, the conversation just naturally died down. After a 2-minute silence, I finally took the hook. Okay, Mac, I said. I know you're just dying to tell us. Where did you go? He almost looked surprised. To Mars, he said, like he might have said Aunt Minnie's. The three of us looked blankly for a minute, and then we caught on. It took us a while to recover from laughing, and my sides were still aching when I saw McCleary's face. It definitely had a hurt look on it. You don't think I did? He accused us. Oh, come off it, McCleary, I said crossly. A gag's a gag, but it can be carried too far. Where'd you go? California, Oregon, someplace like that? I said I went to Mars, McCleary repeated hotly, and I can prove it. Sure, I said. Like I can prove the world's flat, and it's supported by 4 elephants standing on a turtle's back like the old Greeks. I cut off. McCleary had thrown a couple of pasteboards on the desk, and I picked them up. The printing on it was like you would see on a Pullman ticket. It said something about a roomette, first-class passage on the Martian Prince, for $154.75, and there was even a place where they had the tax figured. In 2 blanks at the top of the ticket, they had filled it out to E.C. McCleary and wife. The bottom half was torn off, just like they do with train tickets. Very clever, I said. But you shouldn't have gone through all that trouble to have these printed up. McCleary scowled and dropped a little bunch of Kodachrome slides on the desk. I took one and held it up to the light. It showed Mac and his wife mounted on something that looked like a cross between a camel and a zebra. They were at the top of a sand dune, and in the distance you could see the towers of a city. The funny thing was that the towers looked a little, but not much, like minarets, and the sand dunes were colored a beautiful pink. I passed it on to Donnelly and Young, and started leafing through the rest. They were beautiful slides, McCleary and spouse in front of various structures, in a delicately tinted marble and crystal city. McCleary in a pink and black boat, on a canal that looked as wide as the Mississippi. McCleary standing on a strangely carved sandstone parapet, admiring a sunset caused by a sun looking half as big as ours. And everywhere were the dunes of pink sand. Pictures can be faked, Mac, I said. He looked hurt and got some things out of his desk. A sateen pillow with scenes like those of his snapshots. An urn filled with pink sand. A tiny boat like a gondola, only different. A letter opener made out of peculiar bubbly pink glass. They were all stamped, Souvenir of Mars. And that kind of junk you don't have made up for a gag. I know mass-produced articles when I see them. We couldn't afford the first-class tour, McCleary said expansively. But I figure we can cover that next year. He turned to me, puzzledly. I asked the passenger agent about the Princess of Mars, and he said he had never heard of the ship. And it's Mars City, not Marsport. Couldn't understand how you made a mistake. It was easy, I said, weakly. I pointed to the pasteboard ducats. Where'd you get these, Mac? He waved generously in the direction of downtown. Like you said, there's a couple agencies downtown. You know, sometimes I think we misjudged McCleary. It takes a while to get to know a guy like Mac. Maybe his Louis is brighter than Johnny, and maybe his Chugmobile is something terrific. For the last few years, all on account of Mac, my 2 weeks in August has really been well spent beautiful. Why, from Mars City, you can see low-slung mountains in the distance, and dunes of soft red sand stretching out to them. And the sunsets when you're standing on the parapets of that delicate crystal city. And man, fishing in the Grand Canal. How do you get to Mars? There's probably a couple of agencies in your own town. You can look them up in your phone book under Vacations at the Planets of Pleasure, or something like that. They might be a little difficult to find, though. You see, they're not very well advertised yet. 2 Weeks in August, by Frank M. Robinson.
Up for Renewal by Lucius Daniel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Up for Renewal by Lucius Daniel. I'd give a year off my life to idle talk now, but it was ghastly reality to Kent. Howard Kent looked at his young and beautiful wife and felt the weight of the years rest on his shoulders. In her eyes he saw his heavily lined face and sagging, stooped shoulders. They stood just inside the long, narrow reception room of the Human Rejuvenation Plant. Potted palms and formal chairs reminded one of a human disposal unit. "I have a confession to make, darling," he said. "Oh, no, Howard, not now. I take for granted you've done the usual things in your youth. But and we needn't have hurried so, as you can see. Now we'll probably have to wait hours in this perfectly dismal place." She looked as young and fresh as he looked old and dusty, he thought, so out of place in this kind of establishment. He had always loved small women. Leah was small and vivacious and dressed a year ahead of Styles. No matter what happened, he'd never regret having married her. "But this is something I should have told you before," he said. She put her hand on his arm. "I've been perfectly happy these past 6 months. Whatever it was, I forgive you." "It's not that. I'm talking about my age. I didn't think you'd marry me if you knew how old I really was. I put off telling you and figured you'd see my birth certificate at the wedding ceremony. I never even looked at the silly old thing." Well, darling, I looked at yours, and I felt a little guilty in marrying a young girl of 23. But the fact is, I'm 65. I've been rejuvenated before." "I rather suspected it, when you started aging so suddenly last week," she said. "Before that you didn't look a day over 30. But it doesn't matter." "It's worse than that, Leah." His face worked convulsively. "I've been here twice before. This is my third trip." "I'm too modern to act shocked, Howard. If you didn't want to tell me before, dear, it's perfectly all right." "Look, darling," perspiration stood on his forehead, "you don't seem to understand. But then you never could add or subtract. Now listen carefully. Each trip clips 5 years off your lifespan." "Everyone knows that, of course. But it's better to be young." "It's better to be alive than dead," he said harshly. "But your doctors have given you a longevity span to the age of 90. Suppose it was 80 instead of 90." "Oh, dear, you worry too much," she said. "Doctors don't make such mistakes." "They can't give me a guarantee. You see, 3 of my ancestors died from accidents. The prediction of 90 years is based on the assumption that they would have lived a normal lifetime. They make few guarantees. You know, all you men are such babies at a time like this." "Yes, but if it is 80, then I'll come out not a rejuvenated man, but just a handful of dust." "Oh, that can't happen." "Look at it this way." He paused a moment while taking in her youthful appearance. "From now on I wouldn't look much older, just a little grayer and perhaps more stooped. Then I'll have what's left of my longevity, plus the 5 years this rejuvenation would clip off." "Why, Howard, dear!" Leah sounds shocked. "You don't know what you're talking about. An aunt of mine elected that choice, and it was perfectly horrible. She drooled the last few years of her life and was helpless as a baby." "Why didn't they use euthanasia?" he asked. "The courts decided she wasn't capable of making a rational decision." He wiped his forehead. "That would be a long time off, darling. We'd have so much time together in the next 15 years." "But what would it be like if you were crippled with arthritis or some other disease?" "You could divorce me if that happens." "I can also divorce you if you don't go through with rejuvenation. You know it's the law." "You wouldn't do that?" His face was more lined than ever. "Don't be silly, dear. Nobody gets old these days. Who would remain our friends? Why, everywhere we'd go, people would point us out. Oh, no! Life wouldn't be livable." "That sounds like a cruel and calculating decision to me," Howard said. "Either I take a chance on dying, or you'll divorce me." "You have no right to make such an accusation. I married a young man who said he was 30 years old. 6 months later I discover he's 65. Now who's cruel and calculating?" "Please, darling, I didn't mean it. Look," he pleaded, "I'll even sign permission for you to have a lover. There's that young fellow that's always around. Maybe it's happened already." She stood back from him. "Howard, you're being perfectly nasty, just like an aged person you read about." $5 million, and all of it yours when I die a natural death." He put his hands in his pockets. The street door opened just then, and a young man came toward them with a light, springy step. He offered his hand to Howard, who took it slowly. "How are you, Skipper? And you, Leah? I came as soon as I got your message." "He's worried, Mike." Leah's face had brightened. "And now he's insisting on growing old." "I've been through the ringer twice before, you see," Howard said in a low voice. "I don't think you have much to worry about," Mike said. "Those medics know their business." "Aging is a nasty process." Leah wrinkled her nose as if she smelled something offensive. "Maybe you can convince him, Mike." "Leah is right, you know," Mike said. "A few years ago I visited the old age home. There's only one left. You'd be surprised at the amount of suffering old people go through before they die. Cancer, angina, broken bones, strokes, arthritis. Rejuvenation won't work on extremely old bodies. Longevity has run out. Why does it have to clip off 5 years? Worried Howard. It's the old age governor they found in the pituitary gland. They can turn it back, but the shock takes off about 5 years. Oh, I know what's in the medical articles, Howard growled. Remember, I've been through here twice before, but the sun was so warm this morning. It was like seeing everything for the last time. I felt like sitting down and letting everything drift. That's a sure sign that you really need rejuvenating, said Leah. After it's over, you'll be making me a golf widow again. Won't he, Mike? Of course, he'll come out raring to go. Howard looked from Mike to Leah and back at Mike. Age was no match for youth. If love hadn't started between them already, it would soon. At the end of the long room, a door opened and two nurses entered, starched and antiseptic. "Your room is ready, Mr. Kent," one nurse said. Howard shuddered. Everything is so horribly familiar. The pill to erase the worry, which doesn't work. The cart you ride on, which makes you feel like a carcass. The little bump as you enter the regeneration room. Then you get a hypodermic and crawl into a long boiler tank. "You're just nervous, dear," said Leah. A dismal miasmic cloud settles on your mind, and you decide you wouldn't go through it again for anything in the world. Mike put his arm around Leah as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "He'll be all right, my darling." Howard looked at them and then turned wearily to the nurse. "I'm ready." The nurse walked down the long room with the stooped man and disappeared beyond the door. "Did you tell him about us?" asked Mike. "Of course not. What a man doesn't know won't hurt him." "Are you Mrs. Kent?" asked the other nurse, who had remained behind. "Yes." "The doctor said to remind you that the fourth time is very dangerous," the nurse said. "You'll have 5 years and 6 months without it. But possibly only 6 months if it should be successful." "Better take the first offer, Leah," said Mike. Leah smiled. "I found a gray hair and a wrinkle this morning, love. Better 6 months of youth than 1,000 years of old age." She went into his arms. "Don't worry about what happens, love. You'll have a lot of fun in the next 70 years." He kissed her and held her closely. "I've got to go now," she said. "I'm so grateful you were able to get the forged birth certificate." Her high heels tapped rapidly on the tile floor as she walked down the long room with the other nurse. "Good luck, Mother," he called after her. End of Up for Renewal by Lucius Daniel.
Vanishing Point by C. Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doc Willett. Vanishing Point by C. Beck. In perspective, theoretically, the vanishing point is at infinity, and therefore unattainable. But reality is different. Vanishment occurs a lot sooner than theory suggests. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced, but I told him, "Get it working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as it is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make 'em all by guesswork, as you call it." That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see 'em. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school. But I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him to help me with a series of real estate paintings I got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings and roads and causeways, that kind of stuff. Was a little too much for me to handle alone, 'cause I never studied that kind of things, you know. I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colors and figures and trees and so on. He did fine. Job came out good. Client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on the job, enough to keep us for a couple of months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on, but Carter stayed here in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed that nobody knew anything about it, really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated drawings, trying to prove something or other to himself. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room, and end up with a little drawing of a cube about an inch square that anybody could have made in half a minute without all the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things, and a bunch of slide rules, calculators and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women and fishing and sports and drinking. He was lousy at everything except working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him what more did he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear, he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely three, but four-dimensional, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot, Carter was. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made, working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around amongst the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world was full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is? Let me see if I can explain. Come over here to the window. You see how that road out there gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course, the road doesn't really get smaller. It just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me, I just throw 'em in wherever I need 'em. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said that they were all connected together some way, and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn them around so the arrows point at different figures and things. Here's a square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is a tangent function, whatever that means. Log there is short for logarithm. Oh, he had a bunch of that scientific stuff in his head all the time. I don't know whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together the perspective machine there. Silly looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires and that little cube in the center. Don't try to touch it. It ain't really there. You just think it is. Is what Carter called a teteract or a cataract. No, that ain't the right word. Something like that. Tesser something or other. There's a picture like it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money, that perspective machine. I told him nobody'd ever made a drawing machine yet that worked. But he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell 'em. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to a question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself, and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the further away from us they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack. That's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine about how he'd figured out that all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world he'd prove it. How about cameras, I asked him. Take a picture with a camera and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality without depth or motion. Even 3D movie pictures, I asked. They're closer to reality, he admitted, but they're still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it is open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now, some of them think time may be too. Maybe everything is just imaginary and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we are taught to see it by generations of artists and writers and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now, to find out who is right, the scientists and philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of those pointers you see there, and squinted around at the different scales and dials, and then stepped back. That little Tessie thing appeared, real small at first, just a point. You could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening, and thought he was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter, and saw his face was white as a sheet. "Good God," he says, just like that. "Good God." That's all. Well, I says to him, who was right, the scientists or the artists? "The artists," he sort of screeches. "The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we've created ourselves, and now I've ripped a hole in that." He gives a strangled hoot and goes hightailing out of here like something was after him, jumps in his car, roars off down the road, and disappears. No, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go further and further away. Happens every day. That's what us artists mean by perspective. The machine? Well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like my getting rid of it. I was thinking maybe I'd put it in the hobby show at the county fair next week, though. You notice how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it. There, it just doubled its size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a big kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all those people looking at it. But come on, let's go fishing. We better hurry or it'll be too late. The End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck.
When I Grow Up by Richard E. Lowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Collie. When I Grow Up by Richard E. Lowe. The two professors couldn't agree on the fundamentals of child behavior, but that was before they met little Herbucks. The university sprawled casually, unashamed of its disordered ranks, over 100,000 acres of grassy rolling countryside. It was the year AD 3896, and the vast assemblage of schools and colleges and laboratories had been growing on this site for more than 2,000 years. It had survived political and industrial revolutions, local insurrections, global, interterrestrial, and nuclear wars, and it had become the acknowledged center of learning for the entire known universe. No subject was too small to escape attention at the university. None was too large to be attacked by the fearless, probing fingers of curiosity, or to in any way overawe students and teachers in this great institution of learning. No book was ever closed in the university, and no clue, however tiny, was discarded as useless in the ceaseless search for knowledge, which was the university's prime and overriding goal. For no matter how fast and far the spaceships might fly, or what strange creatures might be brought back across the great curve of the universe, or how deeply the past was resurrected or the future probed, of one thing only was the university quite sure. Man did not know enough. All manner of schools had come into being at the university, and often they functioned in pairs, one devoted to proving a proposition and the other to disproving it. And among these pairs of schools, two in particular seemed to exist on a most tenuous basis. Their avowed mission was to settle the age-old argument concerning the relative influences of heredity and environment. One, headed by Professor Milchek von Polsenfeller, worked tirelessly to prove that there was no such determining factor as heredity, and that environment alone was the governing influence in human behavior. The other, under the direction of Dr. Arthur D. Smithlawn, was dedicated to the task of proving that environment meant nothing, and that only heredity was important. Success, in short, could only come to those who were born with the genes of success in their bodies, and failure was as preordained for the rest as was ultimate death for all. Over a period of more than 200 years, the School of Environment had been taking babies from among the thousands of homeless waifs scattered in throughout the universe and raising them carefully in a closely supervised cultural atmosphere. The School of Heredity, on the other hand, was more select. Its pupils came only from families whose genealogy could be traced back for at least 1,000 years. Freedom of choice and expression was the rule here, since the school was attempting to prove that a child's inherited tendencies will send it inevitably along a predetermined path, completely uninfluenced by outside help or hindrance. In 2 centuries, neither school had been able to develop an overpowering case in support of its own theory. Hence, they both thrived, and cheerfully ignored the discrepancies which existed in the case records of individuals who had not turned out according to the book. Although they were zealous professional rivals, Professor von Possenfeller and Dr. Smithlawn were devoted personal friends. They called each other Posse and Smithy, and got together once a week to play chess and exchange views on the universe in general. Only one subject was taboo between them: their experimental work. On this particular Saturday night, however, Smithy noticed that his good friend Posse was terribly agitated and disturbed, and he had, for the 3rd time, carelessly put his queen in jeopardy. "My dear friend," exclaimed Posse, blindly moving his king into check, "could you possibly be persuaded to ignore for the moment our ban on professional talk? There is something—" Smithy secretly was only too anxious to talk at great length, but he pretended to give the request serious consideration. "If it is really important," he said, "yes, by all means, go right ahead." "Smithy," Posse plunged on, "I am nonplussed. I am really terribly disturbed. I have never felt like this before." Smithy waited patiently while Posse poured himself a large brandy and soda, hastily gulped it down, and then made a face as he regretted the action. "How much do you know about our methods of working in the School of Environment?" the professor asked, taking a new tack. "Nothing, of course," replied Smithy. The statement was not precisely true, but Smithy was not yet ready to confess that he had spies in his friend's school. "Well, then," said Posse, knowing full well that Smithy had been getting reports on his college for many years, and feeling secretly glad that he, in turn, had been spying. "Well, then," he repeated, "you should be aware that we know absolutely nothing about the children we enroll. Most of them are infants. We do not know who their parents were or where they were born. Except for the obvious clues which their bodies furnish, we do not even know their national or racial origins. We bring them up with absolutely equal treatment, the finest of everything. At the age of 5, we divide them arbitrarily into classes and begin training them for occupations. Some we educate as scholars, some laborers, some professional men. In me, dear friend, you see one of the triumphs of our methods. I myself was a foundling, raised and educated in the School of Environment. Whatever I may be, I owe to the school." He paused to give Smithy a chance to digest the statement. "Of course," Posse continued, "we take into consideration such factors as physical build and muscular development. We don't train undersized boys to be freight handlers. But in general, the division is arbitrary, and you'd be amazed how they respond to it. To keep a check on things, we interview our students twice a year to see how much they have learned. We always ask them what they want to be when they grow up. That enables us to determine whether or not the training is really taking hold. Occasionally, it is true, we find a case where the schooling seems to run counter to natural aptitudes." Smithy could not resist interrupting. "Natural aptitudes? I'm surprised to hear you use such an expression. I thought you furnished your students with aptitudes through environmental conditioning." Stiffly, Posse retorted, "Sometime we will have a full objective discussion of the matter. It is not pertinent at this moment. Of course, I believe in natural or instinctive aptitudes, but I do not believe that they are inherited from parents or even from remote ancestors." "Cosmic rays, perhaps," needled Smithy, and became instantly sorry when his friend's face began to redden. Posse didn't believe in cosmic rays, obviously. Smithy apologized. Posse sighed deeply and made a fresh start. "My friend," he said, "in your work, as I understand it, you learn everything you can about a student's past and about his progenitors. By doing so, you hope to be able to predict his future abilities, his likes and his dislikes. But what course do you pursue when you find a boy who just doesn't prove out according to the prognostications?" Smithy mumbled a few evasive words in reply, but refused to be drawn into giving a positive answer. "Never mind," Posse said. "What would you say if you asked the boy what he liked or what he wanted to do, and his answer concerned something that never existed, or had ever even been dreamed of? Something horrible." Smithy's eyebrows perked up. He made no attempt to conceal the fact that his interest had been aroused. "What precisely do you mean?" he demanded. "Just this," Posse said, leaning forward to give emphasis to his words. "We have a boy who is being trained as a space navigator. He is very bright. He is of medium build, as a spaceman must be, and he learns easily and willingly. We are sure now that he will be ready for pre-space school in 2 years before he reaches the minimum age. Yet, whenever this boy is asked what he wants to do, he replies, 'I want to be a destructor.'" Smithy's lips parted, but for a moment he remained completely silent while his mind stumbled over the strange term. "Destructor," he repeated at last. "Wait," said Posse, "and listen carefully. This boy is now 10 years old. He first gave me that answer 3 days ago. He repeated it 2 days ago, then yesterday, and again today. I have never interviewed him before. I never interview a student personally until the 10th year, so I quite naturally had his files double-checked. Smithy, he has been giving the same answer ever since he was 5 years old. 2 interviews a year for 6 years, and 3 extra ones this week. Imagine! 15 times this boy has said he wants to be a destructor, and no one even knows what a destructor is." "Well," Smithy said with a shrug, convinced that Posse was getting all excited over nothing, "I admit it seems strange, and highly single-minded for so young a boy, but don't you imagine it's some word he just made up?" "I admitted that as a possibility until this morning. But look here." Posse reached behind his chair and took up a small leather bag. Slowly he unzipped it and delved inside. Then, with a grim flourish, he brought forth the body of a cat. Smithy's eyes widened. Posse said dramatically, "Smithy, that boy killed this cat with a glance." "With a what?" "A glance. You heard me correctly. He just looked at the cat, and the beast dropped dead. And he did it to other things too. A sparrow, a baby fox. Why, he even did it to a rat that had been cornered by this very cat. I tell you, I had never been so shaken by anything in all my life. I said to myself, 'Posse, have you got yourself a mutant?' 'No,' I replied. 'He's completely normal in every respect, physically and otherwise. He's a bit brighter than average, perhaps. 98.6 in his studies, including elementary astrophysics. He speaks brilliantly, composes poetry, even invents little gadgets. He's a genius, maybe, but not a mutant.' Then I asked myself, 'How do you account for the cat?'" Posse paused, inferentially transferring the question to his friend. "I can't account for the cat," Smithy said, "unless we assume its death was a coincidence. But I confess you've aroused my curiosity. Could I see and talk to this boy who wants to be he grimaced, "a destructor?" "I'm glad you asked," Posse sighed with relief. "Actually, he's outside now, waiting to join us. But I must warn you that you'll find him quite precocious. However, he's extremely amenable." Posse went quickly to the door, opened it, and called, "Herbex, come in." The boy entered. He was, Smithy observed, a quite ordinary-looking boy. He was so obviously 10 years old that you couldn't say he was either old or young, large or small, fat or thin, or anything else. For his age, he was just 10 years old and a boy. "Herbex," said Posse, "I want you to meet a friend of mine, the famous Dr. Smithlon." "How do you do, sir?" Herbex said politely. "How do you do?" returned Smithy. He had already decided not to be patronizing, but to take a bold, frank, comradely course with the lad. "Herbex," he said, "Professor von Possenfeller has been telling me the story of your life. Now you tell me, Herbex, not what you want to be when you grow up, but why." "I don't know why, sir," Herbex replied easily. "I only know that I want to be a destructor." "But, Herbex, what is a destructor?" Herbex looked around the room. He saw Smithy's birdcage, walked over to it, and stared for a moment quietly at Dickie, the doctor's parakeet. Dickie looked back, chirped angrily twice, and toppled from his perch. He landed on his back, his tiny feet rigid and unmoving. He was quite dead, Smithy observed, with a sudden detached, unbelieving horror. Why, Dickie was 7 years old, and he had been as good a pet as any lonely old professor could have desired as cheery avian companion. "Look here, young man," he began sternly. Then as the shock passed, he hastily changed his tone. Suppose this child did have some strange sort of power, mystic perhaps, but definitely abnormal. He may belong in the school of the future, Smithy thought. Or perhaps in the school of the past, the Dark Ages department, but not here. "Don't worry, sir," Herbeck said. "I can't do it to you." "But do what?" Smithy replied. "What did you do?" "I destructed." Smithy took a deep breath. He felt as though a cruel hoax had been played on him. After all, Posse could have lied about the cat and the other creatures, and the boy was quite obviously bright enough to learn lines and to play a part. But how explain Dickie? He tried to calculate the coincidental odds that might have caused Dickie to die a natural death at one precise instant in time under unusual and exact circumstances. They proved to be incalculable to his unmathematical brain. He rubbed his face with the palms of both hands, and then he turned abruptly to Posse. "I just don't know what to say about it," he explained. "How could I know? How could anybody know?" He faced the boy again. "Look here, Herbex. This power of yours, when did you first notice you had it?" "Last year, sir. I always knew I would do it some time, but one day I was looking at a bird perched on my window sill, and it fell over dead, just as your parakeet did. I thought it was an accident or a coincidence, but then the next day it happened again, with a squirrel. Soon I got to where I could do it on purpose, but I don't know how." "Well, how do you feel about it? Do you want to kill these harmless pets?" "Oh, no, sir. I don't want to kill them. I just want to be a destructor." Smithy had a sudden, disquieting conviction that he was in the presence of some completely alien, dangerous being. A cold breeze seemed to shiver through the room, though he knew that his quarters were airtight and perfectly ventilated. "This is ridiculous," he told himself. turning to Posse with a helpless shrug. To feel like this over such a nice-looking young lad. "My friend," he said, "all this has occurred so suddenly, I must have time to think. Such a thing could never have happened in my school. Perhaps you should, doubtless it's already occurred to you, turn him over to physio-psychological rebuilding." Posse nodded. "It has, of course, but then I said to myself, Posse, they are a bunch of thunder-headed old fossils over there. They can take a criminal and tear him apart and make a good citizen out of him, granted, but do they find out why he was a criminal? Have they reduced the number of new criminals? No. And they would not find out why this boy wants to be a destructor, nor even what a destructor is. You are right, I told myself. And besides, Herbucks is a nice boy. Why, with this power of his, if he wanted to do harm, there wouldn't be an animal left alive and around the whole university. And if he could do it to people, he's had many an opportunity to practice on me. But has he? No, not once. Besides, if you keep him in school, you can maintain a good close watch over him. Herbucks has promised to keep me fully informed as to the progress of his strange power. If he feels it's getting stronger, he will let me know immediately. Isn't that right, Herbucks?" "Yes, sir," said the boy quietly. "You are quite sure," Smithy asked, "that you know absolutely nothing about this boy's past? His parents, his birthplace, anything at all? There must be some clue." "You know very well I don't," Posse retorted angrily. "I just thought that perhaps you may have subjected him to hypno-research," Smithy said placatingly. "I wouldn't dream of such a thing," Posse began, and stopped with a gasp. "How did you know about that?" he demanded. Smithy was flustered. Well, that is—" He could think of no convincing answer. Hypno-research was one of Posse's most secret projects. He had used it constantly in his efforts to determine reasons for non-conformity to set patterns of behavior in some of his more recalcitrant students. He had kept it a secret because it added up to an admission that perhaps heredity could play a part in the development of a student's character. "Smithy, my dear old friend," he said with mock humility, "this is no time for us to quarrel. Let us face the facts candidly. You have been spying on my school, and I in turn have been spying on yours. I know, for instance, that when your students don't behave the way their heredity charts predict, you often use hypnotherapy to change their thought lines and force them to conform. Is that any less fair than what I do?" Smithy sighed. "I guess not, my friend. No, wait. I will go farther than that. It's not a matter of guessing. I'm quite certain about it. We are a couple of aging frauds, struggling selfishly along, playing with the lives of these children solely to keep our jobs. Perhaps we should—" "Nevertheless, we have a problem," interrupted Posse. "It is a problem that won't be solved by our becoming senile idiots. Get your mind back on Herbucks and help me. I feel that this is a most desperate situation. If it gets beyond just the two of us, we are likely to be thoroughly investigated. Then goodness knows what would happen." "But why? The child can do no real harm. Suppose he does destruct an animal or two. There are plenty more. And sooner or later they would die of natural causes anyways. And it's unthinkable that he would ever do it to people." Smithy paused, obviously struck by a startling thought. He turned to Herbucks. "Boy," he said quite sternly, "come here." Herbucks obeyed, advancing to within a foot of the old doctor, and facing him squarely. "Look me in the eyes," Smithy commanded. Questioningly, Herbucks began to stare at Smithy. "Well," Smithy said after a time, "turn it on." A set look came over Herbuck's face. His lips were compressed, and a thin dew of sweat had broken out on his forehead. Posse stood aghast, slowly comprehending what his old friend Smithy was doing. He was actually risking his life, or so he believed, to prove that the child could not destruct a human being. He wanted to stop the boy, but he could not move from where he stood. Suddenly Herbucks broke and turned away. He began to sob. "It's no use," he cried. "I just can't do it. I just can't do it." Smithy went to him and put an arm around his shoulders. "Tell me, boy," he exclaimed, "what do you mean?" "Do you mean that you can't bring yourself to do it, or that it is physically impossible?" Herbucks just stood there, his head bowed, crying wildly. "I just can't do it," he repeated, sounding now completely heartbroken. Posse, coming alive again, said soothingly, "Don't cry, son. It's not bad. It's good that you can't do it." Herbucks whirled around, facing Posse, his face inflamed with sudden rage. "But I will!" he screamed. "I will do it! I will! When I grow up!" End of When I Grow Up by Richard E. Lowe. read by the collie.